sit on the side and just use that have large scale cities where they can get food and resources and other people like them to collaborate.
Shalom, people.
Hard to do that, especially
It is Sunday,
territorial,
2:13 in the morning.
really hard.
I am your brother from another mother, brother D. I can. This is the New Jersey Ride. Thank you for riding with me. I appreciate you. Um, Shout outs to all of you. Big up yourselves. I'm not going to go through the. Yeah, I am. Shout outs to everybody in rideshare. Uber via Lyft, Lyft via Uber.
Whatever they were doing, 2,500 whatever they were doing, very different than everyone else, and it's spectacular sight. It is still today, thousands of years later. You look at it and go, I don't fucking know. No one knows. They all pretend now, this, that, the other.
Shout outs to I. My bad, I got distracted. Shout outs to everybody in rideshare. Lyft, Uber via Lyft, whoever. Shout outs to all cab drivers, limo drivers. Shout outs to all bus drivers and train conductors. And the blood flow of the country to truck drivers. I appreciate you. Everybody who's out on the road overnight and any time of the day, but particularly overnight because I'm out here. Shout outs to airline pilots, law enforcement and EMT, and everybody in emergency medical services. Everybody at the hospitals, everybody at Quick Check and Wawa. Big up yourself. And all the gas stations that are still open. You know, making sure that we stay on the road. What we need is a tire shop that's 24 hours. So if anybody got a couple dollars and you want to invest and have something that you can do 24 hours a day, a tire shop is important. Um, what I leave out? Dunkin' Donuts. Everybody at Dunkin' Donuts. Rocky. I'm sure there's a Dunkin' Donuts that's 24 hours. And the fast food joints that are open 24 hours. McDonald's, White Castle. I don't know who else is open. Wendy's maybe got a 24 hours. I doubt it though. I've never seen a 24-hour Wendy's in Jersey. And yes, I've been throughout the whole goddamn state. Most of it. A lot of it.
I'm fascinated by her stories. I want to know what is the future? Was it like in 1,000 years? Are we still here? 100,000 years? I mean, we should still be anatomically kind of not evolved too much at that point. All things being equal. So I'm fascinated by us. Like, I think we are the most fascinating thing that's ever happened to this planet. And I think it's such a shame that in my finite lifetime means I will never know where this incredible story eventually goes to.
Yeah, I think it's kind of like No Country for Old Men. Sometimes it ends and it's just like, damn, I want to know more.
In a quarter mile, turn left on Willett Street.
Can't know more. Your time here is done. This story goes on without you. I mean, it'd be kind of cool to find out how it ends. I suspect that it ends with us looking like praise. I think that's what that whole thing is. That bizarre iconography, this bizarre imagery that we have. This
turn left on Willett Street.
Iconic creature that is completely non-muscular, has no gender, and has an enormous head. I think we're going in that direction. I think that's almost like some beacon.
In the future, like, I love Joe Rogan, right? I fucks with his.
People have these late night experiences with him.
I fucks with his podcast, right? But
I think it's
the arrogance fucks with me. And everything that they talk about would have could be, possibly, perhaps. It's all hypothetical. It's all, I mean, except when they bring in motherfuckers who know what they're talking about. Like this guy he got on today, right? He seems to know what he's talking about, but everything is based on theory. Science is theoretical. That's why it's always changing. But they want us to accept that this shit is real when they say it. And it's white people and in every other nation of people, particularly white people, though, that this is the truth because we said it's the truth. You can't challenge it because you don't have a degree in astrophysics and theoretical physics or quantum mechanics or whatever the fuck they be talking about.
Left lane, turn left on Kennedy Drive.
It fucks with me that they just, say what it is. Determine that it's what it is because they say it's what it is. Fuck out of here. Fucks with me. It really does. It bothers the shit out of me. Yeah. They just come up with any fucking thing. Yeah, this is what it is. We said so. And I mean, it's fucking amazing how arrogant. I mean, even Joe, right? Arrogant as well. What I think, and who gives a fuck? I mean, it's an opinion, right? But lucky for us that we don't. For us, the nation of Israel, we don't have the luxury of what we think. We have to go with what our God tells us and believe and have faith that what the God is saying is true and God is kept, right? That Bible has proven itself to be true. But what nobody says.
We're supposed to pick it up.
I'm gonna assume that's George or Jorge. It's one of the.
Yeah,
It says, "Look, this glorious, right?"
it's glorious. Yeah, let me see. don't know. I don't know where that person is, but there's no Jorge inside.
All right.
All right.
That's what's up. I appreciate you. I'm well. How are you? All right.
Yes.
1100 Littleton.
And now what we do seems completely like, if anything, like too traditional, we're too conservative in our approaches compared to what other people do. So you've got Abby, who's trying to do Project Galileo, like actually look at UFOs in the atmosphere and stuff. And I think it's a valid point. Like, you can't say that looking for aliens on an exoplanet is good science, but looking for aliens in the atmosphere is not good science. Like that, it's still, you can design an experiment to do it. It's still scientific. There's no magical reason why once it enters the atmosphere, it doesn't become science.
Yeah.
So I think that's a good argument why we should do it.
What is your take on all these UAP whistleblowers who talk about crash retrieval programs and all these dark funded, top secret, beyond anyone's ability to go look into them?
I don't know what to make of it. It's fascinating. It's because I can't believe maybe some of them, pulling out the negative bullshit, but like, there's so many credible people that come forward. It's hard. It's difficult to grasp what's going on. But I do believe everyone's hardworking, right? So it is possible. There's, as I said, there's so many millions of hours in these pilots and things. There's so many so many people, so many cell phones, so much out there that it's not surprising that 1 in a million times mistakes can happen. It's all about knowing that spur is right, not just bullshit in this whole system that we've got. And we don't know what that bullshit occurrence rate is. So, as a scientist, it's hard to pass it. I don't think we can ingest it realistically unless, every time they say they've got the disclosure, we're going to get disclosure soon. And every time it feels like you don't get the craft, you don't get the you don't get a body. So, yeah, sure, give me the technology, dissect it. I can be convinced, but every time it seems like we get all the way up to that point where it's like, it's going to happen, it's going to happen, it's going to happen.
It's intensely frustrating. It's intensely frustrating to even get remotely interested in it because every new thing, like, oh, is this it? Is this going to be a thing?
They're like pulling on your heartstrings. It's like a girl who keeps texting you saying like, "We'll go on a date. It's going to be great next time," and then she just lets you know. So,
what is the name of that Age of Disclosure documentary? That's what it is, right? There's a documentary that they premiered at Sundance or at South by Southwest rather here. It was really good, and it is essentially just all these different people that work on these programs, some human beings, and they all have pretty similar stories. And the bottleneck seems to be that all this stuff was done without congressional approval, which is highly illegal. So all the research, all this hidden back engineering programs, all this stuff in conjunction also with military contractors. So those are the ones that build the jets and the rockets, and so you have to go to them.
In a quarter-mile, turn right on Park Avenue using the right lane.
To help with this stuff, to try to back engineer this stuff. So then there's this competitive advantage they would have over other military contractors that don't get a crashed UFO, and so then people are getting sued, people are going to jail. There's a lot of money that was allocated for these things that was done through lies, and there's a lot of problems with that. And this documentary is essentially calling for mass amnesty, saying, look, this is it. If
Turn right on Park Avenue.
this is real, and they think it is, this is a situation that is, forget about whatever laws we have in terms of finance. This is a much bigger deal. There is direct evidence of an actual life form that is not Homo sapiens that can do things that we can't do that visits us. And occasionally they lose a craft, which is also
yeah, they're not very good pilots, right?
Richard Dolan actually has a pretty good explanation for some of them, and it's high altitude nuclear bombs that we detonated during the testing days. So during the testing days, after the war, from 45 to, I think, they tested them, when did they stop blowing up nukes? But there was, just in the United States, thousands of nuclear detonations, and a bunch of them they did in the ocean, and a bunch of them they did in the sky.
Yeah.
They did them like 150 miles up, they detonated nukes. I thought they only did it once with Starfish Prime, but no, they did it at different altitudes. They just tried things. And the idea is that if there was something in the sky
anywhere remotely near that and had no idea this was going to go off, and they detonate a nuke in the sky, that this thing would crash. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great story. I just need to see the evidence. Right?
Yeah, it's a nice story.
Yeah. I think it's just, it could be, in Iceland, most people believe in fairies. And if you go back 100 years, most people believe.
Most people in Iceland believe in fairies. What do they think they are?
Elves, maybe elves or fairies, kind of exact word. They,
Soviet, what does this say, Jamie? What they did? Okay, so the last high altitude, look at how many they did. They just kept doing them.
yeah.
They just kept doing them. Look at all these fucking tests. These are all high altitude nuclear bombs.
So a bunch failed.
That is insane. Yeah, a bunch failed. Look at all these ones that failed. What happened to those? They just fall into the ocean. Good luck. Figure it out, fish.
In a quarter mile, turn left on Main Street using the left lane.
Yeah, figure it out. That's where Godzilla comes from.
Literally. Yeah, I mean, I guess my point is that there's whenever this weird stuff, aliens is. I read about this recently. Aliens is almost too good of an explanation.
Turn left on Main Street.
Right. Because it can explain everything. There's nothing you can't explain with aliens, right? Whatever it is. And yet, so it has, I call it unbounded explanatory capability. It can explain absolutely
It's
fucking
God's.
everything. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
God of the gaps, quite literally. Whenever you see something odd, you can just inject your God to explain that. And yet, at the same time, on the other side of the coin, it also has unbounded avoidance capacity. Because you could say to me, look, I saw a UFO at this site on Monday, on Tuesday, and Wednesday, so come Thursday and we'll see it together because it's happening every day. And I come with you, I don't see it, but okay, well, just didn't, I guess it changed its mind. It didn't happen today. That doesn't disprove what you saw. And similarly, if I go, people have said, we've surveyed the surface of Mars, we don't see any life on it. I can't disprove there's life on Mars. There could be life underneath a rock. You can never disprove, you can't prove a negative. So it could always be there.
Just ahead, turn right on Mount Pleasant Avenue.
So aliens is almost unscientific as a hypothesis because it can
Turn right on Mount Pleasant Avenue.
explain everything, and yet there's no experiment I can do to ever prove it. And that puts it in a very precarious position scientifically.
Yeah, we're just sort of in this
Just ahead, keep right toward I-280 West using the right lane.
less stage of understanding. If they are real, we really don't know right now.
Keep right toward I-280 West.
That's the weirdest part, is that there's so many compelling stories. And it's also, the weirdness of it is so exciting to us. The weirdness of an intelligent life form looking at us is like so exciting to us that we want it to be real.
You want it.
Oh, me more than anybody. I'm the worst. I'm the worst. I go back and forth on this bullshit. My general belief is that a large number of these things that we're seeing are top secret military aircrafts. And I think that's always existed. That's always been the case. And they probably have some incredible technology that we're not aware of. That's the majority of what I think is happening. But that doesn't make sense when you go really far back. That doesn't make sense when you go to the Kenneth Arnold sightings. Like if his estimations of the speed of those things is accurate, you're dealing with something that for sure wasn't available in 1952, at least as far as we know. Also, the idea that that was Nazi technology. This is something that's always been talked about. Richard Dolan talked about in his book as well. They were already gone. They had lost the war. There's no way they're launching technology that's above and beyond anything anybody is aware of while it's society's in shambles, right? There's no way. They don't have a military. It's over. So that doesn't make sense. So if it's not them, who is it? Is it someone that's already here? Is it something that's been here the entire time? And that gets really weird. And people go, where's the evidence of that? Right. There's no evidence of that. But there's also so much room in the ocean. The ocean is, if I was going to hide, that's where I would hide. We literally can't go there. There's too much of it. You could go into the ocean and put a base underground in the middle of the ocean, and 100% we're not going to find it.
Yeah, I would just say whatever your hypothesis is, the most constructive thing to do is to think about how That's what I want.
Until something, yeah, but this is the most frustrating thing about this disclosure jazz. Because if they really do have something, boy, you're fucking over the entire human race by not releasing this just because you're worried about Congress getting mad at you. Like, that's a real problem. That's a real problem. That's what this movie tries to address. Richard Dolan talks about that in his book as well. A bunch of people have brought up that point. That there's a lot of legal issues that are going to arise. And a lot of people could be very vulnerable if this does turn out to be the case that they've had this technology since the 1940s.
Yeah. I mean, we can argue about history, but I think the most constructive thing is just to design as well. Like, and I think, Abby's idea of Project L is a good one. Like, we should try and survey the sky more systematically. And we've got now the Vera-Rubin telescope, which is doing like literally a movie of the entire sky every night. So I think as we grow in our capabilities, it's going to get harder and harder for this UAP hypothesis to evade all of these facilities that we're building in the public domain, this public data country controlled.
Unless they're very aware of our capabilities, very aware that we can do this, so they camouflage themselves.
Yeah, but then you start to get into this exponentially contrived.
Yeah.
Because they're in our heads and they know everything. So then it becomes unfalsifiable. So we sort of leave the world of science. But I think, when we think about it as a scientist, like we're doing this experiment with the JWST for example, it's like we are looking for life right now in James Webb. There's even a claim for a planet K218b. There was a claim a few months ago. It's an ocean world. It's thought to be an ocean world. It's about 2.5 times the size of the Earth. And we detected this molecule with weak significance. I want to emphasize that. Weakly detected called dimethyl. And that's, I think, it's the same molecule which gives truffles. That's and it's something that bacteria find to make. So they detected this hint of this molecule, and as far as we know, only one molecule on the Earth. There aren't any other process that can make it into living creatures. And so there's a lot of excitement about that. And it turned out, in that case, with follow-up observations, that maybe it's not as secure as they thought. It actually doesn't appear to be there anymore. But I guess the point is that James Webb can do the experiment. It is sensitive enough to look at a planet which is 100 light years away and detect the molecular signatures of living creatures on that planet. So we are entering a very exciting era where we can look at their planets. We don't have to wait for them to visit us anymore. We can actually start surveying where they're at and see what's up. So I think that's and that's just simple. So I think we're going to get answers, and the only way to do this is to keep supporting missions like NASA's mission, Future Observatory, trying to get us. We're trying to build a mission out there for the Mars Observatory each month. We're probably going to be support. I think we like Carson and that thing's trying to take photos, like we saw with Halcyon Fury. It's trying to take photos of Earth. It's generously this thing will be able to take photos of Earth from the stars, and it will see the pale dot of the world. It will get its chemical fingerprint. It will be able to sniff its atmosphere. Pull their pants down. Look at the whole thing. So the aliens can't hide from us forever. Our technology is getting to the point where we're going to find them in their own home.
When they came out with the James Webb Telescope, how long was the development process, and where are they at now in terms of a future better version of something like that?
Yeah, it was a long process. I mean, almost as soon as Hubble launched, they started planning the successor of Hubble, which was James Webb. It was famously over budget. I think the original budget was supposed to be $800 million, and it ended up costing $10 billion. Quite crazy. It just went completely overblown. But this was because there's some bad contractors. Astronomers tend to underestimate their budgets a little bit when they're planning these things out. And there's
In 2 miles, keep left to stay on I-280 West.
inflation. So these things, if you do a project for 20 years, which is what it ended up taking until 1995, we got it to 2022, actually ended up getting in the sky. So it took a long time, right, for that project to develop. We are starting the HWO project now. There's already design teams, working groups that are putting the first blueprints together what this thing would look like. But of course, it's in jeopardy because the White House wanted to slash the NASA science budget by 50%. 7%, which basically just ends the entire program. It's about 40 missions at the end, NASA missions at the end, which are, unfortunately, the Senate and we just split back up to pretty much last year's
Why
levels.
don't you go talk to those people? Why don't you give a speech the way you just laid it out for us and how fascinating and important this stuff is? I don't think these assholes know.
I've been to DC. I have lobbied, but you only talk to the aides. That's how good they're talking to.
Yeah, you got to get in front of Congress. You got to get in front of these people where the American people see it on television and get a chance to understand. Like, this is it. This is like one of the most important things to look for that you can even.
We actually, for the first time in human civilization,
Left to stay on I-280 West using the left.
the ability to do the experiment is their life.
What is this, Jerry? This is some of the images from the Hubble.
It's just a huge the Romans have it.
Keep left to stay on I-280 West.
Roman, interestingly, is it's military technology, it's spy technology. So apparently the NSA had 2 Hubble-class space telescopes in their basement. They just were like, said to NASA, by the way, we're not using these, they're out of date for us. Do you want one? And NASA took it and turned it into Roman.
That's crazy.
They just have them lying around.
That's what I'm talking about. These motherfuckers have technology they're keeping from us. What could be done better? Like what is, if you had an unlimited budget and an enormous supply of brilliant minds to get together to coordinate something, what would be how you would set it up to make it even more?
For what goal?
Seeing further, seeing clearer, being able to precisely locate planets, get a much better view of them.
Yeah, I think, as I said earlier, whenever we improve our instrumentation,
In 0.7 mile, take right exit 47A onto I. In 0.7 mile, take right exit 47A onto I-280. Using the right lane, take right exit 45 onto County Highway 637 toward Lake Hiawatha, then keep left.
makes a lot of sense. Our precision by a factor of anywhere from 3 up to 10, let's say, like a big, you get surprises. You find stuff you never expect. So we've seen that.
Here, señor. Oye, señor, ya llegamos. Here, señor. Here, here, here. Ya llegamos. Gotta get up. Come on, man. You, Brody. Oye, come on, man. You, señor. Yo, bro. Yo, you gotta get up. Ya llegamos. Come on. No, no, no. You gotta go. Señor. Holy shit. Come on, man.
Danny?
Yes, sir.
Are you Danny?
I am.
Can someone sit in the front seat?
How many of you?
3. Or would you prefer sort of just bundle in the back?
I would, but if,
Okay, yeah,
are
yeah.
you
That's what you prefer. We'll do.
you have room?
Yeah,
Yes, sir. Thank you.
We're not big people.
Where's pretty skinny?
Yeah, 9420 is the code.
Where's wifey?
Then
She's going to sleep now. It's okay. I'm sorry, you know how I am. I'm like very sure you.
she's Puerto Rican.
Exactly. It's just, it's
At that mall.
yeah.
Hard.
Sometimes I don't do the kisses on the cheek because I'm different things, but my online experience. I know how we started off at first. But now we got more like shyish, no, no, me and her. Right. But I'm saying like that we we're on a whole nother level. Right. And so like that's what I'm saying. I've never been here, but I would definitely tell you. You already know how you're. But brother,
It's like, yeah, I get it.
Right.
I was like devastated.
But at the same time, you already know
And
how
I wasn't
your
even a
sister.
man. I wasn't even a man enough to do anything about it.
You already know how your sister-in-law is, and I'm very outspoken, and I make sure he sees everybody and everybody. So, I love your wife. That's not your wife, but your wife. Earlier, yelling. Seeing that, I took it. I thought, y'all being brothers at the same time, we're both sisters without or without with the ring or without ring, regardless. Yeah. You both I know I'm speaking for him, but you're so much. Getting that. Seeing you and Austin, the Austin and everyone, he literally brings me over for I'm sorry.
I can't even.
And Bubba, as cheating, I love it's a life.
Our love for each other, connection.
And I was just telling you last time, like literally y'all your son and your daughter.
He could pause to be their dad. They'd be like, wait, where's his dad at? They see I'm calling him.
Someday we're gonna meet him, we're gonna have kids like you. You know what I'm saying? You will be honest and your dad. regardless of right. I love being a part of. I look at your and I say, Indiana and Marty and Lucas, oh, big friend, Uncle Joseph. I know how to and I love it don't matter if you're rich or poor, you still love the film. Right. Right. Even after I did that college, right. The first person that called me, I believe it was Austin that I met. I was very nervous. I never thought that you were gonna be like, oh, she's like, you know what I mean? But then I met you, and your vibe was different, and like, it, nothing more. I felt very much at home, and I promise you, you ain't meeting no other female but me. You know what I'm saying? It's always gonna be me and JoJo. I definitely would. The only person you cheat on me with is this car, though. That's about it. That's acceptable. I'll let you cheat on me with your car, but you try to make me face there's a problem. Got a problem, my dude. You know me? Go, my dude. I love you. Sorry if you being a part. There's did it like kill you because it was more like yeah you had Sasha, yeah you had Danielle, but in Austin, but you knew you had your other brother. Right. You didn't choose life. Right. I'll definitely say your brother literally getting him getting to meet his nieces and nephews that year was
beverages. Put the Uber driver on the phone. Uber driver, you willing to talk to a third party?
Um, out loud, not while I'm driving. But you
Am I able to add a stop so
Absolutely.
we can buy beer?
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. He said we can add a stop to buy beer. No. He knows all about it. I'm the stupid one. Alright, so that's what we need to do. So,
just input the.
alright, I'm gonna hang up with you and I'm gonna input this show. Alright, so I'm on the app right now. How do I add?
Go to the ride. You'll see 3 dots.
Yeah.
Press those dots.
Yeah.
Edit the ride. Add a stop.
And what's your name?
Daniel.
Daniel?
Cancel,
That-
right?
You said Daniel, right?
Yes.
That's really funny. Our brother, well, my new brother-in-law, his name is Daniel. He's just married. It's pretty cool.
It says right. Let's see.
Go to manage ride. Let's see what it says there.
Shit, Daniel, you gotta swing it.
No. Hold on. Let me just.
I was just giving you a little game.
Wait, Josh is giving someone a phone? No, he wants to start. He's actually being very nice to me. He's trying to educate me on the app right now. And I'm doing what I want to do.
Show it to me. Can you,
Hang up.
can you lighten it up? Like raise the.
So I hit those 3 dots in the top right, yeah. And then I did the manage.
So we need like a 24 pack when
Yeah, no more speaking. The driver's looking at the shit.
Put the driver on the phone.
No, he's on the phone and he's helping us. No more speaking.
No more speaking, Austin.
Let me speak to this.
Hang up on this motherfucker.
Be quiet.
Bro, just step up to the nearest fucking station.
He's helping us. He's helping us.
What time do they still
No,
3 a.m. probably.
I have a question.
It is 3
A real
a.m.
good
It's
question.
3 a.m. or we're on a tight schedule.
I have a real good question.
Alright, so you're just gonna have to guide me.
Oh, all right. So he said we got to guide him because they ain't working.
I mean, I need you too.
Is it like wait? We're at the lights. The nearest gas station.
Yeah, they're not along this route.
No. You got the alcohol. There's no way in hell, John.
So it's telling me to turn here. So what do I do?
Copy that. It's goddamn bad. These little brothers.
We're related. Okay.
Thank you for driving.
Got it.
You like doing this?
It pays the bills.
They do? Alright, perfect.
That's all that matters.
So you do it for like New Yorkers and all?
No, stay in Jersey only.
Jersey on. Okay.
Light Jack Mulligan.
Between, we're not, well, he's from here. Me and my man, we're from Florida, like Gainesville, Florida.
Okay.
So this is all like new to us and everything. We don't really do like Ubers or taxis type deal. But it's pretty chill. We like it.
Yep.
Kind of feel like you're like an uncle or something.
Awesome.
If that's okay. I'm sorry, I'm a little tipsy, but
It's okay. It's fine.
Make sure we get home.
I have a
Yes.
question. So, have any bitches ever
We're
like
actually
fucking?
down the street.
Yeah, I'm gonna say bitches. Has any bitches ever like threw up in your car?
Once or twice.
Oh man.
You ever made them fuckers get out and fucking clean that shit?
Yes, ma'am.
Heard. Let me get some dap on that.
What about Freddie's?
Fuck out of here. This motherfucker driving.
Alright, so what am I doing? It's telling me to go this way on Broward Town Road,
Do you know where there's?
I
we
don't.
could buy a car. Okay, the guy doesn't know.
but I have no idea.
We're trying to buy a driver.
Take us to wherever GPS is going.
Yeah, we might have to just drive somewhere. Hey, Dan's
Deer in the
on
road.
There's a deer?
A lot of
Yeah,
them.
yeah, deer's always deer everywhere. Yeah, we might have to just come up to Auntie Hope. We're literally on the street.
I thought we were going to Auntie Hope.
Yeah, we are. We're literally on Auntie Hope Street right now. Like, we might have to just drive to get the deer.
Okay.
You sober? Listen, our Uber driver is not complaining. Why are you complaining?
I mean, if you can guide me, I'll take you. I would rather that
Everything's closed.
Okay.
I bet everything.
Yeah, as far as I know, everything's Jersey after 2 a.m.
They did.
It's very much meat. You eat a lot of meat.
My brother's
You feel very good.
If my brother's girlfriend wants to
It's alright. We love it. It's okay. I know I'm kind of small. You ain't gotta mean it, but I'll mean it. I'm sexy as a motherfucker. Listen, I was turning on like the cable TV,
they're gonna be pissed now, but that's their fault. They could have got the shit.
Yeah, they should have gone.
Why do they always make me?
We're older brothers.
because we're older.
We're older brothers.
Well, I'm young.
Yeah, but now I feel bad.
It ain't our problem. It ain't our problem. They called us.
The Uber driver's willing to do it. Too.
I know you have like a lot of work and everything that goes on. I know you travel a lot because of your work. You're gonna be home around like on Friday.
We went too far. Right here. No, it's okay.
This
No,
one.
right here. Right here. Yeah.
One behind us, right?
It's right here.
So when I come down
All right, cool.
to work,
Thank you, boss. You
and
guys have a great night.
You
You have a safe night. Thank you. Appreciate you.
I'm coming with brothers.
So good. You can't give me the things to ignore it. That's what I and I got to a point where I knew that I do let them get close because I knew I could pick you up very well, but being conscious of it. And I think as a society, if we can do that, there's a hack. Competition is a hack that makes us super productive.
Turn left on Hillcrest Avenue.
But it's just a way, can we hack it and channel it in a conscious way towards productivity?
In a quarter mile, turn left on Mount Pleasant Avenue.
Yeah, turn it into enthusiasm and turn it into inspiration instead of just being overcome with jealousy and rage, which is what that is. Yeah. But interesting enough with this podcast, I don't think of it in a competitive way at all. And I never have. And I think that's one of the reasons why it's successful. It's because this podcast, even though it might be the #1 podcast, it's cooperative with I don't know how many podcasts. A giant
Turn left on Mount Pleasant Avenue.
number of my friends do podcasts. I promote their podcasts. I have them on. I'll do their podcast sometimes. We all promote each other. So it's community. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how other people do it, but I don't do it. I think only about what I want to do. And I think the only way to have all of your resources, all of your concentration, all of your efforts put entirely into the subject matter and what the conversation is going to be like, you shouldn't be thinking about anything else. shouldn't be thinking about results. I just think about process. That's all I think about. All I think about is like, okay, he's gonna come in. And I'm excited about this. I'll listen. I'll drive my car. I'll listen to the song and the things.
A quarter mile turn left on Browertown Road.
And I just really get worked up about it. But I don't do it for competition. I do it because I think I'm super lucky to be able to do it. And I think it would be a horrible misuse of that fortune if I didn't treat it with respect. If I didn't do my best every time I do it. So I just do that. And that's it.
Like for the martial arts,
Yeah, but it's not in podcasting.
Yeah.
It seems like it would be because that's the thing I'm most successful in, which is kind of weird. Yeah, I'm competitive in everything,
Turn left on Browertown Road.
but I'm very competitive with myself. I'm very self-critical, which is one of the things that I learned from martial arts, is if you don't have an accurate assessment of your abilities, and you think you're better than you really are, if you can't see someone do something or they're good, then you're missing out. Because you're also missing out on the opportunity for you personally to get better if you're delusional and you think you're better than you are, maybe you won't work as hard, or maybe you won't correct some of the errors you do.
In a quarter mile turn right on US Highway 46 using the right lane.
Your technique and maybe your approach and your tactics. You have to constantly be improving this thing, and you have to have people that are better than you that you train with all the time. So that sort of cooperative thing that came out of martial arts, when you need killers to become a killer, that helped me so much in comedy. Because my approach to comedy was different than most of the other comedians that had
Turn right on US Highway 46.
television deals and movie deals. They all wanted to be the man, and they wanted to be at the top and kind of keep everybody else down. There's a lot of that going on. There's a few people that were cooperative, but I was ultra cooperative. Like, I would prop people up. I want them to get better. I'll tell them how to get better. I'd help them. I'd help young guys. I'd go on the road with people funnier than me. Like, I wanted it because I know from martial arts, this is the only way. You don't get comfortable and get better. You gotta be like really uncomfortable a lot of the time to get better. But that getting better is the ultimate. That's what the goal is for everyone. And
In 2 miles, make right toward New Jersey 23 north.
it can't just be for you. If you have this short-sighted idea, like I'm gonna take it, no, you're missing out on the whole thing. The whole thing is you need a bunch of kings. You need everybody to be awesome, and then we all rise together. That's how it has to be.
Yeah, in science, it so often goes both ways. It's the same in comedy and science. I mean, that you think of Isaac Newton, most famous
A lot of comics like that too. Big name guys.
He
Famous guys.
gets to the top and then spends most of his subsequent career just crushing other people. And is that need to be singular? There's no one here. It's just me. But there's a there's scientists I think admire and get on. That's actually so there's a lot to sometimes comedians and science. There's when I was a student, they used to get stand-up comedians to come in and teach scientists education. And it's the same, maybe this way, it's the same kind of thing. You have to have different thoughts.
Turn left, then turn right on US Highway 46.
Stand-up
Then turn right, then turn right.
there, just in some situation.
It helps if you have an English accent.
The comedy.
Talking about the Cosmos.
That probably helps.
It does.
The comedy doesn't help.
That could help. There's Jimmy Carr. There's Ricky.
Turn left, then turn right on US Highway 46.
There's
Turn right, then turn right.
an air of respectability that comes with the English accent. An American accent.
Turn left, then turn left. Turn left on Gillespie Drive.
So I think there's a lot to in public speaking. It's strange because there's so many brilliant scientists.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. And,
Turn left.
and there's so many people who call themselves science educators. Unfortunately, it's not the actual people who do it. Yeah, it's a skill. I mean, it's a skill that anyone can learn. If you can talk to
Keep left onto I-80 West.
friends, you can talk to the public. You just have to learn how to do it, and you have to get better at it. It's not impossible. And yeah, you're going to have anxiety, but that's a challenge. You should just embrace that challenge and get over it. learn and practice. Just like everything else. Like if you're intelligent enough to be a cosmologist, you're intelligent enough to talk publicly in front of a bunch of people about cosmology, and you're going to have a certain amount of enthusiasm that you're going to have to figure out the right way to convey it to people to make it infectious. And that's where it gets complicated. Because some people are brilliant, but they're bland and flat. And, I'm sure you've had professors like that, right?
Yeah.
And they're brilliant, but they're just like, oh my God, I'm droning out with this motherfucker.
I've slept through a few lectures in my time.
Yeah, and then there's people like Carl Sagan, who are just fascinating to listen to the way he talks. Yeah, magnetic, the charisma. It's a thing. It's a factor. It's not the only one, but it's a thing. It's a part of it.
Do you think you can teach someone to be Saganist?
No. I think you can't teach someone to be Dave Chappelle, but you can teach them to be a better version of who they are, for sure. And then extroverts are extroverts and introverts are introverts, and it's just you're not going to be the same person as Jim Carrey. You have to be that guy to be that guy. But you can learn how to better express yourself, and you can learn. There's techniques. There's an understanding of how the human mind that's interpreting what you're saying. How are they perceiving this? Are they perceiving your emotions? Are they feel? Maybe there's an anecdotal story that you can bring out with passion that connects these people to you, so that they can understand what made you so locked into this idea. And then they feel it instead of just blandly reciting facts and just doing it because it's the way you do it with your coworkers and your peers.
Yeah, I learned that through YouTube. I do a lot of YouTube communication, and when I first started the channel, I remember I was confident. I was looking up this, he was doing well, and I was trying to transplant that style of video onto my own, and it wasn't me. It was kind of like
doing that, flying around in ships.
But who knows?
Would it be able to teleport to areas? Would it be able to completely hide? Be total congressional approval, which is highly illegal. So a lot of people could be very vulnerable if this does turn out to be the case, that they've had this technology since the 1940s.
Yeah, I mean, we can argue about history, but I think the most constructive thing is just to design an experiment. And I think, Abby's idea, Project Galileo, is a good one. We should try and survey the sky more systematically, and we've got now the Vera Rubin telescope, which is doing literally a movie of the entire spot, and it was kind of awkward, and I felt like they all looked down at me, and they probably did back then, and after
and yet it's still
so Roman's happening. Yeah, Roman should be flying.
Wow.
Head to NASA.
Congressional approval, which is highly illegal. So all the research, all this hidden back engineering programs, all this stuff in conjunction also with military contractors. So those are the ones that build the jets and the rockets, and so you have to go to them to help with this stuff and to try to back engineer this stuff. So then there's this competitive advantage they would have over other military contractors that don't get a crashed UFO. And so then people are getting sued, people are going to jail. There's a lot of money that was allocated for these things that was done through lies. And there's a lot of problems with that. And with this documentary is essentially calling for mass amnesty, saying, look, if this is real, and they think it is, this is a situation that is, forget about whatever laws we have in terms of finance. This is a much bigger deal. There is direct evidence of an actual life form that is not Homo sapiens, that can do things that we can't do, that visits us. And occasionally they lose a craft, which is also right. How did they get here?
Yeah, they're not very good pilots, right?
Richard Dolan actually has a pretty good explanation for some of them. And it's high altitude nuclear bombs that we detonated during the testing days. So during the testing days, which after the war, from 45 to, I think they tested them, when did they stop blowing?
In 2 miles, take right exit 47 onto US Highway 46 West.
Up nukes. But there was, just in the United States, thousands of nuclear detonations, and a bunch of them they did in the ocean, and a bunch of them they did in the sky.
Yeah.
They did them 150 miles up. They detonated nukes. I thought they only did it once with Starfish Prime, but no, they did it at different altitudes. They did it they just tried things. And the idea is that if there was something in the sky anywhere remotely near that and had no idea this was going to go off, and they detonate a nuke in the sky, that this thing would crash.
Not to that sky.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great story. I just need to see the evidence. Right?
Yeah. It's the best story.
Yeah. I think it's just, it could be, in Iceland, most people believe in fairies. And
Just ahead, turn right on Bloomfield Avenue.
if you go back 100 years, most people believe that.
Most people in Iceland believe
Yeah.
in fairies. Wow. What do they think they are?
Just ahead, turn right on Bloomfield Avenue.
Elves, maybe? Elves or fairies, kind of exact word to use, yeah. But they
Soviet, what does this say, Jamie? What they did?
Just ahead, turn right on Old Bloomfield Avenue. Just ahead, turn right on Old Bloomfield Avenue.
Okay, so the last high altitude.
Turn left on FX. Downey Court.
Look at how many they did. They just kept doing them.
Yeah.
They just kept doing them. Look at all
Turn right on Old Bloomfield Avenue.
these fucking tests. These are all high altitude nuclear
In a quarter mile, turn left on Old Bloomfield Avenue.
bombs.
No, a bunch failed.
That is insane. Yeah, a bunch failed. Look at all these ones that failed. What happened to those? They just fall into the ocean? Good luck. Figure it out, fish.
Whale had that for lunch.
Yeah, figure it out. That's where Godzilla comes from. Literally, the movie.
Yeah, I mean, I guess.
Using the right lane, keep right onto I-80 west toward. In 2 mile, take right exit 43 AB onto County Highway 630 toward US. Highway 46.
My point is whenever we have this weird stuff, aliens is. I read about this recently. Aliens is almost too good of an explanation.
Right.
Because you could say to me, look, I saw a UFO at this site on Monday, on Tuesday, and Wednesday, so come Thursday and we'll see it together because it's happening every day. And I come with you, I don't see it, and I'm like, okay, well, I guess it changed its mind. It didn't happen today. That doesn't disprove what you saw. And similarly, if I go, people said, we've surveyed the surface of Mars. We don't see any life on it. I can't disprove there's life on Mars. There could be life underneath a rock. You can never disprove. You can't prove a negative. So it could always be there. So aliens is almost unscientific as a hypothesis because it can explain everything, and yet there's no experiment I can do to ever prove it's wrong. And that puts it in a very precarious position scientifically.
Right. Yeah, we're just sort of in this adolescent stage of understanding. If they are real, we really don't know right now. That's the weirdest part. Is that there's so many compelling stories. And it's also the weirdness of it is so exciting to us. The weirdness of an intelligent life form looking at us is so exciting to us that we want to do worst. I go back and forth on this bullshit. My general belief is that
In a quarter mile, pick up through on the right.
a large number of these things that we're seeing are top secret military aircraft. And I think that's always existed. That's always been the case. And they probably have some incredible technology. That's the majority of what I think is happening. But that doesn't make sense when you go really far back. That doesn't make sense when
Pick up through on the right.
you go to the Kenneth Arnold sightings, like estimations of the speed of those things is accurate. You're dealing with something that for sure wasn't available in 1952. Also, the idea that that was Nazi.
Hello, how are you?
Good.
I'm well, thank you.
They were
Head to your drop-off at 45 Martin Road.
already gone. They lost the war. There's no way they're launching technology that's above and beyond anything anybody is aware of while society's in shambles, right? There's no way. They don't have a military. It's over. The war's over. So that doesn't make sense.
Please use your seatbelt for your safety.
So if it's not them, who is it? Is it someone that's already here? Is it something that's been here the entire time? And that gets really weird. Where's the evidence of that? Right? There's no evidence of that. But there's also so much room in the ocean. The ocean is, if I was going to hide, that's where I would hide. We literally can't go there. There's too much of it. You could go into the ocean and put a base underground in the middle of the ocean, and 100% we're not going to find it.
Yeah, I would just say whatever your hypothesis is, the most constructive thing to do is to think about how do we that's what I want to do.
It's something, yeah. But this is the most frustrating thing about this disclosure trends, because if they really do have something, boy, you're fucking over the entire human race by not releasing this just because you're worried about Congress getting mad at you. Like, that's a real problem. That's a real problem. That's what this movie tries to address. Richard Dolan talks about that in his book as well. A bunch of people have brought up that point, that there's a lot of legal issues that are
In 2 miles, keep right onto Bloomfield Avenue.
going to arise, and a lot of people could be very vulnerable if this does turn out to be the case that they've had this technology since the 1940s.
Yeah, I mean, I can argue about the history, but I think the most constructive thing is just to design it as well. Like, and I think, Abby's idea of Project Atlas, like, you should try and survey the sky more systematically. Got down the Darabin telescope, you do like literally the sky every night. So I think as we grow in our capabilities, it's going to get harder and harder for this kind of things to update all of these facilities that they're building in public domain, public data control.
Unless they're very aware of our capabilities, very aware that we can do this, so they can enforce themselves.
Yeah, and then you start to get into this exponentially contrived.
Yeah,
because they're in our heads and they know everything. So then it becomes falsifiable. So we sort of leave the world of science. But I think, when we think about as scientists that we're doing this experiment with JWST, for example, it's like we are looking for life right now in James Webb. There was even a claim for a planet K218b. There was a claim a few months ago. It's over and we detected this molecule weeks ago.
Turn right on US Highway 46.
Besides that, it was weakly detected.
Turn right on US Highway 46.
Or dimethyl sulfide. And that's, I think it's the same molecule which gives truffles that smell that they have. And it's something the bacteria and phytoplankton make on the earth. So they detected the hint of this molecule, and as far as we know, only life can make this molecule on the earth. We don't have any other process that can make it except living creatures. And so we had a lot of excitement about that. And it turned out, in that case, with follow-up observations, that maybe it's not as secure as they thought. It actually doesn't appear to be there anymore. But I guess the point is that James Webb can do the experiment. It is sensitive enough to look at a planet which is 100 light years away and detect the molecular signatures of living creatures on that planet. So we are entering a very exciting era where we can look at their planets. We don't have to wait for them to visit us anymore. We can actually start surveying where they're at and seeing what's up. So I think that's going to, and that's just simple life, of course. That's not even so much. So I think we're going to get answers. And the only way to do this is to keep supporting missions like NASA's mission with these future observatories that are trying to get us to that point. We're trying to build a mission hours observatory each time we go. Probably going to be so I think
Keep right onto Bluefield Avenue.
and that thing's trying to take photos, like we saw from Alpha Centauri. It's trying to take photos of Earth. It's due to its decon image of Earth sometimes. This thing will be able to take photos of Earth, of the stars, and it will see the little blue dot that light.
In a quarter mile, continue straight to stay on Bluefield Avenue.
So the world, and we'll get its chemical fingerprint. We'll be able to sniff its atmosphere. Pull their pants down. We're going to the whole thing. So the aliens can't hide from us forever. Our technology is getting to the point where
Continue straight to stay on Bluefield Avenue.
we're going to find them in their own home.
When they came out with the James Webb Telescope, how long was the development process, and where are they at now in terms of a future better version of something?
Yeah, it was a long process. I mean, almost as soon as Hubble launched, they started planning the successor to Hubble, which was James Webb. It was famously over budget. I think the original budget was supposed to be $800 million. It costing $10 million. Crazy. It just went completely overblown. But this was because it was about contractors. Astronomers tend to underestimate their budgets a little bit when they're planning these things out, and there's inflation. So these things, if you do a project for 20 years, which is what it ended up taking, it was 1995, I think, got it. So 2022, actually ended up getting in the sky. So it took a long time, right, for that project to develop. We are starting the HWA project now.
Turn right on Bluefield Avenue.
There's already design teams, working groups.
Turn right on Bluefield Avenue.
Putting the first, blueprints together of what this thing would look like.
Turn right on Bluefield Avenue.
But of course, it's in jeopardy because the White House wanted to
Turn right on Bluefield Avenue.
slash the NASA science budget by 50%, which basically just ends that entire program.
Turn left, then turn right on Bluefield Avenue. Turn right on Bluefield Avenue.
It's about 40 missions that would end, NASA missions that would end in the White House budget.
Make a slight right turn, then turn right on Bluefield Avenue.
But fortunately, the Senate
Turn left, then turn right.
readjusted it back up to pretty much last year's
Why don't
levels.
you go talk to those people? Why don't you give a speech the way you just laid it out for us and how fascinating and important this stuff is? I don't think these assholes know.
I've been to DC. I have lobbied, but you only talk to their aides. That's all you end up talking to.
Yeah, you've got to get in front of Congress. You've got to get in front of these people where the American people see it on television and get a chance to understand, this is it. This is, one of the most important things to look for that you can even imagine.
We can do it. We actually, for the first time in human civilization, we have the ability to do the experiment, is there life?
What is this, Jerry? This is some of the images from the Hubble?
Yeah, right. It's just a huge field. And that picture was not about. So Roman's happening. Yeah, Roman should be flying. Roman, interestingly, is it's military technology, it's spy technology. So apparently the NSA had 2 Hubble-class space telescopes in their basement. They just were like, said to NASA, by the way, we're not using these, they're out of date for us. Do you want one? And NASA took it and turned it into Roman.
That's crazy.
They just have them lying around.
That's what I'm talking about. These motherfuckers have technology they're keeping from us. What could be done better? Like what is, if you had an unlimited budget and an enormous supply of brilliant minds to get together to coordinate something, what would be how you would set it up to make it even more powerful?
What goal?
Seeing further, seeing clearer, being able to precisely locate planets, get a much better view of them.
Yeah, I think, as I said earlier, whenever we improve our instrumentation, our precision, by a factor of anywhere from 3 up to 10, let's say, like a big improvement, you get surprises. You find stuff you never expected. And we've seen that every time. So
Every time.
yeah, I think whenever you listen to the universe in a different way. So we were, for years and years, we've just been using our eyes because things have optical lights, but the universe, X-rays, U waves. And then recently we started doing LIGO. LIGO is listening for gravitational waves from the universe instead. So it's like listening to the acoustic oscillations of the universe rather than seeing it. And again, as soon as we started doing that, we discovered tons and tons of emerging black holes, and it's just totally transformed our idea of how black holes work. So whenever we do something we've never done before and look in a different way, the universe constantly surprises us. So it's not going to be a single mission. It's not going to be, we should all just put all our eggs in this one basket of Hampton Roads Observatory. We need to have this multi-pronged attack. Let's just keep pushing everything and making
Just ahead, make a slight right turn on Bluefield Avenue.
sure it's a significant
Make a slight right turn on Bluefield Avenue.
sensitivity, and making sure the scientists actually interpret the data at the end of the day, right? You can't
Turn right on Bluefield Avenue.
do science unless the data is A, public, and then B, people are actually there to
Turn right on Brookside Avenue. Then make a sharp left turn on Westfall Avenue.
study it. So those are the 2 key ingredients. Just have great telescopes and great people.
Is funding the biggest
Make a sharp left turn on Westfall Avenue.
bottleneck for it right now? Or is it a lack of interest from the right amount of people? What is
Yeah, certainly. I mean, HWO, we're talking about a mission that's going to cost at least $10 billion. And the NASA budget is about 26 billion. So it's eating up already. I mean, if you built it in 1 year, it would take almost half of the budget. So it's impossible for that mission to be built in a year. Even though probably we could get that. Maybe in a year or 2 you could probably build something like that. So that if you doubled NASA's budget, it would come twice as fast. I'm sure you have it in 5 years rather than waiting to 2050. That's what we're talking about. It should be just kind of depressing.
Well, it's kind of depressing. It's like weird stuff happens. Like when the Biden administration left, they $93 billion in loans just went off to like weird places, like which is more than they had done in 15 years. Like, you guys could have done that. You guys had the money to make the most insane telescopes. We could find out more.
Yeah, I think Carl Sagan had a quote once. He said that the entire SETI program was equivalent to 1 attack helicopter. If you did like the entire SETI in its maximal form, would have been the cost of 1 attack helicopter.
Dude, if I was president, I'd go ham. I'd bring in all the cosmologists and like, what do we got to do?
That's what they get.
Let's get crazy. Let's get crazy. You guys want to get rich?
It shows telescopes that we have used and then a few that are being made. So down here is the size of the James Webb telescope. It's all the way down here.
Yeah, I mean, it's limited. It's only 6.5 meters, so it's limited. They couldn't really make it any bigger because you couldn't get a rocket that could fit it. So actually, Starship could launch that thing without any unfolding. It wouldn't have 200 points of failure. It could actually pretty much fit inside the fuselage of Starship. And even better, it would cost less because the huge cost in these space telescopes is making them really light. So the mirrors are like these special honeycomb structures to make them super light so they're low cost to launch. And if you have Starship, you can launch like 100 tons, I think it is. You could literally just take these ground-based telescopes where you have and just shove them in there and obviously put some chassis on it, but it'd be way cheaper to launch these things. So I mean, I'm very excited about the prospect of having head launch capabilities that Starship give us. That plus investment in something like these kind of giant telescope designs, we can launch some truly gigantic launch things into space and probe those atmospheres and see those aliens and what they're up to. So yeah, I would say the future can be bright because we have the means to do it if we have the ability.
It just seems to be a puzzle that most human beings on Earth are fascinated with. The fact that is inadequately funded is enraging. It's enraging. It just makes you crazy. Like, of all the things that we should be interested in, space seems to be the big one. And it was until we were all fucked up by light pollution. I think if we didn't have light pollution, we'd have a much greater sense of the majesty of our existence in the cosmos. It's such a bummer. It really is.
Have you been to a dark sky there?
Yes. I've talked about it too many times on the podcast to repeat it, but there was a time when I went to the array in the Big Island, Montana, and I went up there on the perfect night. There was no moon, and it was like being in the hub of the universe. It was like being in a spaceship, a convertible spaceship. That's what it felt like. It was so incredible. The entire sky was filled with stars. The Milky Way was beautifully clear, and it was like life-changing. I've gone up there 3 times since, never caught it that way again.
You kind of like the overview of that. You could have with astronauts when they go to space.
Yes.
I think we should launch all our presidents in space.
Oh, that's good.
Bring them back, but let them have that overview, because I think that is...
Watch it with Katy Perry. Everyone has to go with Katy Perry.
She's the guy.
Yeah, I mean, I think that would be great. I also think they should have a mushroom experience. But that's just me. But going into space, just being able to see it used to be the norm for human beings. There was no light pollution. You could get away from the campfire, you lay on your back, and you see everything.
Yeah.
And I think that gave us a better understanding. First of all, it made us more humble, for sure. You're confronted with this impossible image in front of you. And now that we know what that is, so ancient man's looking at it, it's just incredible, beautiful lights, and they're tracking the constellations and marking them down, and this is what this is, let's call this one Leo. But when you get to what we know now, and what we know,
In a quarter-mile, turn left on Elmwood Road.
those are all fireballs in the sky that are bigger than our sun, and they're millions of miles away, and you're seeing just a tiny fraction of what the actual universe is, which is really nuts. When you see, like, I'm sure you've seen this, maybe people haven't. When there's an image of what you see in the night sky, when you have a full
Turn left on Elmwood Road.
clear view of the cosmos, and yet it's still insane and majestic. And I think that we've got so arrogant
Just ahead, turn right on Claremont Avenue.
because of cities, because everybody just sees this black cloud over us, this curtain over the sky, and maybe you see the moon, but that's it. You see a dot here or a dot there.
Turn right on Claremont Avenue.
That's the only stars you see, and the most bright ones are Venus. And then you don't get a sense of what we're really doing.
Yeah, it makes me sad when...
So here's the inner city sky, suburban, urban, sort of rural, excellent dark sky. But then the thing about the observatory is that it's above the clouds. We drove through the clouds.
Yeah, that doesn't even do it justice.
No, not even close, but there's pictures of it. See if you can model Observatory.
Yeah, I think what makes
Turn left on Martin Road.
me most sad is as astronomers, sometimes people say, what's the point of life out there? I care about the bread on the table, economy, and jobs, and factories, and stuff like that. I care about the things that really directly affect my life. But I think there has to be things that we do as humans, existential things like, are we alone in the universe? How can be a bigger question than that?
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Maybe even better.
Just ahead, drop off through.
When you see something like that, you realize that there's more to this life than just substance, or just staying alive for the sake of staying alive. There are grander things than what we have on this planet.
Also, it's so frustrating. We're very capable of curing all those problems
It's
for
like-
the vast majority of people on this planet.
If we really treated humanity like a
Have a good
community,
night.
we could completely eliminate starvation and poverty
Head to your pickup at 94 Woodland Avenue.
the way it exists today. We can completely just. No one's even tried.
Yeah, the inequality right now is so out of control in this country and the world.
Well, in the country, but in the world, the craziest thing that I've ever heard is that $34,000 is 1% of the world.
Yeah.
The 1%ers, the people that run the world, that everybody likes to think they're the people pulling the strings. No, that's you, bitch. You work at Starbucks. You're a 1%er.
Yeah.
If you work full time at Starbucks, you are the 1% of the world. You're the string puller, but you're not, right? No, the world's really kind of
Yeah,
crazy.
it's the 0.00. Whatever it is. Yeah, that's the problem.
Both things can be accomplished if we really directed our resources in a kind, moral, and ethical way. We would solve that first, and then get everybody excited about solving the cosmos.
Yeah, it is kind of ridiculous that in astronomy, we used to always be completely federally supported. There was some private funding,
Turn right on Compton Avenue.
but by and large, it was pushed and pulled by federal grants and federal money. And I think that's generally healthy, right? Because then it's everyone can apply for it. It's not about being mates with Jeff Bezos or being friends with people, but
In a quarter mile, turn right on Claremont Avenue using the right lane.
we get to this stage increasingly where private money is having a big influence, even in astronomy and other fundamental sciences as well. And then, not necessarily the Einsteins, the most brilliant people, they're just the people that have the right connections and can pull the strings and run the island at the right time, that kind of stuff. And that's just kind of gross.
It's gross.
Yeah, it shouldn't be that way.
It's also gross that humans can control resources. When think about all the
Turn right on Claremont Avenue.
problems we have on Earth that are directly a result of someone wanting to control natural resources. That really should be everybody's. If we're really smart about it, we look at the oil's clearly everybody's, the water's clearly everybody's. We should all agree that all the stuff that we need should be everybody's.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like charge you for air would be wild, right? But you can charge you for water, or they can charge you for oil. It's kind of
In a quarter mile, turn right on Otsego Road.
crazy. It's kind of crazy that we've allowed that system to be in place where an individual can literally be in control of the blood of the earth that we use to make plastic and electronics.
Yeah.
And that's where we're at.
Right, so when you get that, if you do go to, I've never been to space, I've never had that, certainly seen the night skies, but I think when you look out, you see not countries and boundaries, you just see this, we're all in this together,
That's what
this
everybody
tiny
says.
little fragile thing. This is it. Like,
This is
we
it.
could fuck this up so easily, but we could also make it so glorious.
That also gives me pause about this whole idea that the aliens are like space daddies come to keep us from blowing ourselves up.
Turn right on Otsego Road.
Like, that might be like very idealistic thinking.
And
If they don't exist, we're on our own.
That's
We
the
should probably
conclusion, right?
Right.
It's like it's wishing for that fatherly figure to come down and teach me here are my ways, and
Yeah.
look after us, and that's just. But the cavalry ain't coming, Joe. This is it.
Right.
It's on us. It's on our skin to solve this problem.
Well, I was like, when the United States was about to bomb Iran, I was like, okay, well, now we're going to find out.
In a quarter mile, turn left on Woodland Avenue.
Let's see if the aliens step in and go, hey, cut the shit. They didn't. Maybe they only step in when you use nukes. Maybe they have like a threshold of acceptable aggression that they allow.
Yeah, I don't think there's any backstop. There's no backstop.
I think it's up to us.
Yeah.
I think we have to figure it out. But I think we're all aware of that, and it's kind of the cool part of this whole, the weirdness of this experience that we're going through is that it's not guaranteed, and that there's a bunch of struggle that really has to take place. There's a lot of thinking that has to take
Turn left on Woodland Avenue.
place, a lot of talking and understanding and a recognition that some of our behavior is totally illogical. And totally, a lot of it totally counterproductive, but like why? Like why are we still behaving like territorial neighbors?
Just ahead, pick up Anna on the right.
Like what is it? Even though you're not, and I'm not, James not, like a lot of people are. You know, it's not everything. It's not every interaction that humans have. But it's enough that it's still pushing the worst aspects of our life.
Pick up Anna on the right.
War and poverty and crime and violence. It's still pushing all those things.
But I mean, that it's hard because you became like the top podcast, and because there's competition, and that competition probably drove you to make the podcast better and better and better. And same as a scientist, we're in competition with each other. So there's almost
Anna?
a capitalist system embedded in
Yeah.
science that I wanted not
Get to your drop off at 10 Factory Drive.
like crush my enemy or something. I'm not trying to crush the other scientists, but I certainly I know what the level field is, and if you want to stand out, you have to bat above that level. And so that drives me to become. I'm definitely influenenced by competition.
Please use your seatbelt for your safety.
Yes. And it makes me a better scientist when I know someone's breathing down my neck and my data. That's it. Let's just crank out the hours. We're going to do the best we can. But if I know no one look at my data set,
Just ahead, turn left on Woodland Place.
I've got 3 years to myself. I'm just going to chill. There's no urgency here. Let's think
Turn left on Woodland Place. Then turn right on Linden Avenue.
about other things to it. So that competition, like you said, is really double-edged. And I don't know, we need to figure out a way to channel it. Because I did martial arts as a kid. And one of the things I really learned.
Turn right on Linden Avenue. Then turn left on Derwin Avenue.
I did taekwondo, I did a bit of Muay Thai, and I did some Shotokan karate, but mostly taekwondo. And I learned a lot from that, and just mentally know myself.
Turn left on Derwin Avenue.
And one of the things I really learned was how to channel negative feelings into something. Whereas I was really cut up way to work at the time. I was just being crap out of punch bags. I was getting training every night, every session I could get my hands on. And then
In a quarter mile, turn right on Claremont Avenue.
it ended up turning me into this like beast. I was like ripped. I got a 6-pack, and I was training with the national squad, and I got pretty decent. And it wasn't like I was aiming to do that. It was just an outlet for this anger. And then I looked back at it and realized, hey, I've managed to turn this negative thing into something really productive. And I've tried to, whenever I have those kind of feelings, I always try to twist them in the same way. I remember when I first arrived at Harvard,
Turn right on Claremont Avenue.
I had the same thing. I arrived at Harvard and all the names in the corridors were based on classes. And I was just freaking out. I was like, I'm going to have coffee with this guy, these legends. Like, how am I going to have that conversation with these dudes? And I remember I was kind of like a bit of an outcast because I wasn't in any
Left lane, turn left on Lakeside Avenue.
at the time. And I remember walking down the corridor and hearing people saying, oh, here comes the moon. I heard there's a moon guy in the group. So I thought the idea of like the moon was crazy. So we're all kind of laughing. I came down the corridor and kind of like, it was kind of awkward. And I felt like they all looked down at me. And they probably did back then. And after a few years, I know I earned their respect because I was out publishing them, and I was driven by that competition. So I'm going to show you, I'm going to prove to you how good I am by publishing twice when you publish. I'm going to do better science. I'm going to make myself so good, you can't ignore me. It'd be ridiculous to ignore what I'm doing because I'm so good at it. That's what I wanted to do. And I got to a point where I knew they wanted me in that group. Like, oh, come join a group. And I didn't let them get close because I knew I performed better when I played that game in my head that everyone's against me. It was just sort of a mindfuckery. And it's that same, I get it, same thing as martial arts. It's like learning what are the tricks, the hacks that make you operate well, but being conscious of it. And I think as a society, we can do that as a hack. Competition is a hack that makes us super productive. But it's just a way, can we hack it and channel it in a conscious way towards it?
Yeah, turn it into enthusiasm and turn it into inspiration instead of just being jealous and rage. Yeah. But interesting enough with this podcast, I don't think of it in a competitive way at all. And I never have. And I think that's one of the reasons why it's successful. Is because this podcast, even though it might be the number one podcast, it's cooperative with I don't know how many podcasts. A giant number of my friends do podcasts. I promote their podcasts. I have them on. I'll do their podcast sometimes. We all promote each other. So it's in community. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how other people do it, but I think only about what I want to do. all of your concentration, all of your efforts put entirely into the subject matter and what the conversation is going to be like, you shouldn't be thinking about anything else. You shouldn't be thinking about results. I just think about the process. That's all I think about. All I think about is like, he's going to come in with questions. We're going to do this. And I'm excited about this. I'll listen. I'll drive my car. I'll listen to the song, other things. And I just really get worked up about it.
In a quarter mile, turn right on Eagle Rock Avenue using the right lane.
But I don't do it for competition. I do it because I think I'm super lucky to be able to do it, and I think it would be a horrible misuse of that fortune if I didn't treat it with respect, if I didn't do my best every time I do it. So I just do that. That's it.
Yeah. It's for the martial arts.
Turn right on Eagle Rock Avenue.
Yeah, but it's not in podcasting. It seems like it would be because that's the thing that's the most successful. Yeah, I'm competitive in everything, but I'm very competitive with myself. I'm very self-critical. Which is one of the things that I learned from martial arts is if you don't have an accurate assessment of your abilities and you think you're better than you really are, if you can't see someone do something over there, then you're missing out. Because you're also missing out on the opportunity personally to get better. If you're delusional and you think you're better than you are, maybe you won't work as hard, maybe you won't correct some of the errors in your technique, maybe your approach and your tactics. You have to constantly be improving this thing, and you have to have people that are better than you that you train with all the time. So that sort of cooperative thing that came out of the martial arts, where you need killers to become a killer, that helped me so much in comedy, because my approach to comedy is different than most of the other comedians that had television deals, they all wanted to be the man, and they wanted to be at the top and kind of keep everybody else down. There's a lot of that going on. There's a few people that were cooperative, but I was ultra cooperative. Like, I would prop people up. I wanted them to get better. I'll tell them how to get better. I'd help them. I'd help young guys. I'd come on the road with people funnier than me. Like, I wanted it.
Left on Laurel Avenue.
Because I know from martial arts, this is the only way. You don't get comfortable and get better. You gotta be like really uncomfortable a lot of the time to get better. But that getting better is the ultimate. That's what the goal is for everyone. And it can't just be for you. It's that if you have this short-sighted idea, like I have to be the king, no, you're missing out on the whole thing. The whole thing is you need a bunch of kings. You need everybody to be awesome. And then we all rise together. That's how it has to be.
Yeah. In science, it so often goes both ways. It's the same in comedy as in science. I mean, then you think about Isaac Newton. He was famous as a jazz.
A lot of comics like that too. Big name guys.
Yeah.
Famous guys.
Gets to the
In a quarter mile, turn right on Thackeray Drive using the right lane.
top and then spends most of his subsequent career just crushing other people. There's that need to be singularly recognized. I want everyone to see, and it's just me and it's but there's a there's scientists I think we all admire and get on the best actually. Share so I think there's a lot to sometimes
Turn right on Thackeray Drive.
Thackeray Drive right there.
when I was a student,
Let it go.
stand-up comedians to come in and teach scientists how to do scientific communication. And it's the same, maybe this way, it's the same kind of thing. You have to have the kind of balls to stand up there and just fix up that situation.
It helps if you have an English accent.
The comedy.
No, I'm talking about the Cosmos.
That probably helps.
It does.
The comedy doesn't help.
I could help. Where's Jimmy Carr? Where's Ricky Gervais?
Yeah, that's true.
There's a certain air of respectability that comes with an English accent. That doesn't come with an American accent.
Yeah, so I think there's a lot to do. Public speaking is it's interesting because there's so many brilliant.
Right here next to the pole.
Yep. Thank you.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. And then there's
You
so
as
many
well.
people that call themselves science educators. They really know what they're talking about science. These are the people that are the figureheads.
Right.
Unfortunately, instead of the actual people that are doing the science. Yeah, it's a skill. I mean, it's a skill that anyone can learn. If you can talk to a friend, you can talk to the public. You just have to learn how to do it. You have to get better at it. It's not impossible. And yeah, you're going to have anxiety, but that's a challenge. You should just embrace that challenge and get over it. And you just have notes and be prepared to practice. you're intelligent enough to be a cosmologist, you're intelligent enough to talk about cosmology, and you also, you're going to have a certain amount of enthusiasm that you're going to have to figure out the right way to convey it to people connections. And that's where it gets complicated. Because some people are brilliant, but they're bland and flat. And, you know, I'm sure you've had professors like that, right? Yeah. And they're brilliant, but they're usually like, oh my God, I'm throwing it out.
I've slept through a few lectures in my time.
Yeah, and then there's people like Carl Sagan, who's fascinating to listen to the way he presents it. Yeah, magnetic, the charisma. It's a thing. It's a factor. You know, it's not the only one, but it's a thing. It's a part of it.
Do you think you could teach someone to be Saganist?
No. I think you can't teach someone to be Dave Chappelle, but you can teach them to be a better version of who they are, for sure. You know, and then extroverts are extroverts, introverts are introverts. And it's, you know, you're not going to be the same person as Jim Carrey. You know, you have to be that guy to be that guy. But you can learn how to better express yourself, and you can learn. There's techniques. There's an understanding of how the human mind that's interpreting what you're saying. How are they perceiving this? Are they perceiving your emotions? They feel maybe there's an anecdotal story that you can bring out with passion that connects these people to you, so they can understand what made you so locked into this idea. Instead of just blandly reciting facts and just doing it because it's the way you do it with your coworkers and your peers.
Yeah, I learned that through YouTube. You know, I did a lot of YouTube education, and when I first started the channel, I remember I was looking at other stuff that I see was doing well, and I was trying to like translate and style the video onto my own, and it wasn't me. It was kind of like too animated, too. I'm more of a chill person. This was like, hey, let's talk about space. Yeah, that's just like not. It doesn't jive with me that much. But I put it on, and then I was doing this for a while, and we just kind of flatlined in subscribers after a while, and I was like, have this end. But before I do, I'll just make 1 or 2 videos the way I really want to do it, and then stop. And so I made these like super deep dive, and I kind of opened up a little bit personally. And you have to be a little bit vulnerable to let your, I'm a romantic, so I wanted that romantic element of the story to come out. Why am I so passionate about the stars? What are the deep questions that move me since I was a kid? You have to let that personality come out. And once people realize why you personally are so fascinated by this, it becomes infectious. Yeah. And then they start to get the same bug. So yeah, I learned as a communicator that certainly being willing to be vulnerable, it feels very strange as a scientist to talk about vulnerability and emotional connection, but unless you let that in, it becomes dry, it becomes inaccessible.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of truth to that. And I think that applies to almost any kind of public speaking or stand-up comedy. I think it even applies to music. You know, when someone is singing the blues and you just know that they've had some heartache. Like I always said that's one of the reasons why Janis Joplin was so good. When she would sing "Take a Little Piece of My Heart," you believed that. Yeah. You believed it. Like it was coming out like that. That's a lady that's experienced pain.
I was there with the Alanis Morissette.
Yes.
That Jagged Little Pill.
Oh yeah.
Me and my dad talk about it all the time. There's so much.
Yeah.
You can't imitate.
Yeah, you can't imitate. And you can't imitate that with comedy. You can't imitate that with anything. But I think you can teach people how to do that when they talk about science. It can be taught.
Yeah, find their own authentic voice and use that. Because no one wants to see a comedy.
Right.
You want to see something finished. That's what makes it exciting.
Well, then the beautiful thing about YouTube and putting out your content is you can figure that out on your own. You don't have to get molded by executives and some show business type people that are going to turn you into a version they think is going to be most marketable. You figure, and people will probably they would probably tell you to do it differently. They'd probably tell you you gotta have more energy, David. You gotta wave your hands around a lot.
That's why I don't do those shows
wear a
anymore.
bow tie.
I used to do a few of those, and I got sick of it for that exact. I remember I was talking about a supernova once on camera. I always said the director was behind the camera. I was like, can we just try bigger, bigger? And I was like, that's not what I'm about. Can we just bring it down? And I think being on YouTube is great because you get to just authentically talk.
You'll find an audience. I mean, people. When I first started doing this podcast, everybody was telling me you can't do 3 hours. It's too long. It's like, why not? Just don't listen to the whole 3. I don't give a fuck. I'm just going to do what I want to do. This is what if I'm talking to Graham Hancock about ancient civilizations, we're not going to talk for 20 minutes, man. We're going to talk for hours and hours and hours. I'm like, what else? What else you know? What? I'm interested. As long as
But you're
I'm
so
interested.
curious. Yeah, that's what makes it good because you're engaged with the topic.
Yeah, and this is the beautiful thing about this time that we live in, that people can just start a YouTube channel and just talk about things that you're fascinated by and things that you're knowledgeable about. And, people track to it.
Yeah, it is kind of sad that kids label YouTuber the number one job.
Well, they're influencer, I think, because
Is
they
it
number one
influencer
job.
now?
Yeah.
Because it used to be astronaut, right?
Astronaut.
Astronaut. And now YouTuber,
Yeah.
or social media star is like, yeah, my kids both have little YouTube channels. They're obsessed with it. Every day we throw a premiere of one of their videos they've made around the house.
Wow.
It's definitely influenced kids now. They aspire for that. But it has some great elements. It's creative. It's an outlet.
As long as you can keep your shit together, because the interaction with that amount of human beings is also very problematic for young people.
Yeah.
Because just social media, we talked about this in Jonathan Haidt's book, The Cobbling of the American Mind, that shows self-harm, particularly among girls, suicidal ideation, all the different things that happen to them, anxiety, depression, all rises with the invention of social media. That's times 100 when you're putting out content. And then especially if you're reading the comment section and reading Reddit threads and reading your emails, that you're going to deal with so much hate, so much anger, and so many frustrated, sick, mentally ill people that are reaching out trying to destroy your life for no fucking reason whatsoever. And if you're a young person and you don't know how to put this into a rational you're not equipped for it.
Yeah.
No one is equipped for it. It's not normal. It's not a normal type of interaction to have that many people commenting on you and your life.
Yeah.
And so that can fuck kids up, especially if they're really young and they get into that, and that's how they develop as an adult with that kind of attention. I just think
my kids' channels is only me, I think, that watches it. And I think, but you're totally right. I mean, the feedback loop is potentially really damaging. And I'm so glad that I grew up in an era without cell phones.
Yeah, me too.
I can't imagine how I would have got through life if I had Twitter at my fingertips or Facebook or whatever it was growing up, because that just adds a whole new stress. And there's, you hear these stories of kids at school where, the boys saying to their girlfriends, well, you need to send me photos of you, and then they get these photos and they send it around to school as a joke, and there's all this kind of weird fucked up bullying going on, and we didn't have to deal with any of that shit growing up. It's so much simpler. I mean, my son was saying to me, I'm friends with this other kid at camp because he's got 100 subscribers, and that's become a thing, right? How many subscribers or followers you have sort of forms a popularity rank in even real world settings, and it's messed up. There's so much pressure on the kids in a way we never experienced, and the more cognitive burden you have like that, the less you can focus on the things you're truly passionate about. What you want to deal with.
Yeah, it's going to be very challenging for these kids. It's going to be very weird.
Now ChatGPT's adding an extra virtual girlfriends, whatever they'll probably have on there.
Cut to your pickup at 141 South Harrison Street.
Listen, man, thank you very much for being here. I really enjoyed it. It was really fun. Tell everybody your channel, how they can watch your content.
Yeah, sure. My channel's called Cool Worlds. So you can head to youtube.com/@coolworlds. We also have a podcast, The Cool Worlds.
In a quarter mile, make a sharp right turn on Mount Prospect Avenue.
Podcast. And if you want to support a real research program, that's my team, the Cool Worlds Lab at Columbia University. You can just head to coolworldslab.com/support.
There it is.
Yep. Head over there, and for the price of a coffee per month, you can actually support real astronomy research.
Beautiful. Thank you very much. Yeah, let's do this again sometime.
Make a sharp right turn on Mount Prospect Avenue.
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you. All right. Bye, everybody. This episode is brought to you by Simply Safe. We go to doctors and dentists for checkups for a reason, to make sure that everything's fine and to tackle anything before it turns into something bigger. If you care about your health, it's a good idea to seek out preventative care. But did you know that you can also be just as proactive when it comes to your safety? With a Simply Safe home security system, you can get peace of mind and take action before something happens. It's not just an alarm that goes off when an intruder breaks in. AI-powered cameras and live monitoring agents can detect and deter suspicious activity. They can speak to people in real time, turn on spotlights, and even call the police. You can get a lot of use out of their systems. There's a reason Simply Safe has been named Best Home Security System of 2025 by CNET. Try it out. They have monitoring plans that start at around $1 a day. Plus, get 50% off your new Simply Safe system with professional monitoring and your first month free at simplysafe.com/Rogan. That's 50% off with your first month free at simplysafe.com/Rogan. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Drink by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Fall into the camp after deleted or talking about like doctors talking.
There's a bunch of doctors that have their YouTube accounts deleted. Yeah, it was a weird time. You know, it's a weird time. The world of medicine is interesting because you've got so many positives, right? Like people are healthier, they live longer today than they ever have been before. If you get certain diseases, they have cures for it that didn't exist before. But there's financial incentives involved in prescribing medications that maybe people don't fucking need because they can make more money if more people take them.
New message from Damien. No problem. I prefer to not be on a live stream, so I will cover my face. No disrespect.
If you get certain diseases, they have cures for it that didn't exist before. But there's financial incentives involved in prescribing medications. All these brilliant scientists have created is the greatest medicine system the human race has ever known, at least maybe Mayans or some shit. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
Maybe some magic back then.
Yeah, maybe some like civilizations that collapsed because the Europeans gave them all fucking smallpox, ironically. Who knows what the Egyptians did? You know, who knows what those people do about the health and about medicine. But what we know today is that there's incredible stuff that comes out of the pharmaceutical drug companies. But also,
In a quarter-mile, keep left toward I-280 East using the left lane.
they fucking lie to you. They'll publish fake studies. Or not fake studies, but they'll publish studies that they've engineered to be successful, even though they're not going to be. They'll hide data that shows that it causes side effects. They want to make money. It's not the people that are making the medicine. That's what's crazy. Like, the people that are making the medicine are fucking geniuses.
Keep left toward I-280 East.
It's the money people. It's always the money people in everything. That's the same thing with YouTube. That's the same thing with everything. It's the money people. And when you have a giant corporation, you have like all kinds of stuff going on. But the number one thing that's going on is everybody has to make more money every quarter. And that's where it gets nuts.
Yeah, it does. And we also live in a culture that wants that like fast food experience, right?
Oh, yeah, man.
So we're so susceptible to it.
Yeah.
Right? For everything, for weight loss, any issue you have.
We're experiencing it a little bit in the comedy community because, and this is by the way, this is like a normal thing that happens to young comedians. They want to be further than they are. Maybe they think they deserve more than they're getting. Maybe they think they deserve more shows, better spots on shows, and it does happen. And then there's also, like, there's a competitive drive involved in it. So there's a little bit of illusion, a little bit of imaginative fighters. First of all, we just talked about success code, you're my coach.
In 2 miles, take right exit 11A toward Harrison Street.
He's fun, man. He's fun. He's fun. He's got like extra muscles on his back. I don't know what the fuck does, but he looks like a turtle.
Tattoos come to life.
We were all talking about it the other day. We're like, he looks like a turtle. Like he's got like a shell on his back. It's just jacked muscle. Like I know what that is. Like when I see a guy like that, I'm like, that guy will squeeze your shell out. Like he's so strong. Like what he did to Leon Edwards was like whole champ. To do it that decisively on a world champ, like he's completely turned. But he posted the Bilal fight, completely turned it around, and a lot of that success he attributes to you.
Yeah, it's interesting. He talked about this after the Bilal fight. That's when he started doing it. And it was because after this happens to a lot of fighters, a lot of achievers, he built this identity of being unbeatable, right? So all this belief that was wired around was I am unbeatable. And so when he lost, everything shattered. And so he was broken. He didn't know how to pick up pieces after it. It was like, how is this possible? I believe I'm unbeatable, and I lost. And so we literally.
In a half-mile, take right exit 11A toward Harrison Street using the right lane.
We had to go into his nervous system. It was almost like clearing out, almost like we're doing surgery at an energetic level, clearing out all the bullshit around these new beliefs that are starting to form, like the confusion of like I am beatable. Who am I going to lose my next fight? We had to clear all that.
Using the left lane, turn left on Freeway Drive East. Turn right on South Center Street. Using the left lane, turn left on Freeway. Just ahead, turn right on Hickory Street.
Bring them back into that.
Turn right on Hickory Street. Then turn left on Freeway Drive East.
Being a lot of people.
And how did you learn how to do all this? Like, what's your background?
Yeah, so I was a college football player, and my freshman year in college, I rode the bench, and I was looking for solutions. I was a typical meathead. The most important things were
turn right on Freeway Drive West.
I was getting jacked and playing football. Like, I was literally at a supplement shop looking for bro. This is me at 18 years old, hypertensive, big neck.
Right. And by the way, they used to sell some shit, but people don't know. Basically, steroids at local supplement shop. There was this stuff that I took once, the strongest shit I ever took in my life. I think it was called Mag 10. Do you remember that?
I remember that one?
It was bananas. It was full on steroids. And after I got off it, my dick was like, what are we doing? I don't have any more testosterone left.
That was me.
I took it for like 8 weeks. It was crazy. I think I gained like 15 pounds. And I couldn't believe you just buy it from a store. Like, this can't be that
in a quarter mile, pick up.
Good. If you just buy it, when someone told me about it, I was like, really? Like, yeah, you have to try it. There it is. Is that it? Anabolic dominance. I don't know if that's the stuff, but you definitely can't get that anymore, can you?
They just keep banning them.
What's in there? But here's the other thing about what's in there. Says who?
Yeah, right.
Says who? Who's checking it? We had a problem with my company with Onnit when we first started. We would send stuff out to third-party labs to get it analyzed, right? And we were finding all sorts of things in it that aren't supposed to be in there, like different vitamins, creatine, all kinds of shit that's just not supposed to be in there. Why is this stuff in there?
It's on the trunk, right above the number 39.
So what happens is we found out that some of these companies that mix your products for you, say if you have like some B3, K2 supplement, you put them all together, they're mixing them in the same bin where they're making steroids. They're mixing them in the same bin where they're making creatine. Like, they don't give a fuck.
You're welcome, sir.
If you're shipping that shit overseas...
For whatever reason, they didn't put the trunk release in the car. Interesting. Yeah. I think it's a design flaw. Sounds like, but, you know, I'm not an auto manufacturer, so what the hell do I know?
We had to upgrade our factories.
How you, man? Good.
But that's a real problem. So if you're buying something like that, they can tell you whatever's in there.
That's the wild thing about supplements, right? There's no FDA
It's just
process.
whack-a-mole, right? They figure out, they're like,
Yeah.
someone reports it, and then they get rid of it, and then whack-a-mole next one pops up. They're like, it's pretty much the same thing, but different branding.
Yeah, in some ways it's good, right? Because you can get all these vitamins without have to get a prescription. Because we all know the efficacy of vitamins and shit. But in other ways, it's like, I read something about Amazon, and this is crazy if it's true, is that I think it was like 30% of the supplements on Amazon were forgeries. Yeah. Find out what the number is. It's about, I don't know how you, but it's not zero. And so I stopped buying supplements. I buy fucking everything. I stopped buying supplements from them. I would get like pure encapsulation stuff. I was like, I don't know if I'm getting it from the company. So I just buy it from the company.
So where do you buy it? Like pure, like
well, that company, Pure Encapsulation, I have no affiliation with them, but I use their stuff all the time.
I think a lot of people have that question. Like for me, it's like you just see 100 brands on Amazon. You're like, you know something's right.
You just got to find a company that has like a great history of a bunch of people that have tested their stuff, used their stuff. Pure seems to be nice. I mean, I'm just using that name because I use it. There's a ton of like super legit supplement companies where you know if you're going to get 10,000 milligrams of D3, that's exactly what it is. They're just above board. They know what the fuck they're doing. Like everything else, man. Like you can get the shittiest car in the world, or you can get a fucking Mercedes. They know what they're doing.
But people are listening to podcasts like this. We're just kind of like listening to influencers in a way. It's like, oh, Huberman, I trust you. So you have supplements you represent. All right.
Well, Huberman is honest, and that's the most important thing. This episode is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. You don't think about it too much, but like professional company car, give crap, multivitamin designed to help fill that. AG1 combines your multivitamin, pre and probiotic superfoods and antioxidants into one delicious single scoop. And one major factor that sets AG1 apart is how easy it is to take and how well your body tolerates it. Traditional multivitamins can be rough on the stomach, but AG1 includes things like ginger, digestive enzymes, and slippery elm to help support digestion and nutrient absorption. It's not just about giving you nutrients, it's about making sure your body can use them. So before you head to that hail gate, grab some AG1. You've probably heard me say this, but it's now easier than ever since you can get it in flavors, berry, citrus, and chocolate. So, if you think the tastiest way to show Maybe they didn't go through some of these issues already. Maybe they're starting to get it used or something. Like some fighters. Well, it could be consideration the second part was because it was down. That fight was primarily still because they got that confidence after the knockout of the champion. So for Paul to just step in and put a stop to all that, and then just see then him lose the title with Jack Della, and then see what Sean just did. And you look at the whole thing, you're like, what a crazy Shark Tank of all these killers. Leon Edwards, Bilal Muhammad, Dylan Donnelly, and I got Makhachev, it's like, who's a world point fighting champion. Like, that is a totally different thing, that point fighting. You ever watch that shit?
No.
Okay. Michael Venom Page was, at one point in time, the best karate point fighters. And the way karate point fighters fight, they stop after one person. It's kind of like, form of tag. Like, these guys are fucking good. And it launches forward and blitzes. And they're really good at getting out of the way. These guys are blitzing that all the time. So because of the style of competition, they develop this very unique skill set. Close the distance extremely fast, with a lot of distance in between them, and land very unpredictable shots. Super creative. wrestle now. He also does jiu-jitsu now. So like now he's a mixed martial arts fighter, but he's got this one skill set that's crazy unique. And I always said that's the thing that's missing in MMA, because we see what happens when you get to a boxer. We see what happens when you get to a kickboxer, or a jiu-jitsu guy, or a wrestler. We haven't seen really elite point fighter who works on those other skills, because it's a different thing. It's not like Ferreira fights. He's not moving around a lot, dude. He's coming right at you. There's not a lot of dancing, and it's not a lot of, there's not a lot of Sandhagen. Sandhagen is like constantly giving you different looks, overloading your mind. Ferreira's stalking, right? It's very. What the MVP is doing is something totally different. Like, you can't even touch him. He's hitting guys that have like a lot of experience in the UFC. He's hitting with shots they don't see coming. They can't hit him. Kevin Holland was like, where the fuck is he? I can't even find him. This is nuts. The guy just launches himself out. He pops you, cracks you, and then he's gone, and you're like, okay. He's moving way faster than anybody you've ever fought. He covers way more distance quicker than anybody you've ever fought. It's like the difference between someone who is like standing in front of people and knocking sticks and an elite fencer. You ever see little elite fencers? They dive forward. They dive forward. This guy can do that with like knockout shots. This is him when he was in elite fighters. This is what looks like. It's really weird because the judges make decisions after each contact. But this is Raymond Daniels, who's also was an elite point fighter who then went on to have big success in the league and also big success in Bellator. Because of that stuff, he pulled off Raymond Daniels pulled off the greatest kickers I've ever seen in my life. It's a jumping side kick to midair and turning and spinning back into the face. I'm gonna do that. Never watched this. Different thing between MMA and Glory. The same thing when you find the kickboxing from Glory. This is the nutty one where he did like a 360-degree punch. Watch how crazy this is. Play that, because that's what that was. What you just had. Watch this punch. So he hits him with his spinning back kick to the body, lets him get up, and watch this. What is that? That is bananas. It's like the anime, it's like Dragon Ball Z. If that was just like Mortal Kombat, like an active fish, that shit would never work. But I want you to find his kickboxing KO. I wish I could remember the gentleman's fight, but the guy he fought is legit. And he hit him with a jump side kick, spinning back kick to the face in the air. So it's like, that is a different thing. Ankalaev's not going to do that. Pereira's not going to do that. Like, those point fighter guys are different. It's a different thing. You're dealing with this whole new skill set. This episode is brought to you by the Montana Knife Company. I'm very excited to do that because my good friend Josh Smith from the Montana Knife Company was founded by Josh, who is one of the most experienced master bladesmiths in the world. He makes amazing knives. I fucking love them. I have a bunch of them. There are barely over 100 master bladesmiths in the world. This guy did one since he was 19. He makes the sharpest knives you'll ever use right here in the US of A. Designed, tested, and built by hunters, Montana Knife Company is a hunting knife company first and foremost, but they also make some of the best chef knives on the planet. I use them all the time in my kitchen. And the best part is, all of Montana Knife Company's knives are backed by a multi-generational guarantee promise. If you ever need your blade sharpened, just send it back and they'll sharpen it for free. These knives sell out within minutes of being released, so head over to MontanaKnifeCompany.com to see what's available now. My favorites, the insanely sharp Speed Go 2.0. I carry that with me every time I go to the mountains. Montana Knife Company, working knives for working people. If you've been in and been for a vacation, what is this? He's really on level. UFC's shuts me down.
Premier access or economy access, sir?
Level 3, door 3. They said, yeah, economy is fine.
Level 3 is Premier.
Okay, yeah, Premier economy, yep.
Corrections they gave me. Level 3, door 3. It works for me. That's the better.
Oh, good.
Yeah. And this is not bad. Terminal C is normally a zoo.
Yeah, I was wondering. I haven't flown this early on Sunday morning. I know Monday mornings are crazy. I didn't realize Sunday was bad too.
Man, look, it's starting to get there.
Yeah, I see that.
It's normally by now, by 4 o'clock, this is a zoo.
Really?
Yeah, it's
Coming in, flying in.
Coming in. Oh, really? Coming in. I can't stand it. Like people are flying out. So, yeah, it's starting to pick up. So you got hit just in time. You're right here. Travel safe, brother. I appreciate you.
Yes. I got the trunk.
Yes, sir.
Hit the bottom. Next to the 9.
Yes, sir.
Right? That's constricted breathing. Yeah. Not be able to think clearly. It's all a domino effect. You know, kind of how I operate is like the belief is the thing that starts the domino. Right? Sure. And so if your belief is being destroyed that moment, that's what creates that domino effect in the body and the nervous system reacting the way it does. Right. And so belief is formed one way. One is formed through life experience, right? Like the Goggins of the world. He's a very rare person. He doesn't feel his belief. Yeah. How many guys?
By the way, shout out to my brother David Goggins, who just completed the Bigfoot 200. Let's go, Goggins. That dude has no knees, ladies and gentlemen. He's got no knees, and he just ran 200 miles through the fucking mountains. Dude, what did he do it in like 60 hours? It was posted today. What his time was. This dude has no knees. Like, I don't run. My knees are pretty good.
Well, that's
in comparison.
That's an example of how belief can actually break reality of what's supposed to be possible, right?
Well, he broke it in the eyes of his doctor. His doctor saw his knees because he didn't go in anything for a long time. When the doctor first saw his knees, he was like, I can't believe you can walk on his legs. You got about run thousands of miles. Like, this is nuts. He was not just bone on bone. His bone was distorted. So because it was rubbing bone on bone, it was like forming these like little mushroom curves at the end of it. It's like it's a type of there's a name for it, like that distortion. It's called wolf something or another. He said it's like theoretical, like they'd never seen it in a person before like this.
So like, all right, if that exists, like that could work, but it shouldn't. We've never seen it.
Maybe that doctor said it. I should be real clear on that because I'm hearing it from David Goggins. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I'm like, what the fuck? Like he's telling me that. They told me it can never happen before.
But regardless, he's breaking what reality is supposed to be in a way, yes. Right? When you compare it to like a very large sample size.
He is David Goggins is as much as you would say this is crazy, he's ruining his body, like he doesn't have to do this. That's great. Torch for the human will in a way that very few people have ever done it because he's doing it publicly. He's doing it publicly, and that's why I talk about it all the time about how nuts it is. This guy has no fucking knees, and he's operating this way. So what does it say? Oh, so he did it in 2 days? I thought I saw online it took 3 days total. Oh, right.
I don't know.
Of course. It says when he started and when he finished, right?
He's finished.
Oh, it doesn't say what time. Oh, is this all off the website or is this track? What place did he come in? 93. He's also 50. I mean, he's a freak, dude, but he's like carrying this torch.
Yeah.
You might not want to do what he's doing. I wouldn't do what he's doing, but I'm saying it's kind of crazy that this guy can, at 50 years old, can have these endurance workouts with world-class MMA fighters like Israel Adesanya. And
is he throwing up in a bucket? And he's not even breathing heavy. He does like multiple of those workouts a day in silence. He doesn't listen to music. No one is telling him to do it. He's got no coach. Like, he's out there, man. He's
just,
out
like you
there.
said, he's just built it through pure willpower.
Yes.
I would say most people, almost everyone else in the world, they don't have the ability to build that level of belief.
I don't know. They don't have the ability, but they don't do it.
But if they don't
Oh,
do
he
it,
was 23rd? Oh, no shit. That's amazing. 23rd place. 50 years old. No knees.
crazy.
What a monster. What a monster. Imagine that guy was after you. What a monster. It's beautiful. It's like a beautiful expression of will. Because that's all it is. It's just the will to go on. You know, and the discipline to continue to train like that every day. And then every time you test your will, you push it further. He's like, I'm in the lab every day. Like, he's literally learning more about himself while he's doing this.
So why do you think millions of people read his book and then such a small percentage of people kind of replicate that example?
I don't think you want to replicate.
Not to any degree, right?
Yeah, I think it definitely moves what your waterline is, right? It moves what you expect out of yourself. It moves that up a few notches because you know a guy like that's out there. If you didn't think a guy like that's out there and you worked out at the Y 3 days a week and no one else did, you'd probably be impressed with yourself. You know, I fucking Y 3 days a week using the Nautilus machine. You know? It's all in who you're comparing yourself to. And, you know, obviously I can't compare to David Goggins, but when I know that a guy like that is out there in the world, it raises my own personal standard up a notch. I'm never going to hit what he does. I don't have the time. He's working out 4 or 5 hours every day. It's crazy. I don't have that commitment either. It's not what I'm interested in. But him doing that has like raised mine. When I look at like Jocko's Instagram and every day it says 4:30 on his Timex, he like shows his. You know, he's got one of those, what is that watch called? What's that watch that he has that everybody wears? The digital Timex watch. It's a famous classic. Iron Man? That's it, right? Is the Iron Man. Yeah, this fucking bulletproof watch. Of course, that's what he wears, like 4:09 a.m. That's when he gets up to work out every day.
But guys like that, guys like you guys are dogs, right? You want it. You get inspired by that. Some people, they just feel deflated when they see that level, right? They're just like, that's...
No, man, you got to embrace it. It is deflating because you're so far from the finish line. It's deflating, you know?
But that's why there are fundamental ways to actually build belief within yourself. Like, there's steps to do it. And that's what really I want to drive home for anyone who's listening to this, is that you can build belief, and it's not just banging your head against the wall.
I believe you. I'm sure there's systems to it. That's why I really wanted to talk to you. But the whole idea of the meridians, like, how does that factor into it with you? Like, what do you hang on this idea of like meridians in the body?
Yeah. So I'll talk about how I came to know them, right? Because I was playing football and walking myself in the shop, looking for my next pro hormone.
Oh, that's right. I interrupted you right there.
Oh, good, bro. When we came back circle, we came back here.
Here we go.
Like we needed to. So 230-pound, 5'3" dude in there, just jacked. And I'm like, hey, what pro hormones do you have? And he looks at me, he's very like sad type of dude. And he's like, what do you want? I was like, I'm trying to get on the football field. Like, what else could I do? I'm a meathead. I need to get stronger. It's the only thing I can do. And then he's like, how do you feel? How do I feel? Like, this is me, 18 years old, atheist, don't believe in anything, biggest skeptic you're ever going to meet in your life. And he's like, I want you to try this exercise. And he has me just look off into the peripheries of my eyes.
How long had you known this guy by then?
Literally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think he was trying to have sex with you or anything?
Well, we can get into that.
It's just an odd thing to go right into meridians. How do you feel? Like, whoa, trying to get jacked.
Yeah. Well, he's just that type of dude. So I call him like a sensei now because I've known him.
Oh, you know him still. Okay,
yeah, no. So I'm still.
So he's just a weird guy.
He's a weird guy, super weird.
A lot of guys would have their hackles up though. Like, what? How do I feel? Like,
100%. Oh no, first I was like, fuck off, me. You know,
look at the creatine, bro. Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like the fuck
insecure male energy, posturing up.
Yeah, right? Exactly.
I'm this guy's trying to fuck me.
But no, he just made everything feel approachable to 18-year-old meathead. So he started teaching me these breathing techniques, like for meditation.
And he worked at a supplement store?
He was working there at the time. He was studying for his neuroscience degree at a college.
Wow.
To get his master's.
What a, like, fortuitous coincidence.
Yes.
To run into a dude like that when you're trying to get jacked.
That's life, right?
Right? It is,
Full of
kind of, right? Like, think about it. You're looking for, like, the full meathead path, and you run into a guy who's like, how do you feel? Like, what? Fuck. I don't feel nothing, bro.
Yeah, I didn't, though.
UFC 319 is blowing back to the Windy City for the first time in 6 years. Check the fight card and get in on all the actions at DraftKings Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of UFC. Dricus Duplessis puts his middleweight title up against Khamzat Chimaev, who's a perfect 14-0. Who are you taking? First time betting on UFC at DraftKings. Just pick something simple like a fighter to win and make it big.
Oh, good evening, everybody. I am so sorry about the late start. A few minutes ago, I was trying to place a pizza order for 500 people to hand out to you, and the folks who are still out on the sidewalk who are processing as quickly as we can. There's still a few, but we wanted the security check to be thorough, and its thoroughness slowed us down a little bit. So our apologies for that. And I'm going to skip through some of my usual preliminaries to save a little bit of time. Very, very briefly, what I want you to know about our program, Open to Debate. Some of you are regulars from the time when we were very frequently on New York City stages before the pandemic, when we had a different name, but now we're called Open to Debate. We've been around since 2008, and our goal is to prove and demonstrate that civil discourse can happen between people who are arguing with one another. And we appreciate all of you who came out and are willing to participate in that. Our program ultimately will be heard on public radio stations across the United States. We are live streaming now to anywhere in the world who is tuning in. We understand several thousand people are watching. And we're also available on our YouTube channel and on our own website, opentodebate.org. I have a request for all of you in the audience. I do like the fact that the audience that ultimately hears this debate knows that you are here. And so I want to let you know that we are perfectly comfortable with you applauding things that you hear that you like, to keep it positive, and it also tells the debaters how they're doing. The reverse, however, is not true. We're asking, our ground rules are no booing and hissing and heckling the debaters. It doesn't send the kind of message that we want to send. And of course, you'll probably hear somebody say something you don't like tonight. What's the big surprise in that? It's a debate. That's going to happen. So you don't need to be shocked by that. But we appreciate your participation in the spirit that we're trying to prove can really work in the cultural discourse. So, if you hear something you don't like, a sardonic snicker, perhaps, or a skeptical chuckle, something like that. But by and large, we really want to keep it positive. If you can't follow that ground rule, we would ask you to leave, and if we have to, we would assist you in leaving. But I'm really understanding that it's not going to come to that. And one other thing, filming of the picture or sound of tonight's debate is also against our rules. I want to now welcome to the stage two people who are critical to making open.
Do you feel something's still missing? Want to find the piece that fits?
To making Open to Debate happen, Leah Mathau and Clay Connor, our CEO and Chief of Content. My pleasure to introduce them because we have grown so much, particularly in the last few years, and it's really a spectacular thing for us to be back on a stage in New York City, which was very much in our DNA. And I want to talk a little bit about this debate and start with you, Leah, to introduce you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Behind the scenes, such a powerful part of the team as our Chief Content Officer. You have been curating important conversations like this one for years, from initial conceptualization to finding the people who are going to debate to very, very importantly, figuring out what the debate language in question is going to be and getting the wording right so that there's a respectful dichotomy happening. And I don't think people understand what an amazing 3D chess game it is to put a debate together, and how much it matters that you personally have been doing this with such ethics and such a reputation for honesty and just mastering the art of what debate is about. So just for a little bit of insight for people who have heard me talk about you putting this debate together, I have 3 questions. How long have you been working on making this debate happen tonight?
So this debate has been 8 months in the making. We started, I think, back in February, maybe a little later. Many negotiations with each of our debaters this evening about scheduling availability, about motion language that would actually be agreeable to both sides, and also with mindfulness of there was a necessary space and time to actually stage this debate. We wanted to give people some time to reflect.
And why is it so important for us to be taking on this topic?
So this topic is, one of the most deeply rooted conflicts of our era, and it's also there's an ongoing real-time conflict, and it's very important to create the space to hear both sides of this issue.
What are you hoping to see on the stage tonight?
What I know we're going to see is a rigorous intellectual debate. The gentleman joining us this morning, I don't know if everyone in the audience knows, they are both long-time debate champions. Eylon Levy from his days at Cambridge and Mehdi Hassan from his days at Oxford. And we know that will occur. But what I'm also hoping happens tonight is that we can hear pain and we can hear about the passion from both sides, and then potentially transcend that to empathy and solutions.
Excellent. And Clay O'Connor, you are our CEO. Since you've taken over, you've brought about many, many changes and a re-energizing of the whole organization, starting with the fact that you changed our name. We used to be Intelligence Squared. I think some people here knew us as Intelligence Squared. But it got better. Because now we are open to debate, and I know these words were chosen with a good deal of forethought and insight. So share what we mean by being open to debate, and especially on a night like this.
Well, the name didn't just change. So much changed in the world. And in the last few years, you've seen discourse become so much more polarized and so much more extreme. And it feels like every conversation is us versus them. And it also feels like common sense has left the room. So open to debate is the name we created to address that moment in time. And really what we're talking about is doubling down on amplifying common ground and substance, bringing both sides together on these critical issues so that we can actually stop talking past each other, which is what we're seeing in social media and all of our discourse. So I just want to thank, it's really hundreds of debaters that have brought so much of their expertise, courage, conviction over the last 18 years. And this new era is really signaling kind of an open-minded call to action. I also want to thank our supporters and our backers that are here tonight that make Open to Debate possible. So this is a sold-out event. We have thousands of people watching us right now on our live stream, and they're orchestrated at viewing parties all over the world, which is very exciting. So it's wonderful to welcome all of you here, and let's see what it means to be open to debate.
Thank you very much. One other thing I left out of my preliminaries is that every now and then, just for again, for the audience to know that you're here, we're going to come up to certain breaks in the radio broadcast that it would be really helpful to me if you were applauding spontaneously. So I might signal when those moments are. If I go like this, that's one of those. So I appreciate your cooperation. We got some practice in. Okay. So let's launch, and we do that with a little bit of a look at who we are with our brand.
one thing why many people say personal transformation and personal development is not working for me. It's because you are smart. Let me explain you this. It's very simple. Okay, there are two ways to transform the information inside us. It's by repetition or by creation of emotional experiences. Okay, so we use that in hypnosis or in NLP, and for example, for affirmations, we use repetition. Okay, but the problem of these two ways is it's not effective if your brain knows it's not like this right now. For example, you are speaking affirmation, you stand in front of the mirror and you say, I'm healthy, I'm good, I'm wealthy, everything is fine, my life is great, and your subconscious mind says, no, your life is not great, you're not healthy, and you're also not successful right now. Okay? Your subconscious mind rejects that information. Okay?
co-founder, to the center. And again, let's say up to the stage.
Check your pickup on County Highway 623.
Question: were Israel's actions in the Gaza war justified? I want to welcome Ilan Levy. Ilan, you are the, you can stay with me here. You're the former spokesperson for Israel in the October 7th war, co-founder of the Israeli Citizen Spokesperson's Office, host of the State of a Nation podcast. Welcome to Open Debate. And here to argue no to the question, were Israel's actions in the Gaza war justified, I want to welcome Mehdi Hassan. CEO of Zeteo, host of Al Jazeera's Head to Head.
On Vanderpool Street, then turn left on Avenue A.
And gentlemen, thanks each of you for being here tonight. Let's start it with a handshake and then we can begin the debate.
On Avenue A, then turn left on Miller Street.
So let's get to our opening statements. We want each of you to take a few minutes to explain why you're answering yes or no to our question, were Israel's actions
on Miller Street, then turn left on MacArthur Highway.
Israel's immediate actions after what happened on October 7th up through today. It's everything. It's not this moment, it's not that moment, it's the course of things.
On MacArthur Highway.
On October 7th, Hamas perpetrated an act of genocide against the people of Israel. Its death squads invaded with a clear mission: to massacre as many people as they could, as sadistically as they could, and to take survivors as hostages. Hamas had a strategy to lure Israel into an open war and generate enough suffering that the world would pressure Israel to leave Hamas alone to do it again and again. They cremated little children alive. They perpetrated barbaric acts of sexual violence. And then they took over 250 hostages, including little children, paraded them through the streets of Gaza to jeering crowds, hid them in tunnels and homes. Terror attack in world history after 9/11, the bloodiest massacre of Jews since the Holocaust. Fronts.
There are many human paths out there, but none of which is able to bring. Possess the ability of actually demonstrating Chi in a such evident terms.
At this point, Israel faced a choice, as Hamas immediately threatened to do it again and again until Israel was destroyed. To do nothing, or to do something. Both would have consequences. Doing nothing meant letting Hamas get away with October 7th, leave it free to do it again and again, only this time with thousands of dangerous terrorists released from jail and with its popularity skyrocketed. That's not an option. Doing something meant targeting Hamas's terrorists in accordance with international law in order to dismantle their ability to wage war and live out that threat to do it again and again. That was the choice that Israel faced after October 7th. Now, after October 7th, that campaign to bring Hamas down and bring the hostages home was the only moral response. Hamas exists for the sake of war, and for the sake of peace, it must go. Let me explain Israel's strategy. Israel's strategy is to get civilians out of harm's way so that it can target Hamas's terrorist infrastructure under their feet. Hamas's strategy is to keep civilians in harm's way so that it can use them to shield their military infrastructure. Israel left Gaza in 2005 and never wanted to go back, but Hamas seized power 2 years later, raped Gazans, and escaped for war. They dug a network of military tunnels 1.5 times longer than New York subway under homes and schools and hospitals. They booby-trapped tens of thousands of buildings. They started firing rockets at our homes and our towns from inside their schools and their hospitals. In response, Israel's actions are to target Hamas's terrorists and to take unprecedented efforts to keep their civilians safe from their own leader's sick strategy to sacrifice them on the altar of jihad. That's why it keeps repeatedly urging them to get out of harm's way from Hamas strongholds and flooding the area with over 1 million tons of aid, because it keeps saying this is a war against Hamas, not the people of Gaza. Now, the suffering of my neighbors in Gaza is horrific. I blame their psychopath leaders for launching this war, fighting it inside civilian areas, and refusing to release the hostages and surrender. Now, tonight's debate is about whether Israel's actions in the war in Gaza are justified, in a context in which I hope we can all agree none of the enemy's actions are justified. Because we are fighting a jihadist army that has as much respect for humanity and law as Mehdi Hassan has for the truth. Mehdi may say, I condemn Hamas's acts on October 7th, but he will not condemn its strategy, because he is part of its strategy. Hamas is counting on its defense attorney to shield it from the consequences of the war that it started and deflect blame onto Israel so it can do October 7th again, maybe because they share a goal that Israel shouldn't exist. Mehdi Hassan will say tonight that October 7th does not justify Israel's actions in this horrible war. My question then is this.
Ilan, I'm sorry, your time is up.
What does October 7th?
I'm sorry, your time is up. Thank you. Mehdi? Ilan, in already calling your opponent a liar, you have already crossed one of the lines of the culture that we try to establish here. I wish you hadn't. I don't mind. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
All right, so for the sake of not getting a copyright strike, let me just tell you what's going on here. This is a debate between Mehdi Hassan, Al Jazeera, I guess, Al Jazeera, I believe it is, he is, and Elon Levy, whatever. Levy is pro justification of Israel's response to the attacks on October 7th. Mehdi Hassan is nay on the proportionality of response for the attacks of October 7th. So what you heard was just Elon Levy speak, and you heard his rhetoric, his position. Let me not say it's rhetoric. You heard his position, and he's already been reprimanded for breaking one of the rules of debate. Attacking your opponent in the debate.
Mile pick up China on the left.
With not calling him a liar. I can't think of the word that I'm trying to use right now. So fuck it. He called him a liar, and that's a no-no when debating. You can't say that someone is lying. I mean, you can you shouldn't. It's a rule. Anyway, he broke it because that's why that's what the entitled do. So right now we're going to hear the opening statements of Mehdi Hassan, whose answer is nay to the question. Is Israel's response appropriate or warranted or called for?
You don't.
Morning.
Head to your drop off at 117 East Broad Street.
Is that correct? Is that correct? 117 East Broad? Yes, ma'am. Oh, you just wait. This winter is going to be a doozy.
Use your seatbelt for your safety.
What were you saying again?
Huh?
What did you say again?
I said, you just wait. This winter is going to be a doozy.
Okay.
This is nothing by comparison to what we're going to get. It's 63 right now. It's not bad. But I
You
get it.
don't play outside, but I got low.
Yeah. It's going to get windier today, too, I heard. It's going to be ugly out here. Rainy and windy.
You need to do that to make your case, please. Mehdi Hassan, you are answering.
Mile turn left on Hillside Avenue using the left lane.
Are you saying hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
The question, were they justified? Were the actions justified? And it would be great if you didn't feel the need to respond to the person. We'll decide when we get there, John. Were they justified? No, obviously not. Of course not. October 7th, I think we can all agree, was a crime, a war crime. Right?
On Hillside Avenue.
Should be released. But to destroy an entire place, an entire people in response is never justified. Never justified. How are we still debating? I don't understand how we're debating this more than 40,000 deaths later. I don't understand how we're still debating this sitting in the comfort of New York, 7,000 miles away from a place that the UN Secretary General has called hell on earth. Justified? Justified? Was Israel justified in carrying out one of the most intense civilian punishment campaigns in history, according to Dr. Robert Payne at the University of Chicago, dropping 500-pound bombs, 1,000-pound bombs, 2,000-pound bombs on schools, hospitals, universities, bookstores, libraries, mosques, churches, refugee camps, apartment buildings, cemeteries, destroying a higher percentage of buildings in northern Gaza than the Allies destroyed in Dresden during World War II, reducing Gaza to 42 million tons of rubble while they got people out of the way. How is that justified? Dropping a bomb, for example, on a 6-story apartment building in central Gaza last October.
Left lane turn left on Hilldale Place, then turn right on US Highway 22.
Even till today, is that justified?
On US Highway 22.
According to NBC, there were 7 airstrikes between January and April in areas that the Israeli military specifically designated as safe zone, killing Palestinian civilians like Sabrina Sakrani, who was 30 weeks pregnant at the time. She was killed in a safe zone in April. A little baby, newborn baby, died less than a week later. Was that justified too? Elon? Was Israel justified in killing a record number of kids in Gaza, 16,000 children, turning Gaza into a graveyard for children? According to Save the Children, killing more kids in the first 3 weeks that were killed globally in each of the past 4 years. Killing little kids like 6-year-old Hindi Raja and her 16-year-old sister Leah, firing 335 bullets into the car they were in. 335 bullets. And then killing the 2 paramedics who went to try and rescue them. Was that justified too, Elon? Was Israel justified in killing a record number of aid workers in Gaza? Right? A record number. Targeting.
Left onto Garden State Parkway South.
To Chef Jose Andres, they specifically, explicitly marked the World Central Kitchen aid convoy killing 7 aid workers in the process. Was that justified? Was Israel justified in starving the people of Gaza using food and water as a weapon of war to quote both the EU and Oxfam? Was Israel justified in blocking aid trucks from going into Gaza simply because they carry things like crutches,
nail clippers and even
Turn left, then turn right on US Highway 22. Turn left on London Place, then turn left on Roy Street. Turn left.
My brand new method is easier and faster.
Turn left on Cornell Place. Turn left on Cornell Place, then turn right on US Highway 22.
Israel, according to the ICC chief prosecutor, who put out a statement calling for the arrest of Elon's former boss, Benjamin Netanyahu, said that Israel may have military goals, legitimate goals, but the way they carried out killing innocent people, starving people, is criminal. He said, criminal. Think about that. Elon is a former spokesperson for a man who the ICC chief prosecutor once arrested for war crimes. Elon himself has produced a number of lies, in service of those war crimes. He has a bunch of tweets still up tonight which say that babies were beheaded on October the 7th, babies were baked in ovens, babies were ripped from their mother's wombs. October 7th was bad enough, but Elon had to exaggerate it for atrocity purposes. Those tweets are still up. Why would you trust anything to access to? Look, he's here to gaslight you, to defend the indefensible, to excuse the inexcusable, to justify the unjustifiable. Tonight you can choose to be on the side, not of cruelty, not of criminality, but on the side of the innocent people of Gaza who are being killed as we speak by Elon's former colleagues in the Israeli military on the orders of Elon's former bosses in the Israeli government. So yes, I choose to oppose this horrific and homicidal motion. Thank you.
So we're gonna have a discussion with elements of a certain format. The first thing I want to say to each of you is, this mutual urination contest is not helping us understand the principles involved. Right? You think he tells untruths, you think he tells untruths. You don't need to keep hitting that hook, I hope, to make your argument. And again, it doesn't. It's not what we're about. I heard you in your opening statement say that the only moral response was for Israel to try to take Hamas down and to get the hostages home. I heard your opponents.
Stop off at 117 East Broad Street.
Enormous consequences for an enormous number of people. That, he would certainly say, and I think a number of us would agree, are innocent people, not all products of them, and that represents an unjustifiable response. What we're talking about is proportionality. And I want you to address the issue of proportionality. This has been calculated in a number of ways. People have said that, as you said, it was the worst terrorist attack since 2000. Since September 11, 2001, that the number of people killed both sides is wildly balanced and therefore disproportionate. There's an issue we discussed here. So principle is discussed here, and that's proportionality. What, in your view, justifies the proportionality that Israel has stepped up to in its response? And again, because I want things to move back and forth, I'll probably jump in on you after 30 seconds just so you can sense.
Israel's response is proportionate to the threat that we face, which is the threat of annihilation. After perpetrating these savage atrocities of October 7th, the first thing Hamas did was deny that it did them. The second thing that it did was to threaten to do it again and again until Israel is destroyed. That is what is at stake. If this war ends with Hamas free, emboldened, and empowered to perpetrate more October 7th massacres, thinking the world keeps saving it from the wars that it started. Now, proportionality is a term in international law. It doesn't mean that if they kill 1,000 people, you kill 1,000 people and call it quits. It means that for each strike, the anticipated collateral damage to civilians cannot be excessive to the anticipated military goal.
And your argument is that has been the principle Israel has observed.
Every military expert who has observed Israel's military efforts, including just recently in the Times, the Deputy Supreme Commander of NATO, has said that Israel is fighting in the most complicated urban battlefield that the world has ever seen, and he's satisfied that its rules of engagement and standard procedures are at least as rigorous as the UK and other Western allies, as the former Deputy Supreme Commander of NATO.
So I actually I want to agree with something Elon said. Proportionality is a difficult subject, and we shouldn't talk about this in abstract. X number here, Y number there. Let's talk specifics. The problem with a lot of spokespersons in Israel, they want to talk in abstract. I want to talk in specifics. So we talk about proportionality, we talk about discrimination, we talk about war crimes. Last October, shortly after October 7th, Israeli forces struck a three-story residential building in Gaza City. They killed 15 members of the Al-Dos family, 7 children. According to Amnesty International, the survivors say no warnings. No warnings were given to evacuate. Amnesty found no evidence of any military targets in the area, and Israel to this day has offered no explanation for that strike. So, for the dead Al-Dos family members, Elon, can you tell us why they were killed?
Mr. Hassan, the IDF does not owe you immediate answers, and the fact that Amnesty speaks to local witnesses intimidated by Hamas does not mean that there was not a military target.
But was there? Because Israel has never said
Mr. Hassan, Hamas booby trapped 40% of Gaza's buildings. It dug tunnels underneath homes and schools.
We're back to generalities, Elon.
No,
I killed 15 members
Mr.
of the
Hassan,
family.
I do not need to explain every single strike. No, Mr. Hassan. Because in this war, Israel is seeking to neutralize the threat of a terrorist army that has a deliberate strategy.
I'm going to have to get the mic cut switched, please.
Civilians.
Thank you. Sorry, go ahead.
Israel, Hamas has a deliberate strategy of sacrificing its innocent civilians, and this is a strategy that you are enabling by always deflecting blame onto Israel instead of considering the real question of why Hamas built its military assets into civilian areas. Under international law, Israel is obligated to give precaution where those feasible precautions are possible.
Okay,
and it has done that by
let me say, please. I need to say two things. To be clear.
Chat as long as you want. On Meet the Age, you can connect with people from all over the world.
15 people were killed, 7 children. You were a spokesperson for the Israeli government at the time. Israel has never given an explanation. When you say I do not need to explain myself, you literally do. You're a spokesperson for the government who committed a war crime, and you came to a debate tonight to defend war crimes. So you literally do. Number two, you'll notice, John, how Elon quickly went to abstract generalities. Let's talk specifics. Let's talk about tunnels. I think it's abhorrent to hide tunnels under civilian targets. I wish they didn't do that. But when Israel shoots children in the head, 3 American doctors went to Gaza. Dr. Fayaz Sidra, Dr. Irfan Galarian, and a Jewish American doctor called Dr. Mark Perlmutter. All of them came back at separate times. Said children were brought into hospitals we were in with gunshot to the head, sniper shots. Perfect. Exact targets. There is no tunnel that justifies shooting toddlers in the head. Israeli style.
Betty, forgive me for going abstract, but I do want to go to some principles here. So you are listing a number of specific incidents that you feel cumulatively to add up to a very, very much an overreaction.
War crimes, John, not an overreaction. War crimes.
All right, you call them war crimes. In not so much in the abstract, but what would have been an appropriate response to what happened that would not cross the line to proportionality?
It's a good question. It's a great question. So I'll answer that in 2 ways. One is, I'm not someone who has ever, and you can look at my record on this, whether it's the UK, the US, both of my countries, I'm American, British, I've criticized targeted assassinations, even by the US and the UK. I'm the loser, and people in New York, it's an unpopular statement, who says that people like Bin Laden should be tried, not assassinated. That's why I'm a stinking liberal. But, given we live in a world where America, Britain, Israel, and multiple countries, India is now accused of targeting its enemies, you could have tried to take out the leaders of the group without wiping out the entire place. I find it interesting that Israel, was able to pinpoint kill Ismail Haniyeh in a house in a foreign country. But when it comes to the Gaza Strip, they have to wipe out the whole place. They have to reduce it to 42 million on the bubble. And one final point, I just got a factual point. Elon, they're not your neighbors, they're people you occupy. Just to be clear.
I'm hoping you'll let point number 2 slide and please take on point number 1. That he's saying that there would have been a self-defense response that he feels might have been more appropriate, that he also feels would have been within the capability of the Israeli military. What's your response?
Notice the general pattern of argumentation we're seeing here. Gosh, October 7th was terrible. Hamas shouldn't have done that. Gosh, Hamas built tunnels under schools and hospitals. It shouldn't have done that. The question is what Israel may legitimately do once.
No. That's not the question I asked you.
No, but I'm
what you did. It's what you did.
His response.
It's what you did.
Mile turn right on Prospect Street using the right lane.
Expecting that he could be targeted. Surely it can reach the terrorists who are hiding inside a bunker, under a hospital, probably surrounded by hostages as human shields. Hamas rigged the battlefield. To shield its military assets under civilians, and it left Israel with no option of getting to those leaders.
Okay, no option, no other option. No option is what you're allowed to say.
So first of all, as we've discussed, I'm here on can take his time. They killed 15 members of the Doss family, 7 children.
We can continue this at the reception afterwards.
I'll happily ask you, why did government you served in kill 15 innocent people in an apartment building? This is very important. But there's no evidence Hamas was there.
All right, Manny, just in the interest of time, you've asked it. It's become a rhetorical question. He's saying there was no. When he says there was no other option, what is your response to that?
Well, no one in the world agrees with that. That's why Israel's become a pariah.
On Prospect Street.
What was
even
on East Broad Street, then drop off China.
I already answered that question. Even Joe Biden, the most pro-Israel president of my lifetime, who has backed Israel with weapons and arms, has gone on the record saying too much indiscriminate bombing. You've killed too many innocent people. Even the people on your own side.
This good right here, man.
Too many people have been killed. The number of people.
Have a great day, dude.
Too many people have killed.
All right. Let's
Head to your pickup at 432 West Broad Street. On Elm Street, then turn right on North Avenue West. On North Avenue West. On North Avenue West, then turn left on Lincoln Plaza. Left lane turn left on Lincoln Plaza, then make a slight right turn on South Avenue West.
And a lot of military experts say that we don't need military experts, we just need common sense. The idea that...
It's from Michael. This is not out of NJ Ride. Using the left lane, enter the roundabout and take the first exit onto South Avenue West.
And let me just deal with this classic. My paymasters in Qatar. Yes, I host a show for Al Jazeera English. Let's just be very clear. In December, the New York Times published a very, very long piece.
Nobody
very important. Very important.
Left lane turn left on West Broad Street.
Before October the 7th, the head of the Mossad, David Barnier, went to Doha, Qatar. And the Qataris said, do you want us to keep sending money to Gaza? And he went back to Netanyahu and said, what should I say? And Netanyahu said, yes, please. And he went back and said, yes, please send the money to Gaza.
Michael.
He's never apologized for that to the Israeli people. Benjamin Netanyahu's never apologized for that to the Israeli people. So if anyone should answer questions about Qatari funding of Hamas, allegedly, reportedly, whatever you want to call it, it's the Israeli government that facilitated it for many, many years. Anyone was in that government. He's the spokesperson for that answer. It was a terrible mistake to allow Qatari money into Gaza on the mistaken belief that if we improve civilian life in Gaza, create jobs, create opportunity, Hamas's psychopath leaders won't launch this war. They went straight on TV and said, we tricked the Israelis. We made them think that we were concerned about the civilians in Gaza. All the while we were taking that money to build the tunnels and the weapons and the rockets we are firing at Israel. If we had known, Mr. Hassan, what Hamas was going to do on October 7th, perhaps we should have started a preemptive war to eliminate that threat before they could have burned the Simantov children alive on October 7th. But we didn't.
Okay.
Hamas tricked us.
Time out.
And we won't repeat the same mistake again.
Time out. Going to take a little bit of a 10-second breath. Slightly lower the temperature, but only slightly. Elon,
Morning.
making the argument that Israel's actions are justified in the pursuit.
Head to your drop-off at 45 Victory Court.
Is that correct?
Israeli military officials are saying it can't be destroyed. Therefore, what happens to the argument that the justification is the destruction of Hamas, organization, a movement that can't be destroyed?
Of course Hamas can be removed from power, just like ISIS was removed from power. ISIS is now a terrorist organization trying to blow up concerts in Austria. It no longer controls territory the size of Austria. Following this,
On Osborne Avenue, then turn right on Downer Street.
we stop, rearm, and keep shooting rockets at downtown while it is still the civilians. It is a regime that must be removed from power because we know exactly what it
On Downer Street, then turn right on South Avenue West.
yield the stage to ask you. Eliminating the Hamas terror regime, moving it from power, a legitimate military objective, yes or no?
On South Avenue West.
Prosecutor saying, but you're doing a very bad job of it. What's it? Do I understand it after October 7th? What job do I understand it?
On South Avenue West.
Stand, we are on the same page. Do you agree after October 7th, it was legitimate for Israel to remove the Hamas terror regime in order to prevent another October 7th? It's a yes or no question, Mr. Hassan. No, it's not. It's a loaded question.
Continue straight through the roundabout onto South Avenue West. Straight through the roundabout onto South Avenue West.
Elon, you've had 2 or 3 minutes in a row. Go ahead.
That's a very interesting question, Elon. You pointed out that he keeps saying, notice the slide. You said that he said that not just here, Hamas should be destroyed. When you asked him, Israeli military experts in general say it can't be destroyed. Notice what Elon said? He said, removed from power, remove the goalpost there. Because he knows that Hamas can't be destroyed by these means. In fact, the former head of Israel's military, let me finish my point. The former head of Israel's military, who was a member of Netanyahu's war cabinet, he said earlier this year, quote, anyone who says you can destroy Hamas is telling tall tales. So it's not me calling Elon Levy a liar. It's the former head of the Israeli military.
Mr. Hassan,
Mile turn right on Central Avenue using the right lane.
power and dismantle its ability to wage war again and to live up its threat of repeat October 7th. And that is why I ask you, after October 7th, was it legitimate for Israel to remove Hamas from power in order to eliminate the threat of repeat October 7th? Yes or no? Very simple answer. Israel has the right to defend its citizens. Its territory doesn't have a right to be occupied.
On Central Avenue.
Gaza and the West Bank are occupied. They've been occupied every day since 1977. We did not withdraw in 2005. You blockaded.
So I just had the instant change session with Daniel.
What the purpose here is,
and I've already answered the question, Elon. I've made the point that even if I was an Israeli general trying to destroy Hamas, Killing thousands of innocent people only helps Hamas. Every terrorism expert in the world says you're a recruiting sergeant for extremist groups when you go and kill innocent civilians.
Mr. Hassan, when would this war? When would this war?
Time out, Ilan, time out. I have a question for whoever wants to jump on it. Is Israel's war in Gaza making Israel more secure?
When this war began, Hamas had a fearsome missile arsenal that rained thousands of missiles on our cities. I had to keep running into a rocket shelter. Israel has now eliminated the threat of rocket fire from Gaza. It has destroyed its missile silos, and it has destroyed Hamas's weapons capabilities. That alone has made us safer and makes it easier to sleep in our beds.
Three quick things. Number one, the Israelis went to Supreme Court recently and they were evaluated the Supreme Court. They got the official finding that we do not control Gaza even after all this time Hamas is telling all the parts of Gaza. So they say the honest stuff when you're not looking. Number two, I interviewed Ami Ayalon recently, former head of Shin Bet, former Israeli admiral. He said very explicitly Israel will not be safe until we give Palestinians freedom. This is his words, not my words. And number three, I'm glad you had a bomb shelter to protect you because the Al-Dos family in Gaza did not have a bomb shelter. Okay. Another question we have not yet talked about the hostages, and we should. Is Israel's action in Gaza going to, is it for the benefit of the hostages?
Absolutely. Israel is fighting to bring the hostages home while Hamas is starving and torturing and raping. We managed in November because Hamas was being clobbered and it wanted a breather. They released nearly half of the hostages. We've sent in special forces to rescue hostages in raids my opponent has condemned. Israel is fighting to put military pressure on Hamas to release the hostages, but Hamas doesn't want to release the hostages. And the reason it doesn't want to release the hostages is that it knows that the longer this war goes on and the more suffering it generates among its own people in Gaza, the more it advances its own goal of isolating Israel. And Mr. Hassan, it pains me that you do not seem to realize the role that you play within Hamas's strategy when you deflect blame onto Israel. Never demand any accountability. From the Hamas regime. When you know that Hamas's goal is to maximize suffering, you give it a reason to drag on this war. If you wanted to let the hostages go, you should tell Hamas to free the hostages.
Of all the demonstrably untrue things you've said tonight, this is the big one. So apparently, if you want a deal to end the war, you're enabling Hamas's strategy.
No.
That's what you just said.
No,
enabling Hamas's strategy.
So when you have systematically undermined every leverage Israel has,
who's undermining?
Don't pretend you know terrorist hostages.
Of the two of us, hold on. Of the two of us, whose strategy is release more hostages, mine or yours? Because I supported ceasefire. And we got
There are police reported ahead.
Over 100 hostages were released last November in the pause in the ceasefire deal. A lot of Israelis wanted that to continue. Hostages' families wanted that to continue.
Yes.
Netanyahu said no. In fact, I interviewed Zahiro Moore, whose uncle Abraham Munda was horribly killed in Gaza. Zahiro Moore, by the way, was arrested today. He's been arrested and attacked by the Israeli government that Elon served multiple times. He said to me, Netanyahu and the government that Elon's followed always choose the wrong way. Ever since October the 8th, everything they do is directed at not getting the hostages back. That is the plain truth. That is the nephew of the hostages. They don't want you to hear about the hostages. Elon, the people at Elon use the hostages for political goals. The hostages' families are standing in the streets of Tel Aviv opposing the Netanyahu government, calling for a ceasefire, calling for a deal. They don't like Elon.
How many hostages have you spoken to? How many hostages' mothers have you embraced?
make a slight right turn on Garden State Parkway South using the right lane.
Okay. Come on, allow him to respond. You've got your bit of stagecraft. Let's be clear. Let's be clear. You saw that very.
Right turn on Garden State Parkway South.
Don't you lecture me about hostages when your government has killed more hostages than it has rescued. That's what you. All right. I'm going to let you finish this point, and then we're moving on. I will happily support this pin because I support the release of all the hostages, and I support the release of thousands of Palestinian detainees being raped and tortured and children. Do you support that? Let's work together. Do you support the release of Palestinians? I do. Do you support the release of Palestinian children? Do you support the release of Palestinian children? Let's use some space here. I support the release of all innocent people. Ready? All right. One more question before we pivot to some questions from some journalists.
There are police reported ahead.
Situation. The U.S. has been largely supporting Israel. The war in Israel is unjustified. That indicates the U.S. in an unjust war. If the war is justified, then we have an ally that requires our help, which is Israel. So I think the question we have, it's about U.S. involvement in the war. If the war is unjustified, that indicates the U.S. in an unjust war is justified. We have an ally that requires our help.
When this war began, President Biden said that Israel was facing sheer, pure, unadulterated evil. It was so obvious the moment of shock after October 7th that for Israel to defend itself, it has to dismantle the Hamas terror regime. President Barack Obama said we must stand by our ally Israel as it dismantles Hamas. The United States has made valuable support to Israel in its goal of bringing down the Hamas regime. What we need is pressure on Hamas and its patrons, Qatar, Turkey, and Iran, to let the hostages go. That pressure has not been. Okay, so investing is not trading, right? Investing.
Take right exit 132 onto New Jersey 27.
We're looking at any candlesticks or other large charts. So we can cover what investments to choose, when is the right moment to buy, how to reduce risk, and a lot more knowledge that you need if you live in Europe and want to start investing in Europe.
He's got a deal, 3-week deal on the table. Plus the cost is going to $2 and then the law says we can deal with it. So he keeps going to hostages, have signatures for the boss to agree on hostages.
Is the negotiator.
That's for the United States.
Deal to free Gilad Shalit. He released Yehia Sinwar.
That's for the United States. It is tragic to me as a citizen of the United States that my two countries are armed with Israel as it carries out what the ICJ has called multiple genocide. As it arms the Prime Minister. The ICC chief prosecutor has called for the arrest of Yoav Gallant, Benjamin Netanyahu. The American government should not be arming a man wanted for war crime. And Eamon Levy should have began his speech tonight apologizing for working for a man who was wanted for war crime. What the ICC
Mr. Noble, you called me to account at the beginning of the debate and said I should not have called my opponent a liar. The former president of the ICJ, Jeff Donahue,
I'll take right exit 132 onto New Jersey 27 using the right lane.
you have to go on TV to refute the lie. The only reason for you to make that ICC chief prosecutor, the only purpose of right on favor of
All right, this is not helping. We're not able to hear what anybody is saying. We're not able to
And I'm voting it the third time. So let's stop.
Exit 132 onto New Jersey 27, then keep right.
Tackling it. I'm also curious to see if you can do it in under 20 seconds because we're just curious. Each of you came to this debate, and by your decision to participate, we know is on social media that both of you were attacked by members of your own camp for being even on the stage with somebody who's holding the opposing view. But you showed up anyway. Elon, why did you show up? 15 seconds.
Toward Edison.
Palestinian nationalists and their allies are waging a war on a nation that has one purpose. They want to destroy Israel. And they think it will be much easier to destroy Israel if they convince the world that Israel deserves to be destroyed. A full campaign of the most ridiculous lies to try to convince ordinary Americans that when they're ready to pull the trigger and massacre us once more, they should stand to one side and say, well, the Jews had it coming. And I'm not willing to allow that to happen.
I believe what is happening in Gaza, the killing of 16,000 children, the genocide in Gaza is the great moral tragedy of our time, the great crime of our time. And I will go almost anywhere and take a stage with almost anyone to try and bring that war to an end and convince people that the war needs to end now. May I add something? No, we have to move on. All right, we're going to bring in some other voices now. We have some journalists. We have 4 journalists who are each going to ask one, I think, very question. There are people who have been writing about the area for a long time, particularly about the situation now, and they are certainly not monolithic in their own views. The first one will go to Peter Meinhardt, who's a journalist who's written for Time, the New York Times, the Atlantic.
Then turn right on Lincoln Highway. Turn left, then turn right on Lincoln Highway.
Incredibly short question.
The look at the piano is going to take a long time. That's a lie.
On Lincoln Highway, then make a U-turn.
I'm holding a free class this weekend where I'll teach you exactly how this works. Click the link around this video to sign up, find out how to get here.
On Lincoln Highway.
Which one is Lincoln Highway?
They're going to take 10 to 15 years to get to level 10.
I'm sorry, this GPS is bugging out.
It's not possible. To be clear, I've been talking on the record. Do you think it's possible to destroy Hamas or Netanyahu left the laws wrong?
I believe it is possible to remove the Hamas terrorist out. Where the leaders used belligerent rhetoric that exaggerated the goals of the war. No, look, Hamas needs to be destroyed. It's an idea. Some ideas deserve to be destroyed. But whether that idea is destroyed or not depends on the lessons that the people of Gaza take from this war. Will they conclude terrorism as a
Mile turn right on Main Street using the right lane.
Jewish state in any borders whatsoever, or will they take the lesson that in fact they will be more defeated on the Southern Massacre? That is what is at stake here, and we are trying to convince the people of Gaza terrorism is a dead end. There is no light at the end of that.
And you also get to respond.
On Main Street.
very eloquently is a nonsensical war aimed at the real war aimed at us. What the Israeli minister say when Smotrich says the aim of the war is to annihilate Gaza. That is the aim. And take all the face out of when he literally says that. And when they say this stuff, when they talk about resettling Gaza, when they talk about staying in Gaza, that is what they mean. It's not about speaking of solution or saying on one side.
Mile turn right on Victory Court.
Letterman. Jillian is an editorial fellow at the Wall Street Journal, former chief executive chair of the Israel.
On Victory Court, then drop off Michael.
My question is, given the current circumstances, do you believe that Israel pulling out of Gaza in 2005 was the right decision?
It's a difficult question.
Michael.
Israel withdrew from the Gaza Strip in
This one here, man?
2005 and never wanted to go back. So they had the option to turn it into Singapore. They chose to turn it into Mosul.
Have a good morning.
They could have had a thriving state in Gaza after Israel pulled out and Jewish organizations paid to donate the greenhouses. Instead, they chose to rig Gaza for war. The tunnel network under Gaza is the largest public works project Palestinians have ever undertaken. They did it for the sake of the October 7th.
Was it a mistake to pull out? That was the question.
I don't know.
No, fair enough. Simple answer is, of course, Israel did not pull out of Gaza. As the ICJ pointed out just recently, Gaza is occupied territory. Let me put it very simply to you. What Elon doesn't tell you is that when they pulled out, they kept control of Gaza's land borders.
Not with Egypt.
Israel and Egypt
on the other
kept
side.
the land borders. Let me answer that interruption. The land borders, the sea waters, the air, and wait for it. And the population registry. If you're born in Gaza, you have to be registered with the Israelis. If you were born in New York and your birth had to be registered with a foreign country, would you say you were occupied or not occupied? Would you say you were free people or free people? It's absolutely hard. The occupation never ended.
Israel ended the occupation of Gaza in 2005.
But why did you keep the population? Let me interrupt you. Hold it. We are done with the interruptions. It's just destructive. So you go. You be quiet.
Registry is an interesting question because Israel runs it in cooperation with the PA as part of the Oslo Accords. Hamas is free to run its own population registry because it has effective deterrence inside Gaza. Under international law, occupation requires the effective control of territory. Everywhere in the world, it is understood to mean boots on the ground. And the only reason to fabricate a new standard to say that just because Israel doesn't allow Hamas to build an Ismail Haniyeh International Airport means that it is occupied is as part of a campaign to try to make Israel responsible for civilians in Gaza so Hamas can take the resources and pull them into the
Elon, we're losing sight of responses. Briefly, very briefly. Elon, a moment ago, you all heard him proudly quoting the former president of the ICJ. The ICJ literally, the other day, said Gaza is occupied. But Elon makes the same truth. The ICJ said Gaza is occupied.
Because a basic principle of
Julian, you feel that your question was answered was a mistake to pull out of Gaza? I don't. But we're going to move on.
Do you feel something still missing? Want to find the piece that fits?
All right. I'll take a break right there. Just a comment. The thing about debates is they turn very ugly. And unfortunately, when debating an Israeli, it's difficult because they're trained on how to contend. Here in New Jersey, I lived in a town called Lakewood. That's predominantly controlled by Jewish people, by Israelis. And there's a school down there. I visited once where they fiercely debate each other. And at one point, I became uncomfortable because they were yelling matches, and they kept talking over each other. And the methods that they were using in debate was to just continue talking, say it loud, disagree. Most of the stuff didn't even have to be true. It was bugged out. And they are trained, again, on how to debate and keep going with a sense of entitlement. And I'm not mad at them. I have that entitlement. I'm a Jew. I'm an Israelite. But I have that same sense of entitlement in as much as what I'm saying is quite literally more important, or much more significant than what anyone else is saying, because what I'm saying
Head to your
biblical.
pickup at 85 Jefferson Boulevard.
It's biblical. What you're saying is hyperbole, theory. And much like the Israelis, Israelites, we are trained to raise our voices and belt out the truth, regardless to anyone else's position. Whether you believe it or not, whether you like it or not, we don't give a shit. So I get the Israelis, particularly Elon Levi, whatever, in his assertions and in the way he's going about this debate. It's what they do. Anyway, I'm ranting, right? The reality is that this is a very important conversation. And both of the participants are doing an excellent job in debate. The host called it a urination contest. Proverbial pissing contest. But it's much more than that. Let's get back to it.
It would be helpful
I realize you're both very passionate and have a lot to say about this, but it would be helpful, at least at the beginning of your answers, to stick to the questions.
I did. I said they didn't pull out because they never pulled out.
Okay.
Except the premise.
All right, fair enough. Next up. Next up.
It ripped people out of
I know. I was there. I witnessed it.
You witnessed
Mile turn right on US Highway 1.
Next up, we have Dino Vidala, a lawyer, a comedian, and a journalist who is host of the Dino Vidala Show and a frequent commentator on CNN, MSNBC, and the Daily Beast. Dean, thanks for joining us.
I have a question.
Listen to this question.
You defended every Israeli military.
On US Highway 1.
My question is there anything that you would condemn Israel for in terms of killing Palestinian Christians and Muslims, or are they all inhuman in your view and not worthy of any sympathy, dignity, or self-determination as people?
All right. Hang on a second. Hang on. I have an issue with the question. The first part of the question, is there anything you would condemn from Israel? Legitimate question. But the assumption that if he feels differently, that he has no sense of humanity, Palestinians is a little bit.
That's not what he has. That he has no sense
So
of.
why don't you take the
Saying,
Wou je vermogen elke dag op met investeerderscommissie. Maar 5%.
Is there anything
Head to your pickup at Hamburg and Ford.
a certain what they hide behind them in their schools and hospitals to fire at us is strategic and systematic. And so I stand by my country as it fights to use proportionate force to dismantle the Hamas army of terror. Because yes, my neighbors are human.
Okay.
Because I want a better future.
I have a very important technical program note. I've received a message that the audience clapping volume is so loud that in the recording, very frequently it's been impossible to hear what our debaters are saying. And so what I would like you to do is to clap in between their points. Let them finish and then go for it.
The gentleman challenged my humanity and I would like to defend it.
I tried to let them go.
I want a future of peace between us and our neighbors. That cannot happen as long as the Hamas terror regime is in power.
On the subject of... oh, wait, there's noise. On the subject of Elon's humanity, I asked him earlier if he supported the release of Palestinian children. He refused to say so. He can tonight with all that is pinned.
Mr. Hassan, any children?
Let me say this on the West Bank. He cannot help but cherry pick the evidence. He cannot help but cherry pick the evidence. He just said a moment ago, I'm trying to gaslight you. He said Hamas is never held to account. Actually, the chief prosecutor of the International Criminal Court.
Steve left the state on U.S. Highway 1.
All of those arrest warrant requests. Do you?
Mr. Hassan,
do you? It's a yes or no question.
Every single lie.
It's a yes or no question.
Every single
you
lie.
Support accountability for all of them.
Absolutely, but you and what army?
Wait, now we can't hear what you're both saying. Support arrest warrants for Netanyahu.
No, Mr. Hassan, because every single lie in the request for arrest warrants
wait a minute.
by the prosecutor
Then we can't hear him.
is based on lies. Like the allegation of starvation, impossible to reconcile with over 1 million tons of aid that have entered Gaza since the start of this war.
Going in right now.
More than 52,000 trucks.
69 trucks right now. Did you know that?
Mr. Hassan,
69 trucks, according to 15. According to 15 aid agencies.
Who are these?
Who should we believe? 15 aid agencies or you and them?
Mr. Hassan, who are these? Mr. Hassan, these aid agencies are quoting UNRWA. Do you believe that UNRWA's statistics are accurate? Yes or no?
Actually, no. Excuse me. Wait a minute. Is this helpful? Yes, for some. Okay. Well, nicely. Stop. I would just like to ask you to take turns. Okay. And not talk at the same time. You're doing worse at waiting. Get better.
Over 1 million tons of aid. Now, Hassan, I don't know.
On Edmund Street. Make a slight right turn on U.S. Highway 1. Then keep right onto Woodbridge Avenue. Turn right on Leo Street. Make a slight right turn on U.S. Highway 1. Then keep right onto. Turn right on U.S. Highway 1. Then keep right onto Woodbridge Avenue.
The IPC Review Committee said that assessment was based on not counting all of the trucks that have gone in. They literally undercounted trucks in order to make this horrific allegation of starvation.
So you just began to hold on, sir, Mr. Holmes. And it's raining.
Turn right to stay on Manor Crescent. Turn right to stay on Manor Crescent. Then turn left on Regency Manor Drive. Turn left to stay on Manor Court. Then make a slight right turn on U.S. Highway 1.
She is the
on U.S. Highway 1.
blocking aid trucks, killing aid workers, starving children. Cindy McCain is not UNRWA or Hamas. Dean, we are a long, long way from the question you asked. I don't know. That's bad moderating. I'm sorry for that. We have another question from John Levine. John is a political reporter.
Keep right toward the west. Highway 130 south.
For joining us, and come on in with your question. You can stand up.
Everybody wants to do it better. There are so many things out there, so many gimmicks,
so many scams, so many methods. What actually works? I'm going to break it down. You don't need to trust me. You don't need to trust anyone else. All you need to realize is this one bloody thing. That's all I want anyone to realize. Looks is health. We are animals. We are biologically hardwired to think health is pain. Anything that we find attractive is purely because it's healthy. So you have wider jaw, wider airways, which means you can breathe more efficiently, which means you live longer. This is natural selection. The reason that we find certain face shapes and cheekbones better is because that's an indicator of having proper tongue posture, which allows better actual posture, which decreases things like sleep apnea. If you have sleep apnea, that increases mortality. Next, chewing, swallowing, breathing, and posture. These are what shape your face because they shape the facial muscles, and the facial muscles are what shapes the bone. Because a lot of people don't realize this, if you change the muscles, you induce osteoblasts, which change the bone. We basically explained that health is focused. How do you start improving these things? What do you actually start doing? Well, the base of all of it is your tongue is the main driver of facial growth because it affects the most important bone in your skull, which is the maxilla. This is the bone that determines how every other bone within your face develops. If you have proper tongue posture from birth, everything will develop upwards and forwards. Genetics aren't real. Looks is just habits and health. What are genetics even? Well, genetics are just the health of your ancestors. So you have no excuses. You have no counter arguments. You have no reason to not start taking it. You need to basically do this. You need a specific routine. You activate the facial muscles, loosen the fascia, and loosen the sutures. You need to optimize every other aspect of your health. You know your circadian rhythm, balance your hormones, fix your diet, detox your nervous system, and balance everything. You need to have complete accountability. You need to have personalization, and you need to go about things properly and efficiently. You need to cut out all bullshit, and you need to stop making excuses for yourself. This will be the most sustainable thing you've ever done in your life.
Mile keep right toward US. Highway 130 south using the right 2 lanes.
Way that we're intended, and you breathe correct your habits in a way which actually breathe clearly, and you expand your planet, you feel what it is actually like to be human. Because no one even knows what it's like to be human. I don't even know what it's like to be human. Our ancestors had 50 millimeter planets. We have 34 millimeter planets on average. If you expand your palate even a couple of millimeters, your spinal fluid increases, you literally feel high, and at the same time you breathe more efficiently, live longer, balance is
Toward US. Highway 130 south. Then keep left onto US Highway 130.
something weird because you're becoming healthier, then that's why it looks better. People who take peptides will get Botox.
Onto US Highway 130. In 2 mile turn right on Wood Avenue.
This is steroids. Don't be that person. Realize that everything is valuable. Realize that you've been sold a lie your entire life. Orthodontics are the biggest scam of all time. You had braces, but that's fine. Now you narrow airways, and you probably had teeth extracted. And if you didn't, that's even more reason to take action because you can become even better. No matter what, you need to not be in any circumstance and anywhere. Health is the only thing that's a catalyst for advancement in life.
Thank you both for being here. My question is for Mehdi. I actually an easy question, so I can get a direct answer. I'd like to ask you about your new media startup, AO. In May, Rolling Stone reported that
John, this has got to be on the point where it's debating
to Qatar, which I believe was brought up in the debate.
We're debating whether Israel's actions were justified. That's not on point. I'm sorry, I got to pass on it. John, I'm happy to take the question. We're not here to talk about your career. I know you are, and I'm not. So I'm sorry, John. If you want to come up with a question that's on point about Israel's actions in Gaza, go for it, please. Yeah, I can, because this is a debate where you ask questions. Now I really want to ask the question. I'm just curious. I should answer. You can talk afterwards. All right. I mean, the dude works for the New York Post. I prefer not to talk to him, but not my debate. Thank you. All right.
So I tried this website called Hint. It shows you what your soulmate looks like, and this is what I got. Tell me why this looks exactly like the guy from the bakery next to my place. Like, same eyes, same smile. I see him almost every morning when I grab coffee, and now I can't unsee it. Hint literally
Mile turn right on Wood Avenue.
kind of weird. You should try it, 'cause maybe your soulmate is closer than you think.
Just one thing, like many people say, personal transformation and personal development is not working for me. It's because.
All right, we are coming down to the end for our closing statements, and that's where each debater has the floor again exclusively to make their case one more time for you. Elon, you're up first in this one more time to remind people. I think they know that you're arguing that Israel's war in Gaza. I'm sorry.
On Wood Avenue.
2 minutes to tell us what. 2.5 minutes to tell us what.
After the sadistic massacre of October 7th, Hamas immediately told us, if you leave us on our feet, we will do this again and again. It wasn't enough to cremate little children. It wasn't enough to commit acts of gang rape, pedophilia, necrophilia. It wasn't enough to gag people, bind them, tie them to trees and strip them. They told us, we're coming for you if you leave us on our feet. We will do this again and again. This war has been horrible. We have paid a horrific price for it. We are trying to prevent the threat of a repeat October 7th massacre. And we are fighting a sadistic enemy that rigged the battlefield in a way that said, we've hidden our military assets under civilians. The only way that you can get to us is by going through civilians. And that's why Israel has taken more actions.
Mile turn right on Holly Road.
Will agree. In order to keep the civilians safe from their own leader's sick strategy of trying to sacrifice them. That is why it keeps telling them to evacuate. It never designated a safe zone where Hamas terrorists could abuse hostages with impunity. It told them to go where it is safer, and where Hamas is not. And on every occasion, it has been stymied by UN agencies saying, no, keep them in Hamas strongholds. By Hamas trying to fight to keep them in the strongholds, while we try to keep them safe from their own psychopath leaders. I asked Mr. Hassan, removing
on Holly Road.
Defending Israel is legitimate, but not the point you go into Gaza. Okay, his response, end the occupation. Let Hamas have an Ismail Haniyeh International Airport. Let it have a Mohammed Deif naval base. There is nothing you can do with a terror regime that is sworn to your destruction. Whose goal
turn left on Myrtle Road.
But we need this war to end in a way that ensures that Hamas cannot restart it at a time of its choosing, feeling emboldened and empowered because of international pressure generated by people like Mehdi
on Myrtle Road. Then pick up Angel.
You have the final word in this debate. Ladies and gentlemen, were the actions of Israel in Gaza justified? Look, the argument is pretty simple tonight. What we've heard tonight is that nothing justifies October 7th. October 7th justifies everything. Well, I'm here tonight to tell you, no, October 7th does not justify everything. It does not justify the suffering in Gaza. It does not justify the killing of kids in Gaza. It does not justify the starvation in Gaza. It does not justify the rape and torture of Palestinian detainees, which Elon refused to condemn tonight. It does not justify any of that. It doesn't justify the tearing up of the Geneva Conventions, the defiance of international law and the ICC and our own Leahy law. Yes, October 7th was a war crime, but the response to a war crime is not to commit your own series of war crimes on an epic scale. 33 times as many people killed since October the 7th as were killed on October the 7th. And I'll say this to you. Look, very, very clearly, if you support this motion tonight, you are opening the gates of hell. Not just in Gaza, but globally, because every dictator and tyrant around the world will say, Israel's actions were justified, and so am I. Putin, Assad, Kim, they all say, Israel killed kids, Israel killed aid workers, Israel killed journalists. So can we. And I will be very clear. I will be very clear with you tonight. If you are here tonight, ladies and gentlemen, you're here tonight to defend what Israel's done, knowing full well what Israel has done. You're defending the human suffering in Gaza, the amputation of little kids. If you're doing that in full knowledge, then you're not just here to defend the indefensible or justify the unjustifiable. I'm sorry, you're a sociopath. And I will say,
Morning.
Head to your drop off at 1165 RT27.
Elon clearly doesn't give a damn about. I beg to oppose this motion.
Use your seatbelt for your safety.
Make a U-turn to stay on Myrtle Road.
I am curious. Did anybody have their minds? Did anybody have their minds changed tonight by anything they heard? Wow.
Looking for someone to chat with? Click below to join. Here you may forget about your routine. Friendship will...
Wow. All right. Thanks. John Levine. Yeah. So here's the thing. The reason I turned in John's question. We really try to preserve the integrity of what the debate is supposed to be. And it's supposed to be about the question. It's supposed to stay on the question. It's supposed to be about the personal text. But you came all this way, and many would actually seems like to answer the question. So go for it. This is an extra.
Elon accused you of being in the pay of Qatar earlier. You took objection to that. I'd like you to be able to dispel that you're taking any money from Qatar by confirming that you're not taking money for Zateo for Qatar. Is Qatar funding Zateo? Yes or no?
It's a great question, John, because you work as a media correspondent for the New York Post. No, I'm not. I'm answering your question. Patience. We waited for you. You're a media columnist for the New York Post, were you?
Mile turn right on Oak Road.
Literally, when Zateo was founded, Jeremy Barr, excellent reporter, slightly better one than you. He asked me that question. And I said, no, we haven't taken any money from foreign governments or foreign citizens. Every investor in Zateo is an American citizen. It has nothing to do with Qatar. So nice try. Better luck next time. By the way, since we're all in the spirit of asking questions,
Up on Oak Road. Then turn right on Adams Lane.
I regret taking that question. I regret the times this debate
On Adams Lane.
concludes our debate. I want to thank our debaters, Elon Levy and Mehdi Hassan. We appreciate that you did show up and that you at least talked, maybe not to one another, but at one another vigorously and vociferously. And in fact, you were listening to one another, if only to counter, but you were listening to one another. And I think that's progress. And I want to thank all of you in the audience for being here and being open to debate. And I want to thank all of the journalists who joined us as well for moving the conversation in a more interesting direction. So that is a wrap on this debate. We're open to debate. I'm John Donvan. We'll see you next time.
We're just taking the tools that are useful to me. Like literally use these and use them to get stronger, like to bench press more. There's just breathing techniques along with visualization, and they're just following this ancient Eastern medicine.
How did breathing techniques help your bench?
So there's some breathing techniques. I'm sure you do in martial arts, right? You put your tongue behind your teeth. You can start to breathe in deeply. And if you start to visualize, bringing energy down through the crown of your head and then meeting it kind of like in the just below your belly button there, you can just start to build more energy, more power. You're just focusing energy. That's all you're doing. And then if you visualize yourself lifting the weight, you're going to lift it heavier. And so,
how much heavier?
There's a bunch of research. You could look up tons of different strength-based task studies that show that visualization increases strength. Like, for example.
So that's just kind of a kind of visualization, you think? That breathing exercise?
I was just stacking what was known as like basic PETLEP imagery, PETTLEP imagery, along with these breathing techniques and visualizing a specific way.
Oh, I thought that when they say visualization helps performance, I thought it was like long term. I didn't think it was like right before they did a thing. I think it's just like part of training.
I think, okay, so there's two types, right? So there's like, for example, there's literally a study you could look up, and it's like a bicep curl. They did this study, there's 4 different groups. The first group just didn't do anything. The second group just did bicep physical curl. The third group did bicep curl plus visualization of doing curls. The fourth group did just visualization. The group that did just the bicep curl and the group that did just the visualization performed the same. They had the same increase in strength, and the group that performed the best was one that did the visualization plus the bicep curl.
Interesting.
And so there's a bunch of studies like that that just show how you just stack these different tools together that can be beneficial. Yes, in the short term. For like a fighter, for example, like this is what I'm training my guys. When we go into fight camp, every single time, we're just training the subconscious to be comfortable being in the setting. And just training the subconscious mind, right? We're just wiring, just digging in those grooves of like, this is what's going to feel like, this is going to be the experience, and just wiring it in a way of having success. And then what I do is I notice, I'm like, how do you feel as we go along here? It's like, oh, there's doubt that's coming up. Boom, let's go in there. Let's get rid of that. And it's not an intellectual thing to remove doubt. It's a feeling thing in the body. And honestly, I don't care what we call it in the chakra. We call it just feeling in the body. You say, all right, I feel doubt coming up right now at this point in time. Why? Well, I have this memory that's created this scar tissue within my nervous system right now because it's happened before that I believe if I try to do this, then something bad's going to happen. I'm going to lose the fight.
Right.
In a quarter-mile, turn right on State Highway 27 using the right lane.
So we need to actually accept that, right? Zen problem, what I can't accept won't change. So you use these breathing techniques to accept your way through it. The body kind of relaxes through it. And then we let it go. And then we choose the opposite belief. And that's doubt in the process.
Do you know how many people were involved in the study that showed that the visualization right before the performance was better?
Turn right on State Highway 27.
Jamie, different ones? Hip flexors.
Yeah,
Interesting.
there's a bunch of them out there, though.
Study whether mental training alone can produce a gain in muscular strength. 30 male university athletes, including football, basketball, and rugby players, were randomly assigned to perform mental training of their hip flexor muscles, to use weight machines to physically exercise their hip flexors, or to form a control group which received neither mental nor physical training. The hip strength of each group was measured before and after training. Physical strength was increased by 24% through mental practice. Strength was also increased through physical training by 28%, but did not change significantly in the control condition, whatever that means.
That just means that people didn't do anything. They didn't visualize. They didn't.
Oh, in the control group.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll give them. I thought they were saying. The strength gain was greatest amongst football players. Given mental training, mental and physical training produced similar decreases in heart rate, and both yielded a marginal reduction in systolic blood pressure. The results support the related findings of what that is. Interesting, very interesting. So it definitely has an effect, and it seems like it definitely has a positive effect right before you're performing any kind of athletics.
Yeah, and I think these studies are over like at least a 6-week period of time. So if you want to see like strength-based tests improve over time, like they're incrementally getting stronger, right? It's not just that they're kind of maintaining that strength. I imagine as long as they continue to do the visualization.
Yeah, I wonder. That's the thing is like most people that go to the gym, like most people who are listening to this have regular jobs. If they go to the gym, they don't go visualize.
Yeah, this is peak performance stuff we're talking.
Yeah,
this is pro athlete.
Still, don't you? If you're trying to get better, like what way to you want to get better? This is good for you too.
Yeah,
I know it sucks.
In a quarter-mile, turn left.
You don't want to visualize your kettlebell routines and visualize your muscles growing afterwards, but it might be worth a go. I'd like to hear from some people that try it. Because that kind of results, that's crazy. That's pretty nutty.
So, like I'm saying, like I did this stuff, and then
right here in this plaza.
I actually abandoned my football career. So like this, I did research. Look at the effect of using some of these techniques on bench press performance and also decreasing anxiety. Because for me, I realized when I was 18, 19.
right here further back. Good. Have a good one. Yes, sir.
The governor's coming in. Right? I'll see it with some guys in like the phone line or they it's like these things will just start to express themselves just about the side of it. Right, but not all of it, right? Legitimate injuries. On the meniscus out, shin bone, I would say the stuff that you can't explain. Like a lot of times, right? You go to the doctor, like, I don't know. Like that happens all the time.
Okay, well, that's a different thing. I mean, the realities of physical injuries that guys get from combat sports.
Sure.
You have multiple discs in your neck, your arm goes numb. That's a real problem.
Yeah.
It's not just an emotional thing.
And think about things that are like nagging. If you're dealing with this with their personality.
Right.
Okay, if that's you, then
So yeah, we gotta be specific, right? So you're talking about like weird stuff that does come up where they're almost like psychosomatic injuries. These guys are responding badly to pressure.
not even just the pressure, it could just be, it could be injury that existed before, but it's just, for whatever reason, it's not healing, and it's just kind of recurring. You can get to the emotional root. And it's usually right on point. Like,
Spiritual emotional connection that's not to like legitimate.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Like some parts are here, they get spiritual.
I'll give you an example. Like, I have someone, right? It might be like someone has like a hamstring that's just nagging, right? Like,
Turn left on Veronica Avenue.
it's like, I pop my hamstring, it just won't feel normal again, right? But I look that type of stuff up. It's like, all right, well, why is this going away? I work with like pitchers in Major League Baseball. It's like, I hit. It's like, well, why is this coming up now? And usually there's always like some kind of root, and if we can get to it,
I bet there's a lot of guys too that have, if you think about making a living in a sport with your body, where you put your body through explosive movements that can blow the joints out.
Using the left lane, turn left on Somerset Street.
So there's always this anxiety that it all can go away.
Yes.
One twist of the ankle, one blowout. I mean, look at the people all the time lose their careers in football and in martial arts because they blow a knee out or they blow their back apart.
Bro, there's only like 10 core beliefs that create fear in athletes I've seen. Like, there's not that many, and one of them is one you're putting out right now is like,
Life-changing injuries.
will I be able to sustain it? You know, the core is like, will I be able to sustain this, or will I be able to continue to do the thing that I love?
Right.
And of course, like, yeah, if you get injured, then you're gonna lose it all.
Did you ever talk to Weidman after he broke his leg?
I did.
Did you?
I did. Yeah.
Does he openly talk about that? Are we allowed to talk about this?
Yeah, I mean, he gave me a testimonial, so
Okay.
it's pretty open.
You
Like,
gave him like online? So we talk about
yeah,
this?
he put like a video testimonial. I'm
He's
also,
one of the toughest guys that's ever fought in the UFC. Easy. That guy needs problems. But that injury that he got is one of the absolute hardest injuries. That broken leg, they break their shin in half. Very few people have ever seen it. I mean, there's one guy, I believe it's a heavyweight in Bellator. He's fighting again, fighting without. But Anderson was never the same after his. Tyrone Spahn was never the same after his. Weidman was never the same after his. It's just, it's psychological. It's got to be fucking crazy to think that he's a super powerful kick that broke your own leg in half. And now you're expected, you went through a year and a half of hell to try to just get to the point we didn't have to. And now you're going to go risk it again. You're going to kick someone's knee again, break your shin again, and do
do that again, and then you can't walk again.
What we're talking about, like that, just would be a physical scar tissue. It's that emotional scar tissue, you know? It's just like, it's hard for those thoughts to come back into your head of like, I need to be extra careful here.
Well, they're reasonable thoughts.
Yeah.
You know, if you think about it. But it's like Chris had that style. I mean, that kick that he threw in Uriah Hall was full blast. I mean, he fucking ripped that kick. And then when I heard that, I've heard that snap a couple of times, and it is the most horrible sound. The sound of a bone breaking. Bone breaking. Fuck. It gets you, like, in every cell in your body. Like, God damn, that's awful. I've seen it a bunch. I've seen it at least half a dozen times. I've seen people get a bone broken.
It's traumatizing.
Yeah. To come back from that is very hard, because we're talking about the anxiety of always worrying about getting injured, and then you get injured from maybe a kick you threw, or Tim Sylvia, Frank Mir. Frank Mir broke his arm, or Frank Mir Minotauro, spiral fracture from that Kimura. Like, coming back from something like that is really hard. But what do you do for a fighter when you're trying to rebuild them? Do you take each fighter as a unique project, and you just want to know everything about them, and what bothers them about themselves, what bothers them about their discipline? So how do you do it?
I'm going to explain what I do. It's going to sound weird, but I also want to contextualize it with the fact that, like, I didn't do anything. Like, it's just my experience of, like, doing this stuff for 17 years now, and just seeing and feeling my way into this art that now I speak about things that the old me 15 years ago, 20 years ago would be like, shut the fuck up. Right? But, so what I do then
In a quarter-mile, turn right on Left Berry Avenue.
with my clients is I bring them to a very relaxed state. You know? Like, think of custody model. What do you do with Mike Tyson? Like, that's what I'm doing with these guys, right? So I'm bringing them almost into a hypnotic state, and I'm bringing them down into this place where they finally let go. They're no longer trying to, like, keep me out, defend, keep up this, like, identity they want to project into the world, so they can actually get to the insecurities, because I don't touch
Turn right on Left Berry Avenue, then pick up Shania on the left.
any of the police that are working for me. If someone is positively so successful, I don't touch any of that stuff. All I'm trying to find is their insecurity, their fear, their anxiety, their doubt. And so I'm just digging deeper and deeper into it.
Shania on the left.
So we start to, like, think about things they want to achieve. It's like, ooh, what was twitchy there? Right? Something twitches in them. It's like, I'm feeling like I'm getting angry now. Why are you getting angry? Right? Why do we get angry? Because we're afraid. We're trying to defend ourselves. And so if I find something like that, I feel into it with them. And then I ask them, like, what do you believe can be true to make you feel this way right now? And if I sit there long and I hold them in that tension, and through that,
Good morning, dear. How are you? I'm well.
Friends, I want to tell you about my favorite sunglasses. They're called Roca. They're made right here in Austin, Texas. And they're the best sunglasses I've ever found for Albert's magazine. They run around with so much new shit. They never fall off.
They smash my mic.
They're super innovative.
serve this keeps data brokers from tracking your information, therefore protecting your data from invasive advertisers, scammers, and even criminals. ExpressVPN protects you with the same level of encryption used by the U.S. government and security experts worldwide. Plus, it's fast, easy to use, and works on all your devices. It's trusted by millions of users. That's how I learned. Same way that you do martial arts, you kind of go to the same path you can. Start jiu-jitsu and start kickboxing. That's what I've done. I've gone and tried to find what they do. And that's how they consider that a discipline? Is that something that they study? Sports psychology. I think you need that sounds very rudimentary. It is. Like sports psychology versus human performance. It is. When you think about this conversation that you and I are having, one of the things that we're talking about is
you ain't starting to look like
how
them
important
lamb
it is
trucks.
to have a mindset that allows
Like
you
lamb
to
trucks
articulate
in passing.
become successful at that thing and just get out of the way. Everybody wants to do that. So if that's a real thing, why wouldn't that be taught in every major specifically advocate? What's important is that they should recognize that this is like it's a big field, right? And I bet any competitive athlete in any sport is anxiety. If you've got days you felt amazing and you performed amazing, and then you've got days you doubted yourself, you fucked up, and you dropped the ball or whatever you did. There's this weird battle that goes on in the head, and it's all has a giant result, whatever's going on in your head, in how you perform. You always talk about where do ideas come from, right? And where they pass. I don't know where they come from exactly, but I know what they mean. It's just listening towards the lead system leads to source of generalized thought. And the fact that just limits so many of us. Literally, like, you don't know like the ants perhaps like all interaction, right? She's the leading story of generalized thought. That's right, very incredible guy, right? But when you believe something, literally, no, 100%. There's millions of pieces of information that you can see, smell, taste, and touch, and know. There's so much sensory information. You can only pick up on a few of our conscious mind and moments, but that's what the idea is. I also think it's more than what I don't think you can manifest your own reality, but I think you have part of the process and thinking hard about it. Not necessarily visualizing, but staying on a path. There's an element it's absolutely visualizing, but staying on path. There's an element that's going on there that's affecting reality itself. There's a weird exchange of energy between human beings and between reality itself that I don't think we figured out how to measure. I don't think it's as simple as, life is a series of events and it all takes place randomly and good luck to you.
The synchronicity.
Yeah, there's some stuff that's weird. There's some stuff that's weird that makes me think, without going full woo-woo, maybe we just don't have a grasp of the full spectrum of all the things that are happening, all the factors at play, and how many of them have to do with your energy. That's where the woo-woo comes in,
Here's what I have to go through my rational mind, right? So I think about these are like the closed rhythm. All this thing does mind and all these things. This is a muscle, just like the body. Start to train it. The mind is
matter what kind of stuff you do. It doesn't matter whatever you like to do. If you like to do yoga, you want to go hike with a weight vest on, you want to do push-ups in a parking lot, do whatever. Do something. You just have to do something where you push yourself, because if you don't, your body stores up like all this anxiety. Actual physical tension that affects your mind. That's why I think, listen, the tools that you use, that's why I'm not just like it has to be all of its nutrition. Do something you hate just because it makes that resistance. There's a thing that covers over fear that actually keeps you just doing the thing you need to do.
It's got to be about making sure the process is clear, right? It's got to be like to right? Making sure it's refined Well, that is reality, right?
And I hate to say I believe it.
But that survival instinct, or that goes, I should be winning everything.
If I don't have
They're like that. But some people have a good more life than we do.
Back to your pickup at 4 Dorchester Drive.
That another person might have been fourth grade, picked up a friend. We identify with that goal and that fundamental. To this day, we can figure that out. We can exponentially increase the confidence. The moment we get there, how do you clear it out? There's something called right? Hypnosis, NLP. They're all these mind techniques by clear the energy.
So NLP, that is like that Anthony Robbins stuff.
That's part of
Go to school to learn
No, I just studied with something. I just learned very well one-to-one. Just like that's how I learned.
I'm not totally familiar with it. How complicated is NLP? It's that time of year. Football is back, which means you're probably not eating as well as you should be. In fact, 90% of people have gaps in their nutrition. And no surprise, our schedules are busier. We're all at tailgates, and the perfect diet just doesn't exist. Even if you eat healthy, chances are you're still missing some. best home security systems by U.S. News and World Report. Try it out right now. My listeners get 50% off a SimpliSafe home security system at simplisafe.com/Rogan. That's 50% off at simplisafe.com/Rogan. There's no safe like SimpliSafe. Some people like to really hate it. It's all perception, right? That's what I was explained what it was by saying neurolinguistic.
Yeah. I don't know how to explain neuro linguistic programming, but I would explain what it is. Okay, fundamentally, you're just playing with perception, right? So if someone has something TV, it's like the fear of flying. I have this facial very similar. Every time he's on a plane, he's freaking out. Unnecessary. So what do? We imagine him on the plane, and I have to sit and visualize him starting to get to that place of anxious, what are thoughts, all the things are crashing. He knows it's irrational. Why is he doing this anyway? We have to feel the emotion. Then I have to imagine, for example, a giant picture in his mind's eye. And this picture is holding him and all the anxiety and the worst case scenario happening. And then we go over the color picture. And then we imagine the picture becoming tiny. And then we imagine it just disappearing. And then we put a new picture in there of him being able to fly, not crash, be able to do it all the time.
That's it?
That's it.
What if it was 9/11?
Listen,
He was right into the tower right after you gave him that advice.
Well,
so, how would you feel? Would that be it? You're like, I quit.
Yeah. I mean, they sound like very simple techniques, but it's something you have to experience.
Yeah, but it would seem to me that it would be very difficult to get people to actually change their beliefs. Like, the idea is not solid. Right? The actual process of shifting how you view the world. Depending on the person. It's like turning about.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
I mean, this is the stuff that goes on in the rational mind. Right? Experience. Like, okay, I get it. But it's a emotional experience. I mean, how do you? There's something right? How do you explain going through the veil of sexual experience? It's something that you can't really explain. It's that kind of thing where it's like you're in the experience. Like, how's this possible? I explain like rational things. Same thing if you have this immense psychedelic experience. You're passing through the veil of being able to have this experience because of that. You try to come back and tell someone you never had a sexual experience.
Yeah, there's not enough words. No words for the stuff going down. Yeah, you can say like I saw a beautiful world. That's right. Yeah, exactly.
This is why I like to put together playbooks where I give people actual things that they can do because I have to kind of but people can't do this and just the awareness of seeing some of the kinds of thinking, studying them. We've all had that happen. And sometimes just get to the point where like, all right.
So this neurolinguistic program to you specifically designed this kind of so that's what I specifically designed it.
لا 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 ما بقولش يعمل قصص اسمه خلي بالك بتاع حوارات بتاع حوارات أول أسبوع.
Me, I would take him to the hospital. Like, bro, you might have a stroke. Let's get you to the hospital. It's a headache. But the guy who's a tough guy complains about a headache. He's a football player. He's got to be tough. Look at LeBron James. How does that guy play elite basketball with those fucked up feet? Like, his feet are so broken.
In a quarter mile, turn right on Ridge Road using the right lane.
Because of all the years of exploding and twisting and turning, and he's been playing professionally for how long? 20 years, which is that's think about the amount of explosions he's forced his feet to go. Imagine
Turn right on Ridge Road.
back and forth and he weighed 250 pounds. Like, that's nuts. That's so much force. Discipline, bro. But look at those toes. That is bananas. That's bananas. Like his toes just take like sharp turns. They might not be, right? But I don't know. Look better. Let me see that. Yeah, it's a little over it. But he might be getting it. Maybe he did that on purpose. Maybe he did that for the picture just to be silly. So, yeah, that's pretty obvious. So his big toe goes under the next toe. It's that twisted in. That's obvious. You know, Brian Simpson was having a problem with that too. He's got wide feet. I told him about the other toe. That's the worst. Ever use those? Stretch your feet out. Put your toes in there and they stretch. It's like a little rubber stopper between each of your toes. And it stretches your foot out. It makes it feel better. Take the pressure that you're getting narrow toed shoes. It's squishing it. But to be that tough to play basketball with that kind of a foot, 12 plus years of to be gone with no knees, nuts. Nuts. That's what inspiration does though. Yeah, I was watching a fight today. Chat rooms here. A guy was fighting in a boxing match against one leg. So he's hopping around with one leg trying to fuck this guy up. So if you ever think like maybe life has been too hard on me, maybe barriers in front of me are insurmountable, because you're fucking doing with this guy. This is and I don't understand what they're doing because they're up there but they're not kicking. Like I said, I can't kick. If you agree, no kicking. Like, why put a shoe on? You know, I don't understand why this guy's hopping around. Did you get it, Jim? This guy's hopping around.
Like, but anyways, so like, you can generate so much there's people that have two lessons. Like, that's so not fair. Guaranteed that you can kick you out. But it's just pretty bad. He got to win, and he's still willing to fight, and he's hitting this guy. Yeah, it is very human mind can do very strange things. That it keep going to keep getting better and better. It gets to a very strange place.
To keep expanding these skills and expose yourself. I think that's why, like, people in my field, they're sort of like, they're not.
I would imagine, I think that anybody that's really exploring,
Well, I know the same thing as like what's it called? There's a whole thing. Yeah, so it's much more critical and awesome about things. But for me, like, my full ego death was fundamentally the most important part of because in that experience, it created enough space between me and all my beliefs. You know, that like the neuroplasticity that gets created in those moments after you actually see things, you kind of see the forest for the trees. If you never have the experience, then like this is something people talk about all the time, right? It's this double thing, the ego scanners. Like, well, depends what you're considering ego, because you can't get rid of the ego. If the ego dies, then you're just done, right? So you need the ego to be able to build it up. And I think for fighters especially, like, they need massive egos, but they need healthy egos that are programmed.
yeah, no ego's not attainable. You just have to figure out how to manage it. Don't let it burn your house. It's like that custom model. I think that's the case with many things, including psychedelics. I think there's a lot of people that burn their house down. Yeah. I think there's a lot of people that go really far and they lose their grip on reality. And reality gets real slippery. They just sort of try to redefine reality to fit their own narratives, and they seem schizophrenic. I've seen that from multiple people that have taken too many psychedelics. Well, yeah, but it's also everybody has their own specific way that they interact with the world. And if you're taking psychedelics to justify your specific way, and then you
Stay on Ridge Road.
start indoctrinating other people to your specific way of try to become a branch off civilization. That's like this thing that happens to guys in particular. You don't see a lot of like female psychedelic ladies. They're more like mother figures.
Turn left to stay on Ridge Road.
Years, but not like gurus. The gurus are all dudes, and it almost always it's always comes down to pussy. Almost always, or dick, depending on what you're into. Because the guy out here in Texas, Austin, was there's a building that White loved called the One World Theater that we were actually under contract for before we went on the mothership. That place was run by cult, and this guy was a gay guy. He was a gay porn star and a hypnotist.
That's a definitely combo right there.
He was teaching yoga to folks in West Hollywood, and slowly but surely formed cults. And then after Waco, everybody panicked in the Cult Awareness Network. Apparently, it was like looking for him and looking into him because like a lot of the family was like, I lost my son. So then he decided to change his name. Then he went to Austin, and he has followers building theaters and he can dance. And that's here. And it was crazy. This guy is so crazy. The people that hated him at the end of the documentary, the people said that he was a giant scammer, he was a piece of shit, they never met him. They all said
They had gone through this thing called the knowing, and the knowing was pulled it from them, and a lot of them were like really upset. They weren't getting the knowing, and it was this thing he would do. Make them, I think they were on their knees, and he would touch their face and tell them that it was going to happen. And they would all say the same thing. They would all say afterwards, it was one of the most beautiful experience of their life. They felt a complete, total connection with God.
Right on New Road.
And it changed their worldview and their perception forever. Like it's available in your mind if you believe, if you truly believe. And they truly believed that this guy was like a legitimate mystic. It was a legitimate guru. And because they believed that, even though this guy's a gay porn star and a hypnotist and a fucking psychopath, because they believed that when he put his hands on them, they felt it. So, very complicated relationship. You have this guy who, one of the guys left the cult and was like, hey man, this guy's been hypnotizing me and fucking me for 10 years. And then everybody's like, me too. It got crazy. And then they all wound up leaving. He also did this thing for them.
Quarter-mile turn right on U.S. Highway 1 using the right lane.
Where he connected them to God. Just weird. It's weird. Because you would think, fuck that guy sucks, give me up. But they're all like, look. There's almost like a part of the little cosmic joke of life is that this fucking weirdo possesses the ability to literally connect you
Turn right on U.S. Highway 1, then turn right.
to God. But he behaves like a demon. He's like fucking dudes and just taking all their money and it's just madness. But what he's able to do when he touches you is real. Good cosmic joke, that's true. You know, there's all those like Indian movies, right? Like people tell stories about all the different keys. I've never experienced any of this, and then you just feel.
Quarter-mile turn right.
I think that's the God. Yeah, I believe it. I believe if you believe it, that's what I think. I think I believe very differently. Just like I think this guy's the
To the 7-Eleven or the
11, yeah.
all right, buddy.
Thank you.
Have a good morning, man.
Oh,
Your destination is on the left.
You sound like it.
yeah. Come on.
Oh, get out. You have a restroom in there? Inside?
Nutrient absorption. It's not just about giving you nutrients, it's about making sure your body can use them. So before you head to that Hales Gate, grab some AG1. And you've probably heard me say this, but it's now easier than ever since you can get it in 3 new flavors: berry, citrus, and
Okay, in line with the message comments that are on the screen, I'm gonna play another video on YouTube. You're gonna get the audio. It's the owner of the video is Zateo. It's for educational purposes only. It's Mehdi Hassan grilling the Pakistani defense minister on Irman Khan, the U.S., Kashmir, and more. Don't want to do that. Let's do this one. Mehdi Hassan annihilates Alan Dershowitz with facts on Piers Morgan. The owner of this video is Veil of Power. Veil of Power on YouTube. Go check them out. This is for educational purposes only. Okay? Here we go.
Last week, in several cases, the soldier said Israeli troops deliberately targeted children. There was a boy who entered the zone. He didn't do anything. Other soldiers claimed to have seen him standing, talking to people. That's it. And they dropped a grenade from a drone. In another incident, soldiers tried to kill a child riding a bicycle.
They get prosecuted.
So they have not been prosecuted. Alan, don't lie on television where people can fact you. None of them have been prosecuted.
Yes, they have been. I know they have been.
Which soldier was prosecuted for dropping a grenade on a child?
There are dozens of them
on national TV. Piers Morgan can come back on the next episode and tell everyone that you're not telling the
dozens of them have been prosecuted.
Not a single Israeli soldier has been prosecuted for deliberately killing a Palestinian child. That is a lie. You're a demonstrable lie. Everyone's watching right now. I'm sorry, you can't say that. Hang on. Just to be clear, Alan, what Mehdi is saying is that no Israeli soldier has been prosecuted for deliberately killing a Palestinian child since this war began. Is your information different to that?
Absolutely different. I know for a fact
because I was involved in the negotiations with the International Criminal Court, and I arranged for Khan to come to Israel and see the evidence of what has been done, how people have been prosecuted, how the Israeli legal system has been responsive. So I have all the data and all the information.
Come back on the show and name those soldiers.
It's true that they've been
Come back on this show, Alan, and name those soldiers. I challenge you. Now, I'll finish my point. You interrupted me. Hold on. You interrupted me. I never interrupted you. You've interrupted me twice now on this show.
I didn't interrupt you.
You did, actually. You interrupted to make false claims. So I did ask Alan a question. Well, let me finish my point. Actually, my second point, Piers, was to you. I dealt with the Gershon Baskin and the deliberate killing of kids. They just killed 6 kids queuing up for water. Yesterday, they killed 9 kids queuing up for nutritional supplements last week. Stop interrupting, Alan. Everyone can see you do it.
And it's under investigation.
Stop interrupting, Alan. Otherwise, I'll do it to you and you really won't like it. Piers, let me make my point to you that I'm trying to make. You mentioned the New York Times. I'm glad you mentioned the New York Times several times. The New York Times piece, the long piece, has a lot in there. 2 important points for you, Piers. I've been coming on the show for over a year talking to you about Gaza. Last April and July, the New York Times released it. Netanyahu's own generals told him, there's no military strategy left. There's nothing more we can do. Stop this war. Netanyahu overrode them. So when I was on the show, and you were telling me, of course, they're just defending themselves. What else should they be doing? At that time, when I was on the show, the generals were telling Netanyahu there's no war left to be had. They also make it very clear in this piece that the government would have fallen apart had Netanyahu not prolonged the war because he wanted to avoid prosecution. And I'm sorry that we needed the New York Times to say that, because I was saying that on this show to you, Piers. Many people were saying that.
It's ridiculous.
It's Netanyahu trying to avoid prison. This is about Netanyahu trying to avoid prison. I know Alan is an expert on criminals. He's defended some of the worst people in the world. Well, he defends some of the worst people. Netanyahu. There have been lawyers who have forced him to defend Piers. They would force him to go volunteer to defend Benjamin Netanyahu. I can actually. I can say you don't need. You don't need. It's not very credible to do. Really? Lawyers do their job. Hold on, Piers. Somebody forced Alan Dershowitz to defend Netanyahu. He said he's proud to do it. No one forced him to do it. Which criminal should he defend?
I'm proud to do it.
You're proud to defend Benjamin Netanyahu. You're proud to represent Benjamin Netanyahu. Jeffrey Epstein.
Yes. And I was proud to defend Bill Clinton. And I was proud to defend Ted Kennedy.
Right.
I've defended people, and I've also defended Palestinians who were charged with offenses in Israel. I've also defended Palestinian students at Harvard who wanted to put up a Palestinian
flag. Have you defended Netanyahu's corruption trial? I think you really defended his war crime. You know what, Matty? I do think it's a very lame. It's a corruption trial too. It's a very. I've always felt a lot of people try this with Alan Dershowitz because there are lots of things you can argue with Alan about what he believes. But when people go ad hominem about him being a lawyer, sorry, Piers, I'm going to respond now.
Most criminal lawyers on the at some stage defend.
So Piers, look at their job. It's their job. We're looking at our cameras. Look at your camera and say honestly that you would say to Saddam Hussein's law or Slobodan Milosevic's law or Vladimir Putin's law, you wouldn't say a word about people who choose in the West to go defend us. Yes, you would. If a Westerner chooses, no one forced them to. Question them.
Do they have a right to defend?
Of course they have a right to defend.
Then they should have no one forced. Hang on. They should have a right to have a.
Yeah. British lawyer volunteered to go defend Putin. You wouldn't cast any morals.
Turn to stay on U.S. Highway 1.
Criminal name.
Sorry guys, really quick. You guys know I never interrupt videos, but that is such a good question by Mehdi Hassan. 1000% Piers Morgan would be absolutely shredding that lawyer for defending Vladimir Putin. Let me get back to the video.
Well, in New York, people wherever he lives. Why does he have to go defend Netanyahu?
Well, give me some names.
Hold on. Why does he have to go defend Netanyahu?
I think it's a crazy attack.
I look at vile people and I wonder, why would you volunteer to go defend that person?
Because they're lawyers. Anyway, let's move on to the more substantive part of this. I mean, Alan, this incident that Mehdi referenced, the strike at a water distribution point at a Gaza refugee camp that killed 10 people, including 6 children, wounded 17 more. The IDF said it intended to hit an Islamic Jihad militant, but a technical error caused the missile to miss its target. But, having technical errors that wipe out 6 kids in a refugee camp at this stage of this war, terrible. And these stories are coming every day now. How does this end?
War is hell, and these kinds of accidents happen all the time.
Many Israelis have been killed by Israeli-friendly fire. Many, including a relative of mine who was killed by friendly fire. Accidents happen. Israelis immediately announced that they would investigate, and if warranted, it might have been a pure accident, but if warranted, there'll be prosecution. Israel prosecutes its own criminals, and it does it all the time. And of course, Hamas rewards them.
This is bullshit. Um, the discussion about Israel and Palestine is an old discussion. The reality is that controversy, that controversy, as the English would say, is old, and it began long before the creation of the state of Israel. Now, it is true that the creation of the state of Israel for a Germanic people, a Polish people, a Slavic people, a Khazarian people, added fuel to the fire and changed the dynamics a little. Because if you look around, right, Israel's neighbors are all melanated people. Israel itself, before it was colonized or imperialized by the British, was melanated. Everyone there, the only white people historically that were there, and not were there, but invaded, were the Greeks, the Seleucid Empire, Ptolemy and Antiochus.
On the right.
Under Alexander the Great, his 4 generals, how they took over that whole region, when they invaded, conquered. But prior to Alexander, there were no white people there, ever, prior to Alexander. Alexander and his 4 generals, and Ptolemy took over Israel, that region. And I believe his son is Antiochus. I could be wrong about that, but either way, they were the people, the white people that got there first. And then the Greeks became the Romans, and in 70 AD, the Romans sacked Jerusalem, destroyed the temple, captured the people, displaced a great many deal of them who ran into Africa. And then after so many years, the Brits took over and gave the land to what is today the Israeli people. None of those people there today, none of them are indigenous to that land. None of them. The Israelites were displaced. They were sent into exile. They were captured and enslaved. And the ones that weren't were they ran into the Horn of Africa and then were captured from there. Either way, this controversy of Israel is old. And the people there today that we call Israeli are not the children of Israel. That's a fact. It doesn't matter that they're going to say anti-Semitism for that fact, but it's a fact. It's not hyperbole. It's not a theory. It's a fact. You were not there prior to 1947, 48. You were not there. You were not there. They were not there. They were brought there after World War II, and took over. Just look at them. Just look at them. They're not the people of that land. They don't remember that the people of that land, resembled their neighbors. It's how Christ was able to go into Africa at the age of 12 and hide from Herod. Herod was an Idumean. This is a fact. Idumea, Edom. We know for sure that Idumea and Edom were foreigners to the land. They were placed there by Romans. They are not the indigenous people. They married into the Hasmonean family and the dynasty and, started killing them off and took over. But they are not the people of that land. The Apostle Paul himself was mistaken for an Egyptian. But I'm picking up. I get back to
Palestinian Authority pays terrorists to kill.
Morning. How are you? I'm well, thank you.
The United States government had many cases.
Head to your drop off at New Brunswick NJ Transit train station.
Investigate. And you investigate.
Before I go back to Mehdi, just on a profound level, I ask you this question: in what way is it remotely proportional that Israel has now killed anything between 70 and 100,000 people on the Palestinian side, of which, let's say a quarter, maybe a third are Hamas terrorists? We don't know, but let's say that is the proportion of that number that have been killed, which means maybe 60,000 civilians have been killed. In what way is that remotely proportional to an attack that killed 1,200 people, of which I think 800 was civilians?
On Timothy Avenue.
It's so disproportionate. It concerns me about this. If I'm an Israeli, a moderate Israeli, so not a far
Turn left on Oki Drive.
see what my government is doing in Gaza and see the fury.
On Oki Drive.
This is terrible for Israel. It's terrible for Israel's reputation. I think it's dangerous. I agree. It's dangerous for Jewish people. I think that the wife
Turn right on Henderson Road.
highlighted a cancer in the world that people react to that attack.
On Henderson Road.
Is being fueled on what's happening in Gaza. And I think it's like Jewish people too. So I just, to me, that makes sense. You agree?
Of course, yes, and that's why Hamas is winning. Hamas is succeeding.
Turn right on State Highway 27 using the right lane.
Well, there would be a reaction, and then they went further.
On State Highway 27.
That results in good people like you changing your mind about Israel. That's Hamas' strategy. Hamas is winning. Hamas prevailed on what you said. And it's going to repeat it over and over. Israel is losing against public opinion. That's my point. I agree with you. That's my point. Hamas is winning. Israel, well, it's not the alternative. Alternative is to let, no, of course, let's not war. Israel is going to do it. Just today, Israel put it over on the table. That is it. Rejects this point that I want to make. Point, let me just finish my point. The point I want to make is Hamas has strategy. We know there are captured documents that say that is get Israel to kill as many Palestinian civilians as possible and turn Piers Morgan against Israel because he's a good and decent person and good and decent people who on college campuses will turn against Israel. That's Hamas' strategy. We can't let it prevail. We can't let it over and over and over again.
Just to be clear, I've turned against Israel. I've turned against I want to be very specific. People, I agree with you. I apologize. I agree. I am becoming increasingly critical of the Israeli government's strategy in Gaza. That's my specific position. I want to against Israel. Elsewhere, more Israelis, more Jewish people. I don't agree. When people are doing these things, I think Israelis are taking something. I admit it. I don't. What do you think?
I agree with you. It's actually the opposite. That has been a strategy. But it prevailed. That strategy That's right. And that is they overreacted to.
Let me get ready to respond. So, alongside there again, let me try and respond. It's insane to suggest that Israel has accidentally killed 17,000 children. Anyone who says that should be laughed off television, whether they're a professor or not. 17,000 people were killed accidentally. The children who killed at Waterloo were killed accidentally. The children lining up 9 were killed last Thursday for nutritional supplements, as UNICEF says. Outrageously for UNICEF aid were not killed accidentally. Children who were shot in the head by snipers were not killed accidentally. I have friends of mine who gone out to Gaza and have come back and said, we saw kids in sniper shots, bullets to the head, to the chest. Multiple American doctors have said that. Mark Perlmutter, from Gennaro, go Google, people don't believe me. So it's nonsense. Israel is killing kids deliberately, has done so for the last 21, 22, whatever so months. They can't push this bullshit line anymore about people who are hiding under hospitals. Like, no, you disagree. You've seen it on tape. You've seen kids killed in blood. Yeah, on tape. You've seen it. I've seen it. Do you disagree with what Alan said? This was Hamas's deliberate strategy. I don't know what Hamas's deliberate strategy. So we know what. Let me finish the question. They created a vast tunnel network in which they hid, and then the civilian population to be shot. So in other words, it's perfectly to agree with what Alan said about Hamas's strategy. But what's interesting is, and as you pointed this out, why do it then? We all know that's the strategy. No one forced Israel to go kill 100,000 people, just like, the Vietnam, the US, we burned the village to save it. No one forced Israel to drop 2,000-pound bombs on crowded refugee places. No one forced Israel to bomb hospitals. No one forced Israel to sniper shoot children. No one forced Israel to kill women holding up white flags, as we saw on tape with our own eyes. No one forced Israel to do any of that, which is why Karim Khan, the chief prosecutor, which is why the ICC judges all said Netanyahu and Gallant need to face crimes charges. Theodore, just read you on this, just propaganda stuff. Theodore, who was a former chair of the International Tribunal of Yugoslavia, former Rwanda Tribunal judge, former legal advisor to the Israeli Foreign Ministry, former Israeli ambassador. Theodore Meron, 94 years old, the Senate Holocaust guys. He advised on that. He said, yes, Netanyahu should be indicted. Well, let's see all the evidence I've seen. He knows far more about war crimes than you do. But let me finish my own point. Please, you keep saying, yes, he knows that. You're the chair of the International Tribunal on war crimes in Yugoslavia. He did show books about it, written about it, he's a Holocaust survivor. He's a 94-year-old Israeli Jew. Somebody he knows more about war crimes. Yes, he does, actually. He just prosecuted war crimes. Yes, he does. And let me finish my other point. I was absolutely devastated from Edwards. He could show the weight of every single fact he dropped. Surgical and unflinching. He made it so powerful it wasn't just the emotion of his words, but the evidence behind them. Edgar wasn't speaking. He was speaking from verifiable reports, international investigations, and first-hand testimony from people on the ground. And Alan Dershowitz, for someone who's built a career in precision, was something completely out of his depth here. Every time they developed data, Israeli soldiers admitting to targeting children, drone strikes on civilians, ICC indictments, Alan's defense crumbled in a big investigations, excellence. But here's the thing, when something happens thousands of times, it's not an accident anymore, it's a pattern, it's a policy. And so Dershowitz trial was. There's how mistakes happen, Israel prosecutes its own. But when he came back from that trial, no Israeli soldiers were prosecuted for deliberately killing Palestinian children. Not one. That's not justice, that's impunity. And every time they arrest
Take left turn to stay on Somerset Street.
Children dying under Robles context. It's a crime. Let me know your thoughts in the comments. Do you think this was Mehdi's most powerful takedown yet? And do you think things like this can actually shift public opinion in Gaza? Drop your thoughts below. While you're there, hit subscribe, hit the bell for notifications, give this video a thumbs up so more people can see the truth. Because what we just saw, that is journalism at its finest. United States your list lost the first.
Mile turn right on George Street. Right lane turn right on Albany Street, then turn right on Railroad Plaza. On Railroad Plaza, then turn left.
I'm sorry, I didn't ask. You want to get off here or around the corner?
You know what? I haven't been to the station before, so I'll go with this.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome very much. Travel safe.
Head to your pickup at St. Peter's General Hospital. On Bartlett Street, then turn right on Easton Avenue. On Gilden Street, then turn right on Portland Street. Turn right on Portland Street. On Portland Street.
See what I'm saying about this fucking GPS? I was on Easton.
Left lane
There
turn
was
left
no
on
reason to
Easton Avenue.
turn off Easton, but it made me turn off Easton just to come back on Easton. Some dumb shit.
Turn left on Park Boulevard. On Park Boulevard, then turn left. Take right turn, then pick up Evelyn. Evelyn.
Hi. Back seat, please.
Yeah, I know. I'm just opening the door.
Okay. Okay.
I don't need to see that's Miss Apple.
Yes, ma'am.
No, we don't need Apple.
It's the way I was raised up.
I got you. You from the South?
My mother, my father, my grandparents.
My family's from the South, but let me tell you what my grandmother said.
Yes, ma'am. But
She said, think about watching old movies. You say yes, ma'am, and yes, ma'am. So why they call you family? So you understand it's not that full circle. I get you though.
yeah, you know, my grandmother heard me say something to a young lady once over the phone and popped me in the mouth because I didn't address her as ma'am. So it stuck with me. It stuck with me, and I don't know.
Yeah. It stuck with me. But here's the thing. God gave everybody a name.
Yeah, yes, he did.
What's yours?
Daniel.
Daniel.
Yeah. Yes,
and
ma'am.
Donna. See the D's there?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. You okay, baby? You want to
You know what? Let me
thank you.
yeah.
Yes. Thank you.
Wait, let me back that seat up. Good back there?
Yes, baby. Thank you.
Okay, I gotta get used to that.
I came right out and said, oh, thank you. Over. Who's that cool? Who is you? Okay, thank you. She said, I have to take that. I mean, send extra stuff with her. And she takes back, right now. Yeah, but I gotta, give her extra stuff while she's looking at me straight. Then as soon as she get outside, she get it on. Is she a name? No. That's all I understand. But we take, we take iron.
To your drop off at 322 Franklin Boulevard.
When you get to instead of going to go to Belmont Street.
Okay, because I'm not familiar with this area at all.
Okay.
Just tell me when, and I'll take it.
Use your seatbelt for your safety.
Oh, I'm about to be.
On Park Boulevard, then turn
an
left on
automatic
Easton
prompt.
Avenue.
So up north, like, is that north from here? Yeah. North.
On Easton Avenue.
Yes, Miss Evan.
You can say yes, ma'am, to me.
I'm struggling. You see that?
No, but it's beautiful. It's beautiful. I think man easy, but that's just me.
Yeah, it's funny because I get it, and I'm only doing, my upbringing. Right.
But you get a lot.
I get a lot of backlash from it. A lot, and I'm like, I don't understand.
And maybe because they feel like it's
Perhaps.
Mile turn right on Landing Lane.
I say miss all day.
I'm gonna try to practice that. It's just that every time I go to say anything less, I feel those knuckles. My grandmother's 94-year-old knuckles.
She's still alive?
No, she passed away. They took her car from her and she didn't
On
survive.
Landing Lane, then make a sharp left turn.
Driving? That's so interesting because it changed. That's a change. But it was a big change for her.
Yeah, well, you know, I don't know. I didn't want any problem with my aunt, so I didn't protest too loudly.
Right.
But because you know it was their decision. My grandfather had passed, and he left her the caddy, and she drove it for real. She drove it for real, and
I like that. She drove it for real.
So it kept her alive.
yeah, in my opinion, she was active.
It did. It kept her alive. It was purpose.
Yeah, she was always on the go.
Yes.
They took it from her because she kept getting speeding tickets, and
Yeah, I figured that when you said and she drove it. Yeah.
the cops would ask her, "Well, why are you in a hurry?" She was like, "Cause I ain't got much time left." And you know, she got things to do. This was her argument. So my aunts took the car, and I protested a little. You know, I got 4 aunts, and they mean business. So I protested a little. My mom, and you know, I protested with my mom and my 4 sisters. And the Eastern girls just told me, "Mind my business, it's not my call." So I said, "Cool, respect."
That kept her alive.
I think
Yes, it gave her something to do.
she always had something to do. She was always on the go. Always. I agree. I'm hoping to make it, you know, to the winter of my life.
I like Star 1 and 3, so that's my thing. I'm born on 3, so yeah.
In a quarter-mile, turn right on Waldorf Street.
The next street.
The next one.
On Waldorf Street, then turn left.
Second. Yes, straight up.
That's the entry.
Do it
Over here?
Okay.
You're welcome. Here.
Thank you. Say your name there.
Yes, ma'am. I mean, yes, Miss Donna.
Head to your pickup on County Highway 617. on Rogers Avenue, then turn right on Waldorf Street. On Waldorf Street. Turn left on Franklin Boulevard. On Franklin Boulevard. Turn on the right.
Good morning, brethren. How are you? I am well, thank you.
Head to your drop-off at Silverleaf Dispensary. Drop-off at Silverleaf Dispensary. Turn right on Franklin Court.
It's behind me.
Mile turn right on Somerset Street using the right lane. On Somerset Street. mile, turn right.
This one here. You're welcome. You as well, man. Stay safe, stay healthy, brother.
The Linux piano is going to take a long time. That's a lie. It's how long it really takes to just brand new menu.
All right. This video is owned by Zateo, so I guess this is Mehdi Hassan's network. Title of it is, remember, it's Zateo. Go check it out. Subscribe. Shout outs to Mehdi Hassan. This is Mark Ruffalo says, boycott, divest, sanction, and prosecute Israel. It's the name of the video. It was a week ago, 2 weeks ago. I'm going to play the audio. We're going to comment. It's for educational purposes only.
That's true. Okay, fine. I'll go hard again. No, I was kidding. You have Hakeem Jeffries, you have Chuck Schumer, all friends of Wall Street, friends of big tech. These guys won't even endorse him on time. Are they the leaders the Democratic Party need at this moment?
They are the absolute antithesis of what the Democratic Party needs right now.
Do you think it's the donors?
It's the donor class.
You take Iran, you take the financial crisis to crash in 08, and you're creating a toxic group for a populist to run as an anti-establishment.
100%. And then you kill Bernie.
In a quarter mile, turn right on Cortelius Lane using the right lane.
Spoke out, and I got attacked in a way that I did not think was possible. If you take the truth and you bury it, put it in a box, bury it in the ground, it can't help but explode.
We're not facing fascism.
We are facing fascism, and they're at
on Cortelius Lane.
Ah!
I'm Mehdi Hassan.
And I'm Mark Ruffalo.
We're not kidding. It's a Teo podcast where I get to talk to funny people, artistic people, about serious things and funny things. I hope. Mark, welcome to the show.
I'm glad to be here, finally.
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 You know, I had to go back and check. You know, I interviewed you in October 2020 when I launched my MSNBC show at the time. We were remote, it was pandemic.
Yes.
5 years later, finally got you for a sit down. You and I have talked online, we've texted back and forth late at night about the future of our crazy country, and finally we got it.
Yeah. Thank you. Glad to be here. I'm scared of you.
Why are you scared of me?
Because I've seen you like really go hard at people.
Why would I go hard at you?
I don't know. You should go hard at everybody.
I'll go hard at you.
No. I was kidding.
No. Seriously though, I am restraining every fanboy because you are.
My bad. Is it Ruffalo or Ruffalo? This is going to be an interesting interview. It's 2 weeks ago, y'all. Check it out. Mehdi Hassan. It's a podcast.
You're aggressive, Palestine, and you're an Avenger. So it's like the trifecta for me.
Good.
I'm like, be still my beating heart. Right here I am. So I'm not going to be a fanboy. We're going to talk. Although actually, you've been quite a good fan of ours.
I am a huge fan of yours.
When we launched Teo, you are what I think gets called a day one fan. Right? When
That's
we launched,
me.
I appreciate you. When we launched,
before you started Teo, I was a big fan.
I appreciate that. But when we launched, it was a big thing for us. It was like 4 of us launched the media company.
Look at you now.
And look at us now. You said, I went back and checked. You tweeted us on the day. It was so nice. You said, I was hoping for something like this. No more censorship. Journalism at its finest. I think we can agree the censorship's gotten worse since then.
Not for you.
No, indeed.
And I think that people are flocking to. I mean, I think that people are really responding to that. I mean, you've launched this thing. It's
year and a half.
Yeah. And I mean, did you ever expect it to do what it's doing?
I'll be honest, no, not where we are now. Thank you everyone at home for watching the podcast, subscribing. Here we are sitting down with Mark Ruffalo, talking about politics. In fact, before we get to news and heavy stuff, we've got to talk about Task.
Yeah.
Task is your new show. Mark's in a new show.
Which isn't heavy at all.
No, it's very light and whimsical. It is very heavy.
Yeah.
It's Brad Inglesby. It's the guy who made Mayor of Easttown, which is a great show with Kate Winslet. We all watched that show with her hilarious accent. We'll talk about your accent in a moment.
Mile turn right on South Middlebush Road.
What is Task?
It's really a cops and robbers show. It's basically garbage men hitting drug houses and ripping off drug dealers.
Not you. You are?
No, and I play an FBI agent who's on their tail. And there are these parallel stories running throughout this investigation. But also, you see 2 men who are dealing with really just heavy family issues and loss and blue collar, being a blue collar American and the struggles of that, and how law enforcement sort of comes up against like real human beings and decisions that they
real
make.
communities.
And real communities.
You are fantastic in it. I'm not saying that it is. I was watching you because it's a very different role. You're a cop. You're an FBI agent who was a priest.
That's right.
And I just wonder what happened. Are you a man of faith? I don't know.
I won't say I ascribe to any particular faith, but it's funny. I was raised in a household that had Catholicism as an Italian American. Then my grandmother, my mother became evangelical Christians. Jimmy Swaggart saved me.
Okay.
And my father was a Baha'i.
Oh.
And so I had basically almost the entire Middle East in my family. And I'm of those which is the Bide's version of communion, of community, of fellowship. And the one that resonated the most with me and felt the most honest and the least hypocritical were the Baha'is. And that
Mile turn left on Blackwell Road using the left lane.
You play a priest who's now FBI.
So he's Italian and Baha'i. Fucking Middle Easterner and an Italian. It's no wonder he looked like he looked. With his weird looking ass.
On Blackwell Road.
Just kidding. I'm not. I don't know. I guess the
So, look at some of your roles. Okay, you were a defender, you were a reporter in Spotlight, U.S. Marshal in Shutter Island, you're an FBI agent in Now You See Me, you're a detective in Zodiac and Collateral. You like investigating stuff on screen, do you?
I really do.
You do, don't you? Getting to the bottom of things.
I keep coming back to it. You know, it's funny because we just did a reading of All the President's Men for a fundraiser, and actually Rami was in it. Rami played Bruce.
Oh, fantastic! I can't wait.
That's amazing.
Should we get to see it or something?
There'll be there'll be a stream of it at some point here. But I remembered seeing that movie as a kid and being like, this is the most exciting. This would be the most exciting, other than being maybe a soldier or something as a young person. This would be the most exciting job because you're like on red stage for us.
And you did Spotlight, which is a true story.
Yes, those two stories are great.
Also, in Task, it's set like very.
Ne'er do well, kid.
Ne'er do well. So this is set the show in kind of suburban Philadelphia, Delaware County, Pennsylvania, Delco, which has
On Van Fleet Road.
accent for this show, or being the Hulk in Avengers?
Doing the accent for this show.
The accent's hard for you. Some actors love it. Some
yeah, that's probably not my forte. I'll never forget after Poor Things, I sat with an English journalist. He's like, "Where did you get that accent?" That's not. Where'd that come from? It's not. You're not doing a very good British accent. And I said, "How do you know he's British?"
You're just taking a shot at something.
Totally.
Oh,
but the character's such a.
The character's a great character.
He's such a phony. That character.
I was a fan of yours before you were in that. Once you became the Hulk, my whole family became big fans of yours. The way you brought to that role, I think people have loved it over the years you've appeared in a lot of movies. I believe you're going to be appearing in the next Spider-Man movie as well. That's what I'm hearing.
Stuff coming on you survive. Most people in Europe live paycheck to paycheck, and if you stop working, the money stops coming. So if you've got a health issue or you simply get tired, you have no choice but to keep working until retirement when you get a small government pension. And this pension, I mean, it's barely enough to survive. The crazy thing is, there's a simple and proven way to solve this problem, but here in Europe, almost nobody uses it. Over my 80 years of investment experience, including my time as CEO of the
On Zeller Drive.
financial freedom and even retire early, and the people who stay trapped in their 9-to-5s all their lives. And this is exactly what I'll cover at my upcoming
On Zeller Drive, then pick up Sharon. On Zeller Drive, then pick up Sharon.
What I'm reading is that the Hulk may be making a comeback in Spider-Man Brand New Day next year. You are a Marvel elder statesman. What is your favorite apart from the endless fame and wealth and getting to play a superhero on screen? Apart from all of that, what do you love about being?
Those are the least favorite parts.
Oh yeah.
Just having the continuity. You know, as an actor, you're kind of familyless. You're going from one extreme situation to the next. You make these tight knit groups and then you break apart, and rarely ever do you have the kind of continuity that you do
over a decade or more.
Yeah, I mean, I never thought I would have a real legit steady job.
This is it. Being an Avenger is your steady job.
It is. It's my steady job.
What do you do for the Hulk?
And not only that, I mean, I also have a very short attention span, and so and So the other great thing about it is each movie you do is kind of a different universe. It's especially if you're working with different directors.
Good morning, ma'am. How are you?
What I love about Marvel is they really
Head to your drop-off at New Brunswick NJ Transit train station.
U-turn.
Head to your drop-off at New Brunswick NJ Transit train station.
You do to relax, switch off.
Drop-off at
Please
New
use your
Brunswick
seatbelt
NJ
for your
Transit train
safety.
station. Turn right to stay on Zeller Drive.
Lord, you're in task. Serious heavy stuff. Oh,
Drop-off. Head to your drop-off at turn right on G Court. Turn right on G, then turn right on Van Cleef Road.
and I came from the theater, and the theater, no, you're never plugged into a job. You're always free in the theater. You can
On Van Cleef Road.
You could do different styles. You could be doing farce, Moliere, Shakespeare, something modern, gritty. And so there's never that kind of that happens. And so I just see it as acting, and storytelling. And I like to do it all. I don't give a shit. That's the right attitude. I really don't. I don't care. I mean, this is it, man. We got one shot at it. I'm gonna please myself as far as my art goes,
And you look like you're enjoying it.
I'm having the best time, and I love it. And I love the cruise. I love the whole culture of it.
And I do for people watching right now. Section. It's hard to explain to people.
Mile turn right on Amwell Road using the right lane.
The crowd going nuts, or when the hammer goes up. Yeah, all those moments. When you turn up in the original Avengers and say, I'm always angry. And those moments, for me, is just great moments. It's just of entertainment. There's some stuff I will not be remembering.
All of it.
On Amwell Road.
One of those movies where I've seen people literally screaming, crying, beating their chests. I was in when we I went to see Avengers 2 with my son. No, Avengers 3.
I mean, the major ones.
No. But it was Endgame. Yeah. And literally, that movie ended. I was thrilled. I went with my son.
Mile turn right to stay on Amwell Road.
People around you know.
I had no idea. I had no idea. Right?
Favorite creator? I thought the drink was all this drink is inspired by Mr. Beast's strategy. And I shared this drink with 500 strangers on the internet. What happened next?
To stay on Amwell Road.
An overnight TikTok celebrity with 333,000 followers.
Right. And
Take right turn on Amwell Road.
they're like, start a riot! Start a riot! They yeah. They get to when they were young, yeah. It was like the greatest thing in the world when they were young.
I can imagine my kid rolling there.
Oh my god, I'd love to see you as a superhero. Have you ever done it?
I did use that.
Of course you did. Was that part of your part of your debate? It is. It's a
When I did Hassan Benan's show,
yes.
when I went on his YouTube channel, you can never wash your butt. When I did his show, he pulled out a few good men script because I write about in my book, talking about how when I was in school, I had to perform Jack Nicholson scene and the Tom Cruise scene alone. And he made us do it on screen. Actually, with a good result. It was also be on the show.
Yes, I know.
And I always say to Riz, like, you've got to go and make superhero movies and do films with Kate Hudson, and I got to come along.
No, I see. There's a lot of crossover. I'm putting in a good word.
I'm in. All right. So in that Spider-Man movie that you're not in, they're looking for his extra, like a random guy.
No. You need a seat.
I'm
You
your
need a
guy.
solid seat.
Okay. I'll be doing the new aliens. Look, since we're in Marvel mode, forgive me. I'm going to be fan.
I'm not very rad.
I'll make you run. There we go. All right. Here we go. Rapid, Mark. Rapid. Hulk. Who wins in a fight between the Hulk and the Red Hulk? Harrison. Harrison Ford loses to you. Don't you love Harrison Ford?
No one beats the Hulk.
Not even the Red Hulk.
Not even the Red Hulk.
I do love Harrison Ford. Two of my favorite people play the Hulk.
I love Harrison.
Do you see the world through the eyes ideologically, politically? Do you see the world through the eyes of Captain America? Okay. Would you rather have a time stone or a mind stone?
Time stone.
Okay, good answer. Would you rather hang out with Deadpool or Wolverine?
Wolverine.
Oh, interesting. Chris Hemsworth or Chris Pratt?
Hemi.
Wakanda forever or Asgard forever?
Wakanda forever.
Okay. If you, Mark Ruffalo, not Bruce Banner, had to choose, would you rather be flipped away or survive the snap? Really? Out, you're in, you don't feel anything, you haven't gone through trauma, you've been mourning for 5 years.
This is the whole reason we're here, is this whole experience. Tragedy. At all. Because the tragedy doesn't just come by itself. It's all such a better
I'll be like, all the pain and suffering of losing my family, and crying. Like that scene, by the way, you talked about the movies of Marvel, that scene where Hawkeye, at the end, loses that at the beginning of Endgame, people, I was crying, everyone was crying. All that audience. That loss that you see that then they take over into the TV show. Last quick question: if you could play any other person in the Avengers movie, who would you like to be? If you'd been cast in any other role? Oh, that's hard.
Wolverine.
Really?
You're not an Avenger, though. I mean, it's in the universe.
Can I see you as a Wolverine?
Could you? I mean, when I was a kid, that was my guy. It was Hulk and him.
So could you get ripped like Hugh Jackman?
Probably not.
I think you say probably. You say yes. Oh, you never know. It's a counterfactual. You never know.
You joking?
You could do it. You could do it a couple of nights. I train it. You could get those pecs.
Just some push-ups, sit-ups.
Right, let's take the Avengers and make it serious and say, given the shit show our country and our planet is in right now, what kind of, I'm not even superhero, what kind of character from the Avengers movie, from the Marvel universe, does the world need right now to fix so many of our problems?
It needs all of them. It needs every super. I mean,
crisis.
Look at where we're going. Each movie, we're adding more and more, fighting a bigger and bigger villain. You know, what's interesting about these movies is they, in some way, they do land on what's happening. It's crazy, and I do think it fits in with this, like, we're hardwired for gods and monsters. Like, literally, this is the same. This is why we created the gods. This is why we have mythology. You know, that was our need that came from deep within our hardwiring, and I feel like the Marvel's tapped into that.
And the current political situation is unfortunate.
Yes, and it's sort of, it's in a dialogue with each other.
Something very different than the boys on that.
Yes.
And Homeland, Trump.
Oh my God.
And they think, the MAGA people think Homeland is good.
A hero.
And they dress up as Homeland, not realizing that it's mocking you.
Send up. It's a complete mock. Look,
Anthony Starr's just amazing.
Thanos is good. They think Darth Vader's awesome. I mean, they you know.
Remember in the first time when Jared and Ivanka showed a picture of their kids dressed up as stormtroopers? That's two of them. What do you do to your children?
Like, who would put their kids as stormtroopers?
Especially if you're a Trump family member, and then share it.
They think that's awesome. They think that that's Darth. Why didn't Thanos just snap and make enough food for everyone? I mean, if he could do anything. Why not?
Why half the planet?
Yeah.
So random.
Yes. Why half the world? Why half the universe? Yeah. Why not snap and make abundance for everybody?
Did you see there was a great academic paper written about if the snap was real, how would it work when they all came back? Because they were going to resources for billions of people arriving back
happened to people who like remarried in the process and like their spouse turns up again. They got
That's incredible.
all this thing to think about when you're doing a Bible movie. Alright, let's
someone's thesis.
that's like someone wrote. I read it like a few years ago. Like a serious paper. Scholarly people like how would we have abundant resources? People about farming.
Yes, we've done.
The planet would begin for smaller population. You and I both know it. The mainstream media, billionaire owned and spineless. Browsing the news, you get a single corporate crafted headline shaped to serve the media players. I cut through the noise with Zateo, but I'm not the only one pushing for a better medium. With Ground News, you're in control all the time. Ground News is an independent platform that pulls together thousands of articles all in one place, gives you the context that actually matters. Click on the story and see the full picture, who's covering it, who's ignoring it, how different outlets are spinning the headline, and they clear breakdown of each source's political bias, reliability, and who's not. Check out this story about Israel's strike on Monday. In one scroll, you'll find over 200 different ways of being framed. Each headline is a visual breakdown, so you know exactly where your news is coming from. See for yourself. Scan the QR code and go to ground.news/Zateo to subscribe. You'll get 40% off the unlimited access Vantage subscription. So why wait? Before I get to that, I've got to ask, where do your podcasts come from? You are a very political person. You're invited, you're out there on social media, you're in protest. Where does it come from? You mentioned like your family, your parents. Does it go back to your childhood?
Some of it comes from my dad, who was very much a humanitarian kind of. My dad, we had a painting company, and he was a foreman, and he would always side with the union against his own family, and he got in a lot of trouble for that within our family. Honestly, what I took from the religious teachings that actually moved me were the idea that we had people who had less, and to love our brothers and our neighbors, and the idea that you sacrifice for the greater good. Like, those are all concepts that I learned as a boy that really resonated with me. A little dogmatic.
Right turn.
And I lived on Lake Michigan when I was a kid, and we saw that lake was so polluted that the fish had cancers growing as you saw them swimming, and there was an environmental movement that started. And I saw that lake. So I saw it.
Should I take this turn or go to George Street? Which one is better? You take this one?
Yes.
Will going that way help? So it won't?
This one goes faster.
Okay.
Down Easton Avenue, then make a slight left turn on Somerset Street. Big left turn on Somerset Street.
Am I doing that or am I going straight?
Go straight.
On Wall Street.
Right here, right? You're welcome so much, dude. You have a great day. Travel safe.
Head to your pickup at 5 Seminary Place.
And he was
on Somerset Street.
The state has turned its back on us. The federal government has turned its back on us.
On Somerset Street, then turn left on George Street.
And we have a low wage account for. Our air is poisoned. Do something. And he said, I don't know what I can do, but I do think the gas is a very good thing. And then come to find out he was invested in natural gas. So they turned to me. They're like, who are you? What are you? Can you help us? And I went home. And I ran out of there. Who are you? Yeah. And I was like, who are you?
Mile turn left on Seminary Place.
I did have to like say, who am I? Am I really who I say I am? Am I going to help my neighbors? Is this not that teaching in action? Love thy neighbor. Treat them like yourself. Am I going to help my neighbors? Or am I going to fuck off like everyone else who showed up there? And I stuck around.
People know you feel environmental.
Yeah, that's where it really started.
On Seminary Place. Then pick up Sam on the right.
The election then that Trump lost back in the day, and I want to talk to you. I mean, you were so strong on the environment. Back in 2016, you narrated and produced a documentary, Dear President Obama.
Sam on the right.
Credentials. Some people try to watch the Obama record. Of many areas.
Even coming out of the Iraq War, and I have to say, I was a hardcore anti.
March.
Especially the Iraq War.
You marched, I marched.
Yes,
the UK,
Head to your drop off at AFC Urgent Care Milltown, East Brunswick.
We're talking war crimes here, solid war crimes. By the way, it's the same people who are dragging us, who have continued.
Use your seatbelt for your safety.
Are the same people who are for the Iraq War. We keep giving these same people a chance after the war.
We've got to look forward, not back. Isn't it funny? He comes in and goes, "Go forward, not back." Donald Trump comes in, I'm going after all my enemies. Yeah.
Turn right on College Avenue.
Let's do this politically speaking. Yeah, that's easy. It's easier. But what we did was we set up
on College Avenue, then turn right on Bishop Place.
For action.
And in fact, Donald Trump wins because there's no accountability for wrong people. Again, Iraq plays a role in Donald Trump.
100%.
Donald Trump in 2016, I was listening on the Breakfast Club. I made this point to Charlemagne. Donald Trump in 2016 goes up on a debate stage with a bunch of Republicans and he says to Jeb Bush, well,
on Bishop Place.
The crowd are cheering, and I'm saying I don't think Republicans are cheering this. He saw that. He took advantage of that. And of course, Hillary, his opponent, the general, was still weighed down by her support in Iraq. So Iraq played a role in where
absolutely. And one day we'll all be against this. You know? It's the same story. Yeah, it's the exact same story. And it's the exact same people. What the American public knew was that war was completely immoral. After half of them were chomping at the bit to go after anyone, it just became bloodlust, like we saw happen here. Yeah. And so they lost credibility because the American people had moved on, and the American people knew that Iraq was bullshit. The American people knew it was immoral,
and they've been lied to.
You
take Iraq, you take the financial crisis that crashed in 2008, and you're creating a toxic group for a populist to run on as an anti-establishment.
100%. And then you kill Bernie. Then you kill Bernie. You kill any kind of talk of socialism, which is what the antidote to populism is. It's what FDR knew. Okay, it's how FDR fought it and won. You kill that within the Democratic Party, like we're seeing. You kill that language, you kill that possibility, and what does the American people have left? And so what
kind of populism is it? That's the thing.
Right, yes. Like the kind of populism that others people that creates white nationalism, that is these people are getting screwed. The mega people, for anyone who's left there, they either leave don't watch the news and aren't paying attention to anything, or they're so ideologically twisted and part of this cult that they've deceived themselves beyond. But I can't see how long that's going to
So Epstein files are not released to fight with it. Tax cuts, billionaires not fun.
No, he's a hero. He's an FBI informant.
FBI informant, good to speak.
Working for the FBI.
That's your next role.
Undercover.
That's your next FBI role.
Undercover to infiltrate the Epstein world and save democracy.
Well, this is your next role. If Sebastian Stan, if the Winter Soldier played Donald Trump,
Mile keep right toward US. Highway 1 south using the right lane. Toward US. Highway 1 south. Toward Riders Lane, Milltown. On Riders Lane. Turn right on Riders Lane. Turn right on Riders Lane.
Riders Lane? Yeah. So, to the left here then? I don't understand what this thing is. Look at this. Yeah, see, there's that bullshit. Right. Been doing this for the last 6 months. This is why I always put it into the GPS, but for whatever reason, it's not getting it. So let's try it again. 3, 8, 5.
Mile turn right on Riders Crossing. Then drop off Sam on the right.
Where's the entry point? That or this one? I think yeah. Oh, right there. You're welcome so much, man. You as well.
I'll keep right onto US Highway 1 using the right lane. Onto US Highway 1. Portal Bridge. Keep right onto I-287 South. on US Highway 1. Turn right. Turn left, then turn right on US Highway 1. Turn right. Turn left, then turn right. Turn left, then turn right on US Highway 1. Turn left on Forest Haven Boulevard. On Forest Haven Boulevard, then turn right on US Highway 1. Then turn right on Forest Haven Boulevard, then turn right on US Highway 1. To stay on Edison Glen Terrace. Just ahead, make a slight right turn on US. Turn left to stay on Edison Glen Terrace, then turn right. Turn right to stay on Edison Glen Terrace, then make a slight right turn on US Highway 1. Turn left on Main Street. Make a slight right turn on US Highway 1, then keep right onto I-287 South. Get to your pickup at 1094 Jacques Avenue. Using the right lane, turn right on East Grand Avenue. Turn right on Barnett Street. Then turn. Using the right lane, turn right on East Scott Avenue. Right lane, turn right on East Lincoln Avenue. Turn right on Barnett Street. On Barnett Street. Mile turn left on State Highway 1 using the left lane. On State Highway 1, then make a slight right turn on East Milton Avenue. Right turn on East Milton Avenue. Right turn to stay on Main Street. Turn right on East Hazelwood Avenue. On East Hazelwood Avenue. Keep left onto West Hazelwood Avenue. Keep left onto West Hazelwood Avenue, then turn right on Jock Avenue. On Jock Avenue, then pick up Bed on the left. On the left.
Oh, great. That was that last lady wearing all that sequins. Damn it. Damn it. Hello.
Hi.
Head to your drop off at Marshall's.
Can I go back that way?
Yeah.
Use your seatbelt for your safety.
Turn right on West Milton Avenue. West Milton Avenue. slight left turn on State Highway 1. Left turn on State Highway 1. I'll turn right on Airport Road. On Airport Road. Mile drop off bet.
Come on, man.
Bet.
Sorry for all the noise, people. Fucking lady left glitter all in the back seat and on the floor. I mean, a lot of glitter. Like, what the fuck? Anyway, what's done is done. Thank you for riding with me today. I appreciate you. Even those of you who watch later, which, you know, is a hell of a thing to do, considering I appreciate you either way. Thank you. Pardon me. Nigga. What's poppin', my nigga? Was Louis my killer? Was drugs my dealer? What's Gucci, my nigga?
We're doing that today?
Huh?
I said we're doing that today? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, what's drugs, my dealer?
I'm just cooking. Trying to get organized.
All right. I'm just on my way in. Just and I
Mm-hmm.
had to stop and vacuum the fucking car because the old lady had on fucking glitter. And it's,
Ugh,
yeah, holy shit. It was all over the back of my shit.
I hate that stuff. God.
Yeah.
How was your date other than that?
You know, just another day. Just another day riding in the hood. Just another day around the way. I'm feeling good today.
Yeah. Okay. Well, listen. One day above ground, so could be worse. Yeah, that's probably someplace I wouldn't want to be right now.
No, not at all.
To be in bed. Wow. Anyway, how was your week?
Uh, you know, same old shit, different day, different week. I will not complain, right? It could be worse.
Okay.
You know,
True.
I didn't spend,
Very
again,
true.
I didn't spend the week in Gaza.
Well, did you spend the week congregating with your family?
Not really, no. We're not in that mode. Um, yeah, it's
Can you hang on a second? That's my dad.
yeah,
1 second. My dad.
sure. It was Louis, my killer. It was drugs, my dealer. Shalom, people. Another day, another nickel. Thank you for riding with me. This has been New Jersey Ride. I am Brother DIQ, and I'll see you all later on this evening, those of you who choose to be here.